If on your wedding day the boyfriend you've loved for years actually left you alone at the wedding, what would you do? Whitney Moore didn't hesitate. On her wedding day to Carter Harris, he vanishes without a trace. The reason? His adopted sister, Emily Miller, is back from abroad. Heartbroken but unyielding, she calls off the engagement and walks away from Carter for good. Everyone laughs it off, assuming it's just pride, that she'll beg him to take her back soon. But here's the shocker. Klein Harris, Carter's own uncle, steps forward and publicly announces he's in a relationship with Whitney. Read it now and drop your thoughts in the comments.
Whitney Moore sent a message with a smile. "Honey, I just landed. See you at City Hall in half an hour." Today was the day she and Carter Harris were finally getting their marriage licenses. From their college romance to their engagement, and now getting their marriage licenses, it had been exactly 5 years. Whitney leaned back in the seat, the morning sunlight casting a warm glow on her radiant face, giving her an extra touch of gentleness. The driver caught her smile in the rearview mirror and joked, "Wow, you just landed and you're already rushing straight to City Hall?" "Yeah, Valentine's Day. You know, I made the appointment 2 weeks ago," Whitney replied with a smile. The driver chuckled. "Young folks really know how to make things special. My daughter couldn't snag a spot for today, so she's getting hers tomorrow instead." "Congrats," Whitney said. "Same to you," the driver replied. But even after Whitney got out of the cab, she still hadn't heard back from Carter. Pouting, she dialed his number. The phone rang for ages before he finally picked up. Carter's voice was flat, giving nothing away. "Yeah? What's up?" Whitney's grip tightened on her phone as she asked, "Carter, where are you?" "I'm already at City Hall. We will." Carter cut her off. "Whit, I can't come right now." She swallowed hard. "What happened? Didn't we agree to get our marriage license today?" "Yeah, something came up. Let's just do it another day, okay? Any day works." "It's not a big deal," Carter said. Yet to Whitney, it was a big deal. She had made the appointment 2 weeks ago and had been expecting this very day ever since. A girl's voice rang out. "Carter, are you on the phone? Everyone's waiting downstairs for us to join them for breakfast." Whitney's heart dropped. That was Emily's voice. Emily Miller was the girl whom the Harris family adopted 18 years ago. Whitney wondered, is Emily back to the country? Her fingers turned white as she gripped her phone, but before she could even ask anything, the call was abruptly hung up. "He told me he was too tired and went to bed early last night, but was he actually spending the whole night with another woman?" Whitney thought bitterly. Not long after, a text message popped up on her phone. "Emily. Whitney, was that you on the phone with Carter just now? I just got back. Carter threw me a welcome party yesterday. I drank too much and didn't go home. Please don't get the wrong idea. Would you join us for breakfast?" It felt like a heavy weight was crushing Whitney's chest and she could barely breathe. She replied, "Just send me the address. I'm coming over now." Standing outside the private room at Sunrise Bites, Whitney could hear the chatter of familiar voices drifting out. "Carter, isn't today the big day? You and Whitney are supposed to get your marriage license?" Someone teased. "Yeah, I heard Whitney snagged an appointment half a month ago just so she could lock down Carter today," another person said. Someone piped up, "Wait, what's so special about today anyway?" "You forgot. Valentine's Day," someone replied. "Tsk. Carter doesn't even love her. Everyone knows the only one in his heart is Emily," someone sneered. Emily ducked her head, putting on a bashful act. "Come on, don't say that. Carter is just my brother." Whitney stood frozen outside the door, her face pale as a sheet. She was desperate to hear how the man she cared about most would respond. The door to the private room was cracked open just a little. She stayed silent, peeking through that tiny gap. Inside, Carter was sprawled lazily in his chair, his arm resting across the back of Emily's seat. From behind, it looked just like he was holding the girl he cared about most. Carter's voice rang out, "Emily, do you really only see me as your brother?" "Carter," Emily said, her voice wavering, "are you really not going to get the marriage license with Whitney?" "No, I already told her," Carter said, sounding indifferent. Carter just noticed Emily's shoulders trembling from all the teasing going on. He whispered, "Emily, no one is more important to me than you." As soon as he finished, everyone in the room started teasing and making a fuss. But Whitney, standing alone outside the door, felt a sharp pain in her heart. She never thought that no matter what she did, she could never thaw the ice around his heart. She was always the second in his heart. No matter how hard she tried, she could never be his one and only. Whitney thought that she was pathetic. Someone coming back from the restroom stopped short when they saw Whitney standing by the door. Whitney, you're here too? Aren't you coming in?" the person asked, sounding a bit hesitant. The door to the private room suddenly swung open, and everyone inside turned to look at the woman standing there, her face drained of all color. After a brief, awkward pause, someone tried to smooth things over. "Oh, Whitney, you're here. Have you eaten yet? Come on, grab a seat and eat with us." Carter pulled his arm back from behind Emily's chair, his brows furrowing. What brought you here?" Whitney took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Am I not welcome here?" Emily quickly got up to offer her seat. "Whitney, come here. The seat is for you." "Emily, don't leave." Carter put a hand on her shoulder. Whitney felt another stab in her heart when she saw Carter's gesture. "It's fine. You can sit there. I'm not here for breakfast," Whitney said. Carter's voice dropped, sounding a bit annoyed. "Whitney, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to get our marriage license another day?" Whitney replied with a mocking smile. "Forget it. I'm calling it off." "Huh? What did you say?" Carter frowned, not quite catching her words. Whitney took a deep breath, flashed a calm smile, and said, "I'm calling it off. You said Emily is the most important to you. Let's call off the engagement. You can be with whoever you want." Carter froze for a moment, completely caught off guard. His eyes narrowed as he demanded, "What did you just say?" "Since she's the one you care about, why don't you take my appointment and get the marriage license with her?" "Consider it my gift to you guys," Whitney said in an icy tone. As soon as she finished, Whitney flung the tightly gripped paper onto the floor. "Whitney," Carter warned, his voice low and tense. "Emily just got back. Can't we talk about this in private?" Someone scoffed. "No way she's really calling it off. Everyone knows she's crazy about Carter. If Carter's grandpa hadn't objected, she wouldn't even get a chance to show off here." Emily felt smug, but she put on a flustered face. "Whitney, don't listen to their nonsense. Carter is just my brother." Whitney had heard that excuse more times than she could count. Seriously, what kind of brother gives up getting his marriage license just for his sister's welcome party? Whitney thought bitterly. Whitney let out a scornful laugh. "Wow, that's so sweet. Are you sure he's just your brother, not your secret lover?" Carter's darkened with anger. "Enough. Whitney, apologize to Emily now." Whitney raised her fist, her voice icy and firm. "I swear I'll never marry Carter Harris. If I ever go back on this, may Carter be cursed to never have kids." After Whitney said that, she turned and walked out, leaving everyone in the private room exchanging confused glances. Someone let out an awkward laugh. "Whitney is so humorous, isn't she?" "Carter, don't be mad. Just sweet-talk her a bit. She'll come around," someone else chimed in. Another guy scoffed. "Why bother? Carter, don't spoil women. If you do, they'll just walk all over you." "Shut up." Carter's face was icy cold. He was sick of their endless chatter. Emily's heart skipped a beat. She thought, when did Carter start defending Whitney? Has she already taken my place while I was gone? Emily bit her lip, speaking in a gentle voice. "Carter, are you worried Whitney will be mad? I can say sorry to her, okay?" She poked his waist with her finger, her voice sweet and a little whiny. "Don't be mad, Carter. See, you scared everyone." When they were little, Emily loved poking Carter under the table. He could never stay mad at her when she did that. Just like always, Carter's cold look softened. "I'm not mad. Millie, I could never be mad at you because of anyone else." Emily lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing. "Me neither." Everyone started joking around and making light of the situation, and the tense air Whitney had left behind quickly disappeared. Whitney headed straight for Carter's home. It was the house Carter's grandfather, James Harris, had sent them as a wedding gift. "Ma'am, you're back." Linda Torres, the maid, looked a bit surprised. Weren't they supposed to get their marriage license today? Why did Madam come back alone? Linda wondered. Whitney went straight upstairs. She hadn't brought much stuff with her. A single suitcase was enough to hold everything. As she passed Carter's study, she noticed his tablet sitting on the desk. When Whitney once came and tried to binge-watch some shows on Carter's tablet, he suddenly blew up at her for no reason. She'd always thought he just hated people touching his stuff, but today she saw Emily fiddling with Carter's phone. Whitney walked into the study. She tapped the screen to wake it up, yet it required a password. She took a deep breath and entered Carter's birthday first. It was the wrong password. Then she entered her own birthday. Still, it was wrong. On her third attempt, Whitney recalled that Emily was born on Labor Day. She quickly Googled it and saw that Labor Day that year was on September 2nd. With slightly trembling fingers, Whitney entered 0902. This time, the password was correct. She swallowed hard, feeling the bitterness filling her mouth. The tablet was wiped clean without a single app. Trusting her instincts, Whitney tapped into the photo album. Her heart skipped a beat upon seeing the 3,344 photos, all of which were memories of Emily and Carter. Some were solo shots of Emily, while others showed the two of them together. However, Carter always avoided taking pictures with Whitney together. The only photo they took together was the wedding portrait hanging in their bedroom. Carter once claimed that he hated taking pictures, but in these 3,344 photos, he looked genuinely happier than when he was with Whitney. Whitney shut off the tablet, leaving no trace she'd ever been there. Linda couldn't help but be curious as she watched Whitney drag her suitcase downstairs. She asked, "Ma'am, you just got back? Are you already leaving for another trip?" Knowing that Whitney was a lawyer and always traveling for work, Linda just figured she'd be on a business trip again. Whitney paused, muttered a "yeah," and left without a trace of emotion on her face. Carter didn't come back to the place he shared with Whitney until the next day. He hadn't received a single text from her in over 24 hours. "She's got some nerve now, huh?" Carter thought, a little irritated. "Did Whitney come back yesterday?" Carter asked. Linda shook her head. "Sir, I think Madam went on a business trip. She didn't say when she'd be back." "Is she really on a business trip, or is she just trying to avoid me?" Carter thought. Carter didn't really care. He knew that she'd come back on her own after she calmed down. Besides, they were already engaged and had their wedding photos done, so making it official was just a matter of time. As for her talk about calling off their marriage yesterday, Carter didn't give it a second thought. No way she'd actually refuse, Carter thought with a sneer. "All right, I got it," Carter said, then headed straight upstairs. The master bedroom was still empty. They were planning to move in after the wedding. Carter and Whitney had each been staying in their own guest rooms, so he had no idea the wedding portrait on the wall in the master bedroom had disappeared. As soon as Carter sat down, his phone rang. It was from James. "Carter, did you and Whitney get your marriage license yet? I haven't seen any updates in the group chat," James asked. Carter paused for a second and replied, "Grandpa, I had something come up that day, so we didn't get it done. I forgot to tell you. We'll do it after your birthday party." "Get it done soon. Don't keep me worrying," James said. He added, "By the way, I heard Emily's back." Carter knew all too well that 5 years ago, Emily had left because James wanted her to marry someone she didn't like. Carter had no clue what Emily and James talked about that night, but after James dropped the matchmaking idea, she packed up and left without looking back. She didn't even tell Carter she was leaving. That year, Carter's relationship with his family hit rock bottom. It wasn't until he got engaged to Whitney that things finally started to thaw. "Yeah, I guess she's back." Carter shrugged, acting like he didn't care. His laid-back attitude made James relax, and he replied, "All right, I'll have your dad call her. She should come home. Carter, doesn't matter who else is back. I want you and Whitney to get your marriage license soon. You get that?" Carter's gaze grew serious. "Yeah, I know." After hanging up, Carter rubbed his temples. James's birthday party was tomorrow, and when Carter checked his chat with Whitney, it was still stuck on the day he bailed on her. He sent another message. "Grandpa's birthday party is tomorrow. Are you back from your trip yet?" He waited a whole hour, and all she sent back was a single question mark. Carter's annoyance was written all over his face. He replied, "Whitney, enough with the attitude. Don't you get how big a deal Grandpa's birthday party is?" Whitney had just finished her shower when she saw Carter's message. She didn't get angry. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. She replied, "We've broken up. I won't be at your grandpa's birthday party tomorrow. Take whoever you want." Carter was losing his patience. "Still playing those push-pull games? Who said we broke up? I'm picking you up at 7 tomorrow. Whitney, you know how much Grandpa cares about you. Do you want him to be disappointed on his birthday?" His message was half threat, half warning. Whitney let out a cold scoff. "I can go with you, but you need to pay my appearance fee right now." She sent over her bank account and added, "Just mark it as service fee in the memo." Carter's expression was tinged with irritation. He honestly had no clue what kind of stunt Whitney was pulling this time. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he just wired $300,000 over without a second thought. Whitney checked the record in seconds, then replied, "Thanks, boss." She couldn't be bothered to type even one more word. Anything extra just felt like a waste of energy. Whitney arrived at the villa right on time, dressed in a purple bodycon dress. Her slightly wavy hair was casually tied back with a white ribbon. Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes sparkled, and her smile was dazzling. Even with her radiant features, she gave off a cool and distant vibe. The purple dress softened the sharp lines of her face, giving her a gentler vibe. As Carter opened the car door, he caught sight of Whitney walking into the courtyard. It was the first time he'd ever seen her in such a dress. The fitted cut hugged every curve of her body, and for a moment, Carter couldn't take his eyes off her. She was beautiful, but there was a dangerous allure about her that made his blood run hot. Carter's brows drew together, his voice cold. "Go and change into another dress." Whitney let out a soft scoff, retorting, "Why should I?" Carter replied, "It's Grandpa's birthday party. You can't dress like that. You're drawing way too much attention." Whitney gracefully opened the back door. "That's exactly what I want. Maybe at your funeral, I'll wear something plain." "Whitney," Carter growled through clenched teeth. Whitney didn't even spare him a glance. She just settled herself in the back seat. Carter slid into the driver's seat and ordered, "Get in the front. I'm not your driver." Whitney glanced at the pearl earrings tossed on the front seat, her eyes turning cold. "I'd better not. It's a mess. I'd rather not ruin my dress." Carter wondered if Whitney was on her period or something, since she suddenly threw a fit for no reason. But he then remembered that she usually got her period at the end of the month. Time was almost up, and Carter really couldn't afford to stall any longer. As James's eldest grandson, he couldn't show up late. As soon as he parked, Carter held out his arm, waiting for Whitney to take it. Whitney shot him a look of pure disdain, but then she remembered it was James's birthday. As Carter said, James was the one who'd always been on their side about the engagement. Whitney couldn't embarrass James today. She pulled a silk scarf from her purse, wrapped it around her palm, then looked up at him. "All right, let's go." Just that little gesture made the veins in Carter's temple throb. "Whitney, don't get too far. Are you really that put off by me?" Carter snapped. Whitney put on a faint smile and shrugged. "Is it that obvious? I'll try to control myself later." As soon as they stepped into the party hall, all eyes were on them. Carter was blessed with killer looks, and just standing there was enough to make him the center of attention. Those star-bright eyes, razor-sharp brows, and chiseled features made him look almost unreal. There was a faint smile on his lips, but it carried a touch of chill that kept people at arm's length. As the eldest son of the Harris family, the most powerful clan in Raverport, everyone was dying to cozy up to him. His warm hand patted Whitney's hand through the silk scarf. "I'll say hi to a client. Enjoy yourself." Whitney gave a faint, dismissive smile and quickly slipped her hand free. Her palm had been wrapped up in that scarf for a while, and as expected, it was sweaty now. Carter was clearly annoyed, but he had bigger things to handle. Face still cold, he turned and walked away. As soon as Carter walked away, a bunch of pesky busybodies swarmed over. "Well, look who it is. Carter's fiancé he just can't seem to shake off," one of the women snarked. "Didn't someone swear just a few days ago she'd never cling to Carter?" Whitney shot the woman a cold look. "What, is Carter suddenly unable to have kids or something?" The woman just wanted to make Whitney angry. She'd never dare insult Carter for real. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the woman shot back. Whitney's eyes sparkled with sarcasm. "Yeah, I did swear. If he really can't have kids, doesn't that mean I broke my promise? Who knows if he's still capable? Why don't you test it for me?" "You." The woman shot Whitney a death glare, her voice sharp with anger. The girls standing with her all gawked at Whitney, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. Has Whitney totally lost her mind? They thought. Did she seriously just tell someone to seduce her own fiancé? "Enjoy it while you can. Once Emily walks in, you'll be feeling like a nobody," the woman snarked. Whitney almost forgot about Emily. As the Harris family's golden girl, she surely wouldn't skip out on such an important event. Just then, another woman's voice rang out. "Whit, Mom and I have been calling you nonstop for days. Why are you ghosting us?" Whitney turned back, catching sight of Tina Moore, her half-sister, storming over, clearly pissed off. Whitney's eyes flicked to the well-dressed lady next to Tina, her stepmother, Laura Moore. Laura flashed a smile and said, "Whit, didn't you say you and Carter were getting your marriage license on Valentine's Day? Funny, I haven't seen you post anything about it in our family group chat." Whitney looked away, pulled out her phone, and said, "Oh, sorry, must have hit leave group by accident. Looks like you three are doing just fine without me. It doesn't really matter if I'm in or not, huh?" Whitney's father, Samuel Moore, wasn't here today. Ever since Whitney's mother died when she was 3 and her father remarried just 3 months later, it felt like she'd lost her real father too. "Whitney, what's that supposed to mean? Can you not be so rude to my mom?" Tina snapped, glaring at Whitney. Before Whitney could say anything, Tina's eyes lit up. "Emily's here. Mom, I gotta say hi to her." Laura gave a small smile. "Watch your step, don't fall." "Don't take it to heart, Whit. Emily is always hot-headed. She and Emily are super close, and it's been 5 years since they last saw each other. You can understand why she's so hyped, huh?" Laura said. "By the way, does Carter know his sister is back?" Laura asked. Everyone in their circle knew just how much Carter doted on his adopted sister, Emily. He spoiled her so much that people couldn't help but wonder if Emily hadn't been adopted by the Harris family, maybe Carter would be engaged to her instead. But nobody would ever dare say that out loud in front of the Harrises. Years ago, James had already made it clear to shut down all the rumors that Emily was and always would be the Harris family's daughter. Whitney didn't say a word and just kept her mouth shut. Laura, as always, tried to rile Whitney up with those little digs. But Whitney wasn't that weak girl anymore. Laura just smiled, and when she spotted Carter striding quickly toward them from the other side of the party hall, her smile turned even more smug. "Whit, who would have thought after 5 years, Carter still spoils his sister just as much," Laura said. Whitney felt another crack in her heart. "Yeah, sure, but Laura, do you think Carter even knows that Emily's bestie has a thing for him too?" Laura's face fell instantly. "Oh, Whit, you really do love to joke. Tina would never go after your man." Whitney flashed a carefree smile. "No worries, I'm done with him." Laura looked at her stunned. "Whit, you." She glanced at Whitney, then at the man standing behind her. "Whitney, who exactly are you done with?" Carter's voice cut through the air. Laura gave a gentle smile. "Carter, Whit is just joking." Emily stood beside Carter. She wore a flowy white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, giving her a graceful and pure vibe. She moved closer to Whitney and said in a gentle voice, "Whitney, are you still upset with Carter about what happened the other day?" Tina let out a mocking laugh. "Whit, how can you even be upset with Carter?" But none of that was what Carter cared about. He lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and probing, his voice low and deliberate as he repeated, "Who exactly are you done with?" Whitney gave a mocking smile. "Are you deaf, Carter? I said I'm done with you." Laura arched her brows, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She thought, "Guess I really underestimated Whitney." Carter's temper flared. He yanked Whitney into his arms, growling, "You think you can call the shots? Knock it off. It's Grandpa's birthday. Come on, let's go greet Grandpa." Carter wrapped his arm around Whitney and walked right past Emily, heading straight for James at the main table. Tina watched the way Carter and Whitney were acting, stomping her foot. "Emily, has Carter lost his mind or what?" Emily's lashes fluttered as she shot Tina a teasing smile. Tina, don't tell me you've got a thing for Carter, too. Tina was caught off guard. I'm not. She sounded guilty, her voice growing quieter. How could I have a thing for him? He's about to marry my sister. She practically choked on the words like she couldn't stand it. Emily's expression went cold. She didn't even look at Tina anymore, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Let's go, Tina. Come with me to see Grandpa. After 5 long years, Emily was ready to reclaim everything that was rightfully hers. Whitney didn't argue with Carter anymore. After all, she got paid for this event, so she had to play along with Carter until the show was over. James, this is my gift for you. Wishing you endless happiness and a healthy life, Whitney said with a polite smile. James grinned as he accepted the gift. Whit, thank you. You and Carter's wedding is just a month away. You guys should get your marriage license. Everyone watching knew exactly what James was hinting at. He couldn't be happier with Whitney as Carter's wife. Carter felt a jolt of anxiety, worried that Whitney, who was clearly not thrilled about being here, might blurt out something outrageous and stir up trouble. He quickly jumped in and said, Grandpa, we'll get it in a few days. James gave Carter a long, warning look. Which day? Carter pressed his lips together. I'm flying to Liverpool for work tomorrow and coming back the day after. Once I'm back, we'll go get it. Whitney thought with a bitter smile, the day after tomorrow, I won't get that stupid license. With a clear date set, James's mood visibly improved. He said, Whit, go take a seat. I'm pretty busy today. You gotta help yourself. Whitney flashed a gentle smile. James was such a good guy, so Whitney wouldn't make things awkward for him. It's all right, Grandpa. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me. Carter just gestured at a table. You and Laura can sit here. He glanced back and spotted Emily deep in conversation with James. Carter didn't waste a second and rushed over to join them. Whit, you see that? I knew it. Emily's always been the one Carter really cares about, Tina grumbled. Whitney didn't even spare her bratty stepsister a glance. Instead, she flashed a sweet smile at Laura. Laura, when did you give Tina a brother? Dad's been dying for a son. Did you break the news to him? Tina's face turned red with anger. Whitney, when did my mom ever give me a brother? Whitney smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You keep talking about how Carter cares about Emily. I just figured you wanted a brother so badly. Maybe Laura will grant your little wish someday. Laura gave a strained smile. Whit, that's a funny one. Is she really taking a jab at me for not being able to have a son? Laura thought, feeling a little bitter. Excuse me, Miss Whitney Moore. Mr. Harris would like you to join him at the main table, a servant said to Whitney. Whitney was momentarily taken aback, then stood up with a smile. Sure, thank you. Tina's face contorted in frustration as she could only watch Whitney walk away. She complained, Mom, did you see that? Laura gave her a warning glare. Enough. Keep it together. Remember why we're here. Tina's nerves instantly calmed. She was not here to butt heads with Whitney today. Did you hear? Klein is coming later, someone whispered. Wait, you mean Klein Harris? He's back in the country? Another person asked. Yeah, Klein's pretty much got the Harris family's overseas business all sorted out, so of course he's coming back, the first speaker replied. Everyone knew the real head of the Harris family was Klein Harris, James's youngest, mysterious and low-key son. I heard Klein's still single. Now that he's back, all the socialites and heiresses in Liverpool are going to be scheming to get his attention, someone teased. Whit, sit next to Carter. Honestly, Carter, grow up. Of course, your wife should be at the main table with you, James said. Both Carter's parents smiled. That's right, Whit. I really can't wait for you to marry Carter, Sabrina, Carter's mother, said warmly. She then turned to Emily. Emily, you've been abroad for 5 years, so you might not know Whitney is about to marry Carter. You two probably met before. Emily's smile faltered for a moment. Then she replied, Yeah, I know her. Whitney and I went to the same high school. Carter couldn't bear to see Emily looking so uneasy, so he gently placed a peeled shrimp in her plate. Here, Emily, have some. Shrimp's your favorite, isn't it? James's eyes narrowed just a touch. Though he was a bit displeased, he kept it to himself in front of the crowd. Why don't you let Carter peel one for you too, Whit? James suggested with a smile. Carter had already peeled a second shrimp and was just about to drop it into Whitney's plate when she cut in. her tone icy. "Thanks, Grandpa, but I'm allergic to seafood." Whitney met Carter's eyes, her words loaded with meaning. "Thanks, but let Emily have it instead." James let out a chuckle, shooting Carter another subtle glare. "Klein said traffic is a nightmare. He told us not to wait for him." "Grandpa, is Uncle Klein sticking around for good this time?" Carter asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. George, Carter's father, had always been running the show for Harris Group's domestic business, while Klein was calling the shots overseas. Everyone said James had two amazing sons, but there were always folks in the background egging them on to go head-to-head just for the drama. Too bad James had already mapped out their futures ages ago. George was the reliable, old-school type. He was the safe bet for keeping the family legacy intact. But Klein was ruthless and decisive, and he was James's favorite successor. Due to Klein's moves, the Harris family could stand at the very top of Raverport's high society. Everyone thought he was a wild card, but every risky decision he made turned out to be absolutely right. 5 years ago, James stepped back from the company for good and put Klein in charge. But Klein was never one for the spotlight. He handed off the domestic business and headed overseas to build his own empire. James shot Carter a look and asked, "What, are you worried Klein will keep you in line now that he's back?" Klein was 33, not old by any means, but he was seriously old-fashioned. Back when Carter was 17, he once snuck out with Emily for a joyride in the family car. Klein almost got him in serious trouble with the law for it. So Carter was always a bit afraid of Klein. Carter rubbed his nose, trying to play it cool. "No way, why would I be?" He gave an awkward laugh, but when he caught Whitney's icy glare, a few sparks of anger flared up inside him. He leaned in close to her ear, his voice thick with annoyance. "What's so funny?" Whitney picked up a piece of fish and popped it into her mouth. "Nothing. I just think you're pretty amusing." A deep, magnetic voice came from overhead. "What's so funny? Mind sharing the joke with everyone?" Whitney's heart skipped a beat. A man walked over, his tall figure gradually coming into view. He wore a charcoal gray suit, his black shirt buttoned up to the collar. His eyes were sharp and piercing, his brows drawn, his expression impossible to read. "Dad, sorry I'm late." The speaker was none other than Klein Harris. Whitney was caught off guard by Klein's sudden question. She'd just been making fun of Carter, but now she couldn't even force a smile. It wasn't just that Carter was afraid of Klein. Whitney wanted nothing more than to avoid seeing her Klein. When Whitney was 16, she spent a whole month practicing her confession in her mind before finally gathering the courage to tell Carter how she felt while the adults of the Harris family were away. She stood outside Carter's bedroom door, head down, nervously staring at her shoes. Gathering all her courage, she finally knocked. The door slowly opened, but Whitney kept her head lowered, too nervous to look at the boy she liked. Her cheeks turned bright red as she managed to say, "Carter, I like you." She wished she could erase that memory forever. But then she heard a man's slightly apologetic voice next to her ear. "Whitney, Carter's room is downstairs." Whitney looked up in shock, only to find that it wasn't Carter in front of her. It was Klein. He stood there with nothing but a towel around his waist, smelling faintly of body wash. His eyes had a playful curve, mixed with a hint of confusion. Whitney couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. She mumbled a quick sorry and dashed downstairs without a second glance. After that, Whitney avoided coming to Harris Manor for months. "Hey, wake up." Carter nudged her, and Whitney snapped out of it. She immediately lowered her head and mumbled, "Hi, Uncle Klein." She was just giving me attitude a second ago, but as soon as Uncle Klein shows up, she goes so quiet, Carter thought, a little amused. "Uncle Klein, we were just talking about you. It's been forever since you came back. We've all missed you," Carter said. Klein grabbed the seat beside James, slung his jacket over the chair, and casually rolled up his sleeves. "Oh, really? Funny. I remember you were the one laughing the hardest when I left, Carter." Carter looked a bit awkward. "That was forever ago, Uncle Klein. Let's not bring it up now." "Dad, sorry I'm late. I propose a toast," Klein said. James's eyes crinkled with laughter. It was no secret that Klein was his favorite son. "No worries, Klein. You just got off the plane. No drinking for you," James said. Klein just smiled faintly. didn't say a word, and downed his drink in one go. Then his calm eyes scanned the room before settling on the person to his left. "Carter, have you two gotten your marriage license yet?" "I came back just for your wedding," Klein said. Emily's glass crashed to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. She bent down to apologize. "Sorry, I lost my grip." Without missing a beat, she knelt down to pick up the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Suddenly, Emily sucked in a sharp breath, hissing in pain. "Careful," Carter called out. Seeing blood start to drip from her finger, Carter darted over and gently cradled her hand, his tone a mix of concern and teasing. "Why do you always get yourself hurt like this?" He then said to James, "Grandpa, I'm taking Emily to get her hand bandaged." Without even glancing at the sour looks around the table, Carter gently wrapped his arm around Emily's trembling shoulders and led her away. He should hurry up to get her bandaged up, Whitney thought, rolling her eyes. If he doesn't hurry, that tiny cut will be healed by the time he gets back. Not just James, but Sabrina and George turned grim in an instant. Nobody was fooled by Carter's little act. Sabrina gave a gentle smile and patted Whitney's hand. Emily's always been frail since she was little, so Carter naturally looks out for her. Klein, with a faint, unreadable smile, turned the plate of fish toward Whitney. "Try some fish, Whitney. I remember you loved it when you were little," Klein said. His tone was offhand, but the way he acted like a proper elder made Whitney squirm. She dreaded hearing him talk about her childhood the most. She kept her head down and replied, "Thanks, Uncle Klein." Even after the dinner ended, Carter and Emily never showed up again. Whitney stood up and nodded respectfully. "Grandpa, it's getting late. I have a case in court tomorrow, so I'll leave now." James couldn't help but curse Carter in his head. He finally replied, "All right, work comes first." He looked around, then added, "Wait, you didn't drive, did you? Why don't you have Klein take you home?" Whitney immediately declined. "No thanks, Grandpa. Uncle Klein's been drinking." "No way. If he gets busted for a DUI right after coming back to the country, I'd never live it down," Whitney thought. Klein chuckled. "It's fine. I've got an international meeting tonight, so I'm leaving anyway. The driver can drop you off on the way." And just like that, Whitney had no choice but to get into Klein's car. She tried to get in the front seat, but the driver actually locked the door on her. With an awkward smile, she slid into the back seat. "Thanks, Uncle Klein." Klein smirked. "No problem." "Where to? The place you and Carter share?" Klein asked. His voice was low, with a trace of alcohol on his breath. Whitney almost shook her head, but then she remembered the Harrises didn't know about their breakup yet. "Skyline Garden," she nodded and said. Klein's face turned cold as he ordered the driver. "Skyline Garden. Go." Whitney angled herself toward the window, trying not to even catch a glimpse of Klein. But even in the silence, the tension in the car was so thick that Whitney felt suffocated by Klein's presence. "Enjoying the view out there?" Klein asked. "It's nothing special," Whitney replied. It was only after she spoke that Whitney realized she'd actually answered Klein. Klein let out a low chuckle. "Why are you so absorbed in it?" "So you'd rather stare out the window than look at me, just because you're scared?" he teased. Whitney flinched, whispering, "No, it's not that." After that, she leaned against the window and dozed off. When she woke up, she found a blanket draped over her. Rubbing her eyes, still half asleep, she asked, "Oh, we arrived? Uncle Klein, why didn't you wake me up?" When she turned her head, she saw Klein working intently on his laptop with his headphones on. So he really was in a meeting, Whitney thought. She quietly unbuckled her seatbelt, set the blanket aside, mouthed a silent thank you to Klein, and slipped out of the car. "Mr. Harris, did you just hear something?" someone in the meeting asked. Klein gave a faint frown. "Yeah, that was my nephew's wife. Let's get back to it." Whitney finally stepped out of the car. After returning home, she sank into the couch, her nerves still rattled from the ride. After 5 years away, Klein was more of a mystery than ever. Whitney just couldn't figure him out anymore. "Madam, do you want anything to eat tonight?" Linda asked. Whitney glanced at the clock, and it was already 9. "Nope, thanks," she replied. She waited another 10 minutes. Her case files were still at her own apartment. Of course, she couldn't show up in court tomorrow in the dress she was wearing now. Whitney grabbed her purse and headed out the door. Linda looked surprised. "Mrs. Harris, are you heading out now?" Whitney gave a faint smile. "Don't call me Mrs. Harris." Soon enough, Carter would be out of her life for good. Whitney stood at the villa gate, waiting for the Uber driver to accept the order. The villa was way out of the city center, so she had to wait 10 minutes before her ride finally showed up. She didn't notice the Maybach lurking in the darkness. Klein glanced at his watch, muttering, "Just got home, and she's heading out again?" Stretched out in her own 120-square-yard apartment, Whitney finally felt alive again. She checked her bank balance. She just needed a little more, and she could pay off the apartment in full. After college, Whitney mostly lived alone, always renting her own place. Samuel always paid her tuition, but from the moment she turned 18, she was determined to leave home for good. Now, the Moore family felt more like strangers to her, and to Samuel, Whitney was just a pawn he could use whenever he needed. If she really wanted to call off the engagement with Carter for good, she'd have to fall out with her father, no turning back. Thinking about all this, Whitney soon drifted off into a deep sleep. At 5 p.m. the next day, Whitney walked out of the courthouse in a sharp black suit. She'd just said goodbye to her client when she received a call from her father. "Whit, bring Carter over for dinner tonight. April cooked all your favorites. Don't be late," Samuel said. Whitney hung up and snorted under her breath. No way she was reaching out to Carter. She thought she might as well just go back and tell them the truth face to face. "Miss Whitney Moore, you're back," April greeted her. She had been the Moore family's housekeeper for years. She was the only one who'd talked to Whitney so respectfully. Every time April talked to Whitney like this, Tina would always roll her eyes at April. "April, I brought you some strawberry cake. Thought you'd like it," Whitney said. "Thank you, Miss Whitney Moore. You're always so sweet. I really wish your mother were still around," April replied. Whitney smiled and patted her shoulder. "Don't say that. If they hear you, they'll just make things hard for you." Whitney stepped into the foyer still dressed in her business suit, and Samuel's expression soured upon seeing her. "Couldn't you at least change out of those work clothes before coming home?" He never liked Whitney's career. To him, a woman spending her days debating with people was hardly what he considered ladylike. "Didn't you tell me to get here early?" Whitney retorted. "Go wash your hands. Carter's already here," Samuel said. Whitney frowned when she spotted Carter lounging on the couch. "Why are you here?" she asked. She hadn't called Carter, and she didn't think he would just show up for no reason. "I called Carter," Samuel said, shooting Whitney a look before quickly putting on a friendly smile. "Carter, don't take it to heart. She just blurts out whatever crosses her mind. You know her, huh?" Carter put on a faint smile. "Samuel, I actually like Whit just the way she is." "Gross," Whitney muttered, genuinely feeling a wave of nausea. Samuel's face darkened. "Do you have any manners at all?" Whitney just shrugged, her tone dry. "You guys enjoy your dinner. I'm still full from breakfast, so I'll skip dinner." And just like that, Whitney disappeared into her room. The moment she opened the door, boxes came crashing down from behind it. Her eyes grew cold as she took a quick look around. There were all sorts of packages piled up everywhere, some ripped open, some still taped shut. Her bedroom in this house had pretty much become their dumping ground. "Oh, Whit, you just walk right into my room without even getting my permit?" Tina whined, pretending to be shocked. Whitney narrowed her eyes. "Your room?" "Tina, you've got 5 minutes to explain why my room is stuffed with all your crap," Whitney said coldly. Tina tilted her chin up, smirking. "Look, your room's way bigger than mine. You never even stay here anymore, so why can't I use it for my stuff? Come on, Whit, you're not actually mad about this, are you?" Whitney might not stay here anymore, but she wouldn't allow her space to get buried under other people's crap. She just smirked, didn't even care if the boxes were dirty, grabbed a handful off the floor, and started chucking them right into Tina's room. "Whit, what are you doing? Are you nuts?" Tina yelled. Whitney just grinned. "I wasn't before, but I'm about to lose it now." The commotion upstairs finally made Samuel sigh. He said, "Laura, go check what's going on upstairs. What are the two girls fighting about?" Laura stood up, forcing a smile. "Yeah, sure. Seriously, Whit just can't help but start something with Tina every time she walks in the door. Carter hardly ever dropped by the place. Even though he and Whitney had been together for 5 years, he hadn't set foot in their house over 5 times. Samuel, maybe I should go check on them. Carter offered. No need, just sit down. They're always bickering. It's nothing new, Samuel replied. When Laura got upstairs, she saw Whitney chucking boxes left and right into Tina's room. Whitney, what are you doing? Laura snapped. Whitney shot her a cold look. Tina's graduating this year, right? She's not a kid anymore. Laura, you really ought to teach her how to act. Otherwise, once she's out in the real world, people are just going to call her out for being. You. Tina choked on her words. Come on, Tina's still young and immature. Didn't expect you to blow up just because she put some stuff in your room. Next year, I'll talk to Samu. Maybe we'll just renovate the whole villa, Laura said. Whitney's eyes instantly turned icy. This villa was the only piece of her childhood left, the last memory she had of her mom. And now, Laura wanted to destroy even that. Forget the renovation. Why not just have Dad buy Tina a new house? Grandma probably wouldn't agree with it. Whitney snapped. Laura's face stiffened. She gave Whitney a long, cold look and replied, We'll see about that when the time comes. She can only bring up that old guy to put me in my place, Laura thought bitterly. The place was a total dust pit, so Whitney asked April to give it a good scrub. She planned to change the lock on her bedroom. She'd give April a spare key, and she'd keep the rest for herself. When Whitney came downstairs, Carter had just finished chatting with Samuel. All right, it's getting late. Carter just got back from a business trip and came straight here after landing. Whit, make sure Carter gets some rest when you get home, Samuel said. Whitney snorted. Don't worry, he's got plenty of people to look after him. Carter didn't seem bothered at all. Whit, let's go. We've got to get our marriage license tomorrow, remember? Tina had just come downstairs when she heard that, and something nasty flickered in her eyes. Seriously, is Carter really going to marry that crazy woman? Tina thought. Samuel burst out laughing, nodding eagerly. Tomorrow is a great day. Getting the marriage license is perfect. Whit, I need to talk to you for a minute. Carter, can you wait in the car for a bit? Samuel said. Carter gave Whitney and Samuel a long look, then gave a small smile. Sure, I'll wait in the car. As soon as Carter left, Samuel shut the door and put on a long face. Whit, you need to watch your tone with Carter. What kind of wife talks to her husband like that? Samuel said sharply. Whitney just shrugged. Not happy with my attitude? Well, I'm not marrying him anyway. What did you just say? Samuel's voice shot up. Pointing at her, he demanded, Repeat yourself. Well, another one with selective hearing, Whitney thought. I said, I'm not marrying him. Clear now? Whitney snapped. Samuel's hand came down hard across Whitney's cheek with a loud smack. How dare you, he snapped. Whitney's head was whipped to the side, her cheek burning with pain. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Samuel. Why wouldn't I dare? What is there for me to be afraid of? He doesn't love me, so I don't want to marry him. Can't I just say no? Samuel's chest rose and fell with anger. Love? What's that worth? Do you even realize Dad's company is hanging by a thread? If you just marry into the Harris family, we can have a way out. If you don't, then we might as well just wait to go bankrupt. Fate never gave Samuel a son. Both his wives bore him daughters. His younger daughter, Tina, would sweet-talk him and always knew how to lift his mood. But Whitney, she was stubborn as a mule. Whitney chuckled. Then let it go bankrupt. To Whitney, the company was already running on fumes. Bankruptcy was not a bad thing at all. Once it's bankrupt, I can support you myself with my salary. You won't need anyone else, Whitney said. Samuel was so furious that it felt like his insides were twisting. He retorted, Save it. Your paycheck wouldn't even last me a day. Whitney, you'd better think twice. If it weren't for the engagement between our families, you really think the Harris family would ever accept you? Whitney smirked. Well, why not just give the engagement over to Tina? Tina's eyes instantly went wide. Seriously? You sure you won't regret it? Whitney clicked her tongue, not bothering to say another word. She grabbed her bag and strode out. When she stepped outside, Carter was leaning against his car with a cigarette in hand. As soon as he saw her, he stubbed out his cigarette and tossed it into the trash can nearby. As Whitney got closer, Carter finally noticed the red mark standing out against her fair skin. "Did Samuel hit you?" Carter asked, his brows knitting together. He reached out, wanting to get a better look at her face, but Whitney swatted his hand away. "None of your business," she said coldly. Carter's eyes darkened. He thought, just like her dad said, she's stubborn as a mule. "Get in the car. We'll get our marriage license tomorrow. I missed Valentine's Day, but I'll make it special tomorrow," Carter said. Now he cares about making it special? Whitney thought. Too bad. It's way too late for that. Whitney's voice was calm and even. "Carter, we don't need to do this. I told you we're over." Carter had just been worried about her, yet now he had fire in his eyes. "Whitney, enough. Emily is my sister. No one could replace you. How many times do I have to spell it out for you?" "But you know she's not your birth sister. You're not even family by blood. Can you swear you'll never see her again?" Whitney asked. Whitney caught the way Carter looked away, and she knew exactly what that meant. "See? You can't do it, and neither can I. Just thinking about what's between you two makes my skin crawl," Whitney shot back. Carter's breath grew heavy, and suddenly he steered her into the passenger seat. "Feel however you want, but breaking up? It's never happening," Carter snapped. He hit the gas, and the car sped off into the night. Whitney cast Carter a cold, sideways glance. His lips were pressed into a thin line, his bad mood written all over his face. But she couldn't help but find it amusing. She grumbled inwardly. What right does he have to be angry? "I'm not looking to die tonight. Slow down, or I'll call the cops," Whitney snapped, shooting Carter a glare. Carter caught sight of her bloodless lips out of the corner of his eye. Remembering she'd complained about her stomach earlier, he let up on the gas, and the car slowed down. When they got out, Whitney slammed the car door hard and marched straight up to the guest room on the second floor, her expression icy. Carter trailed after her, hesitating outside her door for a moment before heading off to his own room. Neither of them bothered with the master bedroom. Whitney rubbed her stomach, forcing herself to reply to her client's messages. She checked her calendar, sorted out her cases for next week, and finally shut her laptop. She was logged into her Alt-X account, and the only person she followed was Emily. Last time she checked out Emily's page, and she forgot to switch back to her main account. Whitney noticed a red dot on her following list and couldn't help but click. Emily had just posted a new tweet 5 minutes ago. "Emily, my brother got me the Heart of Angel as a welcome back gift. What do you guys think? Isn't it gorgeous?" So it was Carter who dropped $15 million at Crownstone Auction House for the Heart of Angel, Whitney thought. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Whitney dragged herself to open it. Carter was standing there, one hand in his pocket, the other holding out a gift box. He said, "Saw this at the mall while I was away. Figured you'd like it, so I got it for you." If Whitney hadn't just seen Emily's post, she might have actually thought Carter was finally trying to make amends. But now, staring at the jewelry box that felt almost like a joke, she wasn't angry. Instead, she gave a small smile. "Wow, what a surprise. Hope it didn't break the bank." Carter frowned, picking up on the snark in her voice. "Hundreds of thousands won't break the bank." Whitney took the box and tried to shut the door, but Carter stepped into the doorway, stopping her. She raised an eyebrow, asking, "Got another gift for me?" Carter raised his eyebrow. "Nope. Just a reminder, we're getting our marriage license tomorrow." Whitney glanced at her phone, nonchalantly reading the new message that popped up. "Whit, are you with Carter right now? With a call from Emily, he'll ditch you in a second. Want to try it?" The message was quickly deleted. Carter looked annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Whitney gave him a half smile, her eyes locked on his. "Sorry, what did you say?" Carter repeated, clearly impatient. "We're getting our marriage license tomorrow. Don't sleep in." Before he could finish, his phone started ringing in his pocket. "Hey, Millie," Carter answered, his face instantly changing. "Where are you? I'm coming right now. Just wait for me." He didn't even spare Whitney a glance as he rushed downstairs. A moment later, she heard the car speeding off into the night. "Marriage license? What a joke," Whitney scoffed to herself. Whitney didn't waste a second. She sent the jewelry straight off to a high-end consignment store. This time, she packed up the sheets, comforter set, scented candles, bath products, every single thing she'd picked out for their home, and shoved it all into boxes. Next, she made her way to Carter's room. She opened his closet and grabbed every shirt and tie she'd ever bought for him, stuffing them into her suitcase too. Whitney hauled another suitcase downstairs. Linda was a little stunned. "Madame, are you going on another business trip?" Whitney gave a faint smile. "No, I'm moving out. I probably won't be coming back." Linda watched Whitney walk away, her eyes wide with shock. Is she just joking, or is she really not coming back? Linda wondered. "Millie, why are you always so careless? You know your health isn't great. Why don't you just stay with Mom and Dad?" Carter said, worry etched in his voice. Emily's tears landed on Carter's hand, wet and sudden. Seeing her tears fall like pearls, Carter felt a sharp pain in his heart. "Millie, I wasn't trying to be harsh with you." Emily wiped her tears away with her hand. "I know, Carter. I know I'm not very helpful, but what can I do?" Her voice faded to a whisper. "You're the only one who cares about me in this house." Carter set down the cotton swab and carefully pulled her into his arms. "Come on, don't cry. I was too harsh earlier. It's all right. I've got your back always." Whitney headed to the law firm early in the morning. "Whitney, you're finally here. Mr. Walton is furious today. He's counting on you to fix things. Valerie and Frank totally messed up that court case yesterday," Rosalie, Whitney's assistant, whispered to her. Whitney nodded and knocked on the conference room door. "Come in," a voice called from inside. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Valerie Garner and Frank Reese looking completely defeated, while their manager, Ivan Walton's face was stone cold, clearly too angry to even speak. "Morning, Whitney. How did the first hearing go yesterday for that guarantee contract dispute with Silvercore Capital that you were handling?" Ivan asked. Whitney sat down and replied, "Boss, the first hearing went smoothly. The other party's client is open to a settlement." "Good. You two should really learn from Whitney. Maybe then I wouldn't have to take blood pressure meds every day. All right, you two can go." "Whitney, stay behind for a moment," Ivan said. Whitney took a deep breath. "Boss, there's something I want to discuss with you." When it came to his star employer, Ivan always showed extra patience. "Go ahead. Since my legal counsel contract with Starwave Entertainment is ending this month, I was thinking of passing it on to either Frank or Valerie." "What do you think?" Whitney asked. Starwave Entertainment was a subsidiary of the Harris Group, and Carter was the one running the show. Since they'd split up, Whitney just wanted to cut all ties with him. Ivan frowned. "You were the one who brought Starwave Entertainment in. Are you sure you want to hand it off?" "Whitney, are you thinking straight today?" Starwave Entertainment itself wasn't much, but the Harris Group behind it was a huge opportunity. Ivan had called Whitney in today, hoping for a chance to connect with the Harris Group's executives. If their firm could land any of the Harris Group's core business accounts, it would mean significant long-term gains. Only a handful of insiders knew about Whitney's engagement to Carter. Outside the elite circles of Rappaport, nobody had any idea about her ties to the Harris family, let alone that her father was the CEO of EtherTech. "Boss, I know what I'm saying. To be honest, I only landed the contract because my ex-boyfriend pulled some strings for me. Now that we've broken up, I really don't think it's appropriate for me to stay involved," Whitney said. It was the first time Ivan realized Whitney's boyfriend actually worked at Starwave Entertainment. "Aren't you two getting married soon?" Ivan blurted out. Whitney let out a bitter smile. "But we broke up." Ivan mulled it over for a bit, drumming his fingers on the table. He finally replied, "All right, when the contract's up, I'll take care of the handover myself." By the time Whitney finished up her work, she realized it was already 11:30 a.m. Her phone screen was still empty, without any messages from Carter. She scoffed inwardly. I knew it. He never took it seriously. "Whitney, are you still going for those light meals at lunch? You're already slim enough. You don't have to worry about squeezing into a wedding dress," one of her coworkers teased. Whitney smiled. "No more dieting. Whatever you guys are eating, count me in." Someone teased. "Wow, Whit, after 3 months of sticking to your diet, you're finally giving up." "I just don't need to wear a wedding dress anymore," Whitney replied. "Let's go. If we don't head down now, we'll be stuck waiting for the elevator again." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Wait, what does she mean by not needing a wedding dress? Wasn't she supposed to be getting married at the end of the month? Everyone exchanged glances, thinking in confusion. Carter stayed up all night talking with Emily, only finally going to bed when the sun was coming up. He crashed on the living room couch, with Emily just a few steps away in her bedroom, and somehow he slept better than he had in ages. When he finally woke up, he realized it was already noon. He then remembered that he was supposed to get his marriage license with Whitney today. He expected to see a message from Whitney demanding answers, but when he unlocked his phone, there was nothing from her, just a couple of texts from his friends. Carter rubbed his temples and got up. He didn't wake Emily, who was still asleep. Instead, he left her a note and hurried back to his villa. Carter rushed in, practically bursting through the door. "Mr. Harris, you're back," Linda greeted him. Carter glanced around, asking, "Where's Whitney? Is she still sleeping?" Linda paused, a bit uncertain. "Mrs. Harris should be on a business trip." "Another business trip?" "We agreed to go get our marriage license today," Carter thought, a little annoyed. But he still felt a bit relieved. If he really stood her up again, Whitney would make a scene. Carter tossed his coat onto the couch and asked casually, "Did she say when she'd be back?" Linda hesitated, not sure what to say. She thought, should I tell him Mrs. Harris said she's never coming back? "Mr. Harris, she didn't say. Maybe you should give her a call and ask. She didn't look too happy when she left," Linda said. Carter thought back to what happened last night. "I gave her a gift. What could she possibly still be upset about? She didn't even bother to let me know she was leaving on a business trip. Honestly, if anyone should be annoyed, it's me," Carter thought, feeling a bit put out. "All right, I got it," Carter replied. Linda saw how he just shrugged it off and didn't even bother to call, and she could only sigh to herself. Who knows if Mr. Harris and Mrs. Harris will actually get married, Linda thought. Whitney managed to swing by the consignment store to sell the necklace. "Miss, this piece is basically brand new. Are you sure you want to let it go? Even if it's untouched, I can't give you the full price from the counter," the owner said. Whitney just smiled. "Whatever you think is fair is fine by me." The owner inspected it, tapped on his calculator, and said, $150,000. That's the most I can offer. "Sounds good. Here's my account number," Whitney replied. "Okay, if you bring in more brand new pieces like this, I'll make sure to give you an even better price next time," the owner said with a grin. "Next time?" Whitney mused, a hint of irony in her thoughts. She shook her head and replied, "No next time." The store was hidden away in an alley, so Whitney just parked her car in one of the spots outside the restaurant next door. But when she walked up to her red car, she saw a dent in the door. There was a note slipped under the wiper. "Sorry, my driver accidentally bumped into your car. You didn't leave an emergency contact, so please reach out when you see this." The handwriting was surprisingly neat, definitely a guy's. Whitney dialed the number from the note. The moment the person on the other end said hello, her heart nearly stopped. That voice was so familiar, carrying that same detached, emotionless tone. Whitney's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Ooh, Uncle Klein?" There was a brief pause before he replied, "Whitney." It seemed like something clicked for him. "Wait, was that red car yours?" Whitney gave a helpless smile. "Yeah, but don't worry about it, Uncle Klein. I'll just have it fixed when I take my car in for a tune-up. I'm at Tiago Cafe. See the cafe right in front of you? Come up to the second floor," he said. Whitney gave an awkward laugh. Uncle Klein, just enjoy your time. I'll leave." After a brief pause, Klein spoke gently. "Hey, want me to come down and get you?" Whitney sighed. "I'll be right there." Whitney wore a crisp white shirt tucked into light blue jeans, accentuating her perfect waistline. On regular workdays, she kept it casual, but for court appearances or client meetings, she'd dress up a bit. Guided by the waiter, she stopped at the private room entrance on the second floor. Uncle Klein still loves coffee so much, Whitney thought to herself. She then gently pushed open the door to the private room. "Uncle Klein," Whitney called out. Only then did she notice that Klein was the only one in the room. He was just wearing a black shirt, the top 2 buttons undone, looking way more laid back than the strict, formal guy she'd seen yesterday. He raised his eyebrow and replied in a low voice, "Sit." Would you like an Americano? Klein asked. Whitney gave a half-hearted nod, thinking, I only like latte. Klein's voice was casual, his rolled-up sleeves showing off his toned forearms. Whitney, you seem a lot more reserved than you used to be. 5 years has changed a lot of things, huh? Whitney felt a bit awkward, wondering, is he teasing me about that bold confession I made when I was 16? Whitney swallowed hard as she stared at the cup in her hands. No, Uncle Klein. I've always been kind of reserved. Seeing her nervously look down, Klein gave a small, amused smile. Relax, I'm not going to eat you. Whitney jerked her head up, locking eyes with him. His gaze was so deep that she felt like she could drown in it. Her heart raced uncontrollably in her chest. Carter said you two were getting your marriage license soon. Has he been back from his trip? Klein asked, giving her a long, thoughtful look. Whitney sounded pretty indifferent. I guess so? Klein's hand paused while getting his cup. Look, if Carter ever upsets you or treats you badly, you can always come to me. Whitney's nose prickled with emotion. No one had said something like that to her in a long time. Okay, thanks, Uncle Klein, Whitney said. They chatted for a bit longer, and then Whitney glanced at the time on purpose. Uncle Klein, I have to be at the office at 2 p.m., so I should head back to the firm. With that, she stood up, ready to make her escape. Klein gently grabbed her wrist with his warm hand, then let go just as quickly. Hold on, let's add each other on WhatsApp. If you ever need to vent, you can reach out to me. Whitney glanced down at her wrist where he'd touched her. It was just for a second, but it felt like it was on fire. It was like a jolt of electricity had shot through her, leaving her brain all fuzzy and slow. Hello? Klein was already holding out his phone, QR code displayed, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Whitney realized she was acting weird, so she immediately replied, Oh, sorry. Please wait for a sec. Once she finished adding him, Klein put his phone away, remarking, I'm just 7 years older than you, not some old man. Does he hate it when I talk to him so formally? Whitney wondered. It took her a second to realize it, and then her ears turned red. Whitney felt a wave of frustration. She thought, Klein is seriously my kryptonite. Every time I see him, I get all jittery, like a mouse facing a cat. I've added you, Uncle Klein. See you next time, Whitney said. She finally breathed a sigh of relief once she got back in her car. She unlocked her phone and peeked at Klein's profile pic. It was a purple starry sky. He claims he's not old, but even my dad, who's almost 50, would never pick something so old-fashioned for his profile pic, Whitney thought. Just as she was about to back out, she saw the typing indicator pop up. Without thinking, she tossed her phone aside. Seriously? We just added each other. Do we really have to make small talk already? Whitney thought. After a minute, Whitney carefully picked up her phone and turned it over, only to see she'd gotten a payment request. She tapped on the chat box with Klein's profile again. To her surprise, he had just transferred her $2,000 with a red heart emoji and the note, allowance for upkeep of your car. Whitney stared at the emoji in the note, thinking, this is so weird. Why did he send a heart emoji to me? Whitney replied, No need, Uncle Klein. You really don't have to give me that much for upkeep. Klein simply replied, Take it. If he's got money to burn, I'm not about to say no, Whitney thought. Klein had been so busy that today was his first proper family meal at Harris Manor. James was making a big deal out of it. Everyone from the family showed up, except for his youngest granddaughter. George raised his glass and said, Welcome back, Klein. Klein clinked his glass lightly, replying, Thanks, George. Despite all the rumors swirling outside, the Harris brothers were actually on great terms. Emily was still sticking to Carter like his shadow, and Carter kept taking care of her. Nobody in the family even batted an eye anymore. But to Klein, their intimate gestures were a real eyesore. Carter, did you and Whitney get your marriage license yet? Klein suddenly asked, throwing Carter off for a second. Carter awkwardly cleared his throat. We were planning to do it today, but Whit's away for work. Once she's back, we'll get it done right away. James kept a straight face. Get it done ASAP. The wedding's right around the corner, and you still haven't gotten your license. Emily's fingers went pale around her fork, and Carter caught it out of the corner of his eye, feeling a stab of guilt. but he knew it really was time to get the license. He replied, "Got it, Grandpa. By Friday at the latest. Whit should be back before then." Klein coldly glanced over, his eyes sharp with suspicion. "Whitney is on a business trip? That's odd. I saw her at a cafe earlier today." Klein's words landed like a slap, leaving Carter red-faced and awkward. James banged his fork on the table, demanding, "Carter, care to explain yourself?" Carter's face was so dark that it looked like a storm was brewing. "Grandpa, I'll call Whit later," Carter replied. "Humph, Whitney is the perfect wife I picked for you. If you upset her, I won't let you off easily," James warned. Carter barely tasted his food during dinner. Even when Emily tried to chat with him, he just couldn't focus. He felt restless. Lately, Whitney's behavior had been making him more and more uneasy. In this relationship, Carter had always seen himself as the one in control. But now, he was starting to realize that the girlfriend he once had completely under his thumb was no longer playing by his rules. "Will you give me a ride home later, Carter?" Emily asked sweetly. Carter was about to say yes when Klein suddenly cut in. "Where are you living now, Emily? I can drop you off." Emily bit her lip. After all, Klein had never been this nice to her before. "Thank you, Uncle Klein, but that's okay. I'll let Zane drive me home," Emily said. Klein gave a subtle smile. "All right then." Carter couldn't care less about who was driving Emily home. All he wanted was to get back to the villa and confront Whitney. Carter walked into the villa with a dark look on his face. He asked, "Where's Whitney?" Linda looked startled and shook her head. "Isn't she on a business trip, sir?" Carter frowned. "Did she tell you she was going on a business trip?" "No, sir. She left with her suitcase," Linda replied. "With her suitcase? Isn't that usually for a business trip?" Linda wondered. "Wait, she said she was moving out that day." Carter's expression darkened, and he rushed upstairs. He pushed open the guest room Whitney usually stayed in, which was completely empty, like she'd never even lived there. Carter spun toward her walk-in closet. What he saw made him feel a jolt of shock. The closet was empty. Carter's heart dropped. He suddenly had this gut feeling that things were spinning way out of control. He headed back to his own bedroom, trying to steady himself, only to realize half his clothes were missing from the closet. On autopilot, he yanked open his tie drawer. All the ties Whitney had ever picked out for him were gone too. Carter's heart hammered in his chest as he finally threw open the door to the wedding suite. The giant wedding portrait Whitney had insisted they take together was gone too. Carter stood out on the terrace, dialing Whitney's number. Every ring felt like an eternity. Finally, on the last ring, she picked up. "Whitney, why is your closet empty? Where did all your clothes go?" Carter demanded. "And did you take the clothes you bought for me too?" he added. "And if you weren't even on a business trip, why didn't you come with me to get our marriage license?" Whitney actually snorted, as if Carter had just cracked the funniest joke she'd heard. "And you? Did you even go to City Hall yourself?" Carter's breath caught in his throat. "Don't try to change the subject. Whitney, can you stop throwing a fit? I said I'd get the license with you. Why are you still acting like this?" "But I already told you, we're done," Whitney replied. Carter didn't want to get into it any further, so he pressed on. "Where did you take our wedding portrait?" "Nammer, break up, huh? Who breaks up and secretly takes the wedding portrait with them?" Carter thought. Whitney was at the real estate office, checking out apartments. She replied, "I didn't take it." Carter froze. "Then where's the photo?" "Check your drawer," Whitney replied, sounding totally casual. Carter's gut twisted with dread. He rushed to the master bedroom and yanked open the nightstand drawer. The drawer was stuffed with shredded pieces of their wedding portrait. Carter's eyes went red, shock and rage flooding him as he stared at the mess, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Whitney, you..." Carter was so furious that he could barely speak, his whole body trembling with rage. "Why are you so mad? You should have known this was coming the moment you bailed on getting the license," Whitney shot back. She stood in the lobby of the real estate office, catching a glimpse of her own reflection in the glass. She gave herself a smile, completely devoid of warmth. "Carter, we can't go back anymore," Whitney said, her voice icy and resolute. Inside the VIP suite at Royal Crest Club, Carter sat with a hazy look in his eyes, clutching his glass. He tipped his head back, showing off that flawless jawline, and finished his drink in one swift motion. Several empty bottles lay scattered in front of him. The other young people exchanged glances. "Carter, take it easy. Did you get into a fight with Millie or something?" one of them guessed. At the mention of that familiar name, Carter's head snapped up. "What happened to Millie? Or is this about Whitney?" another chimed in. Carter's eyes, glazed with alcohol, suddenly widened. He snapped, "Don't mention her in front of me." "Whitney, you're so ungrateful," Carter muttered, his breath quick and uneven. "How could you be so cold, you little brat? We were supposed to get married. How could you?" Before he could finish, Carter slumped back on the couch, eyes closed, completely out cold. Man, since when did Whitney matter this much to him? The guys thought, all of them looking a little shocked. "Should we call Whitney and have her come to pick him up?" one of them suggested. Stephen Smith already had Whitney's number, so he dialed her up. The phone rang and rang, but no one picked up. "Did she answer?" one of them asked. Carter had gotten wasted before, but it was almost always because of the girl he cared about most, Emily. Every time, Stephen would call Whitney to pick Carter up. She'd always answer the call in a flash before, and Stephen used to joke that maybe she had his number on speed dial. But tonight, something felt off. She didn't answer. "Now what?" Stephen asked. "Looks like we'll have to call Emily," one of them said with a grin. By the time Emily arrived at Royal Crest Club, Carter was already completely wasted. She asked, sounding a little pissed, "Why is Carter so drunk tonight?" "Come on, we didn't make him drink. It's just because he had a fight with Whitney," one of the guys said. As soon as he said it, the room went dead silent. The guy who spoke got punched in the arm by his friend. "Don't mind him, Emily. He's talking nonsense. Carter's just stoked your back, so he went a little overboard." Emily didn't look too pleased. She couldn't just blow off Carter's friends, so even though she was obviously not in the mood, she managed a smile and said, "Thanks, guys. I'll take him home now." Carter was a good half a head taller than Emily, so she had a hard time supporting him. "Carter, do you want to crash at my place, or should I take you home?" she asked. Carter was so wasted that he was totally out of it. Emily didn't get an answer, so she had a small smile and said, "If you're not saying anything, I'll just take you home with me." She struggled to get him into the taxi and gave the driver her apartment address. Carter couldn't sit still and leaned in, burying his face in her neck. His breath, reeking of alcohol, washed over her skin as he mumbled. Carter mumbled, "Whit, how could you tear up our wedding photos just because you got mad at me? You're not a good girl. Guess I'll have to punish you." Emily's eyes turned grim upon hearing those words. So he got drunk out of his mind tonight because of Whitney, she thought bitterly. Whitney did two big things today. First, she showed Carter just how determined she was to break up with him. Second, she paid in full for the small apartment she'd been living in. It took every bit of savings she'd managed to put away since graduating 3 years ago. Holding the deed in her hands, Whitney felt as if she'd been given a new lease on life. Since it was still early, Whitney went straight to EtherTech to lay it all out for her father. The receptionist at EtherTech didn't recognize Whitney at all. Other than Samuel's assistant and maybe a couple of secretaries, almost no one at the company had ever actually seen Whitney before. Whitney stepped up and said, "Hi, I'm here to see Mr. Samuel Moore." The receptionist shot her a frosty look. "Do you have an appointment? Without one, you can't meet Mr. Moore now." "Could you please tell Peter that Whitney Moore is here?" "He knows who I am," Whitney said confidently. The receptionist snickered at her coworker. "Here comes another one claiming she knows Peter. Sorry, but Peter's off today. Why don't you try again another day?" the receptionist replied. Whitney didn't come to EtherTech very often, but the way the receptionist sized her up and looked down on her really ticked her off. "Just wait, I'll make a call," Whitney said, her face cold. She dialed Laura, her voice frosty. "Laura, I'm in the lobby at EtherTech. Could you tell the front desk I need to see Dad?" Laura sounded surprised. "Whit, didn't you give them your name?" "Just pass the phone to them. I'll talk to them. Sorry, they're probably new, so they don't know your name yet," Laura said. Laura's call did the trick way faster than Whitney's. The receptionist opened the door for her with a huff, grumbling, "Who does she think she is, anyway?" While Whitney was waiting for the elevator, she bumped into Hector Fisher, another lawyer in their law firm. Hector Fisher asked, "Whitney, you're here for business too?" Whitney shot him a look. "Just handling some personal stuff. Are you here on business?" "Yeah, I've got something to discuss with Mr. Moore. Anyway, I'll let you get to it. Heard you've been killing it with your recent cases. Pretty impressive for someone your age," Hector said with a grin. Hector and Hector were rivals, and to make things even messier, Hector's wife was Samuel's ex-wife. Whitney just smiled faintly, not really wanting to comment. "Goodbye, Hector. I'm heading up now," she said. Whitney stepped out onto the 22nd floor and immediately told the staff why she was there. The head secretary of the executive office used to be Laura, and a few of the old staff were still around. Someone recognized Whitney and took her straight to Samuel's office. "What are you doing here, Whit?" Samuel asked, a little surprised. Whitney took a deep breath and closed the door with a smile. "Dad, I need to talk to you about something." Samuel frowned, clearly annoyed. He hated it when Whitney showed up at his office. "Why can't you just talk about this at home?" he grumbled. Whitney didn't even flinch at his attitude. She pulled out a chair and sat down right in front of him. "I think it's better if we talk here." Samuel put down his pen and gave Whitney a stern look. "All right, what's up?" "I've broken up with Carter. Dad, you'd better cancel those wedding invitations before this whole thing turns into a mess," Whitney said. "Whitney Moore, you'd better tell me this is a joke. I'll never allow you to break up with Carter," Samuel snapped. Whitney shrugged, her tone flat. "What can I say, Dad? We're already broken up." Samuel shot to his feet, his hand flying up as if to slap her. But Whitney stepped back, dodging out of reach. "Dad, getting slapped once was more than enough. No way I'm just going to stand here and let you slap me a second time." Samuel paced anxiously, his voice sharp. "Carter agreed to this? Our families have an engagement. He can't just break it off. He doesn't need to agree. This isn't some ancient era. Don't tell me you don't get what it means to have a choice in who I date," Whitney retorted. "Whitney, you'd better think twice. If you really go through with breaking off the engagement, you'll be the one paying for your grandma's fees in the nursing home," Samuel said coldly. "That's $160,000 a year. Are you sure you're ready for that?" he added. Whitney was burning with rage. She thought bitterly, "Is this really my dad? Is this the same man who used to lift me up and push me on the swings? He's actually using grandma's nursing home fees to threaten me?" "Dad, that's your mother," Whitney snapped. "You're supposed to look after her." Samuel kept his cool. "The Moore family is about to go bankrupt. How am I supposed to afford such a luxurious nursing home for her? Why don't you bring her home and take care of her yourself?" Whitney let out a bitter laugh, her anger boiling over. "Fine, I'll pay for it. From now on, Grandma is my responsibility. You don't have to worry about her anymore." With all pretenses gone, Whitney slammed the door hard and stormed out. Everyone in the secretary's office was left in shock. "Sarah, who was that? She actually dared to lose her temper at Mr. Harris?" someone whispered. Sarah shook her head, replying, "Don't pry." Samuel had made it clear they weren't supposed to gossip, so Sarah kept her mouth shut. Instead, she quietly sent a message to Laura. Laura glanced at her phone and let out a chilly laugh. "Tina, looks like Whitney has pissed off your dad again." "Mom, what did she do? Why is she always causing drama?" Tina grumbled. "I was just hoping Dad would get me a new car." Laura soothed her. "We'll talk about the car later. Your dad's in a terrible mood today. Just be patient, sweetie. One day, everything will be yours." Even though Tina didn't want to wait, she just had to go along with it. Carter woke up with a splitting headache, still groggy from last night's bender. He sat up fast, confused by the unfamiliar room. Emily walked in, dressed in comfy loungewear and carrying a cup. "Carter, you were totally out of it last night, so I had to drag you back to my apartment. Here, I just made some hangover soup. Drink it, and you'll feel better," Emily said, her tone gentle. Carter's memory was patchy, but he did recall drinking with his buddies before everything went fuzzy. "Emily, thanks for looking after me. Where did you sleep last night?" Carter asked. Emily's place was pretty cramped with only one small bedroom. Emily's cheeks flushed as she replied, "The bed is pretty big, and I was worried you might need something in the middle of the night, so I just slept here too." "Relax, Carter. I won't say a word to Whitney." Carter was caught off guard, feeling a bit uneasy all of a sudden. "All right, I need to head to the office, so I'll get going now," he said, trying to sound casual. Once he was dressed, Carter grabbed his phone and headed for the door. "Millie, this place is way too cramped. Let me buy you a bigger house." Emily gave him a sweet smile. "Sounds great, thanks, Carter." When Carter got to the office, he felt totally out of sorts. He kept glancing at his phone, scrolling up and down, but not a single text or call came through. Out of nowhere, anxiety gripped him. He wondered, is Whitney really serious about breaking up this time? Carter called his secretary, Zoe Potter. "Can you get in touch with Whitney Moore from Prime Bridge Law Firm and ask her to drop by the office?" "Sure, Mr. Harris," Zoe replied. "And don't mention it's me who wants to see her," Carter added just before hanging up. Zoe was a bit confused. She wondered, when did Boss start caring so much about a junior lawyer? "Got it, Mr. Harris. I'll reach out to her right away," Zoe said. "She really thinks she can just dump me and move on?" Carter thought, his jaw clenched. It's not that simple. Whitney had just paid off the full amount of her house yesterday, and now she only had $60,000 left in all her bank accounts, barely enough to cover her grandma's nursing home fees for 3.5 months. Her grandma, Patricia Moore, used to live with Samuel in the villa. But she wasn't in good health and enjoyed quietness, while Laura would start belting out opera every morning. One time, the maid messed up Patricia's meds, and after that, Patricia asked to move into a nursing home. Whitney wasn't too happy about it at first, but after seeing how professional and caring the staff were, she didn't push back anymore. The luxury nursing home had personal care, a first-rate medical team, and even retired star doctors on call. Honestly, it was way more comfortable than living at home. Whitney made sure to visit Patricia every week, no matter how busy she was. In the Moore family, her grandma was the only one who was truly good to her. Whitney never imagined her dad would actually use her grandma as a bargaining chip to threaten her. "He's got no heart at all," Whitney fumed inwardly. "Grandma, I'm here to see you." Whitney called out, her voice full of warmth. Patricia's face lit up when she saw her favorite granddaughter. "Whit, I'm so glad to see you." Patricia gave Whitney a once-over. "You look thinner. Whit, promise me you won't go on any more diets. If you keep this up, you'll lose your charm." Whitney smiled. "I won't, Grandma. I'll do whatever you say." Patricia looked at Whitney, who was hugging her, and couldn't help but feel emotional. "Come on, sweetie, it's only been a few days. Are you working too hard? Is someone picking on you at work?" Whitney shook her head. She'd only let herself be soft when she was with the one person who truly loved her. "No, Grandma, I just missed you, that's all," Whitney cooed. "I missed you too, sweetheart. How's your dad and others? Tina hasn't been stirring up trouble again, has she?" Patricia asked. Patricia had never liked Laura, and honestly, she only moved to the nursing home because she just couldn't deal with Laura. She always joked that it was all because she had an ungrateful son. "Her?" Whitney scoffed. "She's not smart enough to cause any real drama." "Grandma," Whitney started, then paused, her words catching in her throat. "I came today because I need your advice on something." Patricia noticed Whitney's serious face, and her own expression turned serious too. "What's going on, sweetheart? You look like something's really bothering you." "Grandma, I broke up with Carter," Whitney said. Patricia and Carter's grandma, Tara Harris, had been lifelong friends, and when they were young, they even arranged an engagement between their children. But Patricia only had a son, and James's daughter married early, so the engagement ended up being passed down to the next generation. Before she passed away, Tara made James promise that the only person fit to marry their grandson had to be someone from the Moore family. James was devoted to his wife, so he treated her last wish as sacred and made sure to honor it. Even though the Moore family had fallen on hard times, James never considered choosing another family for his grandson's bride. Patricia was genuinely surprised. "Did Carter upset you?" She knew all too well just how much Whitney adored Carter. Honestly, Patricia never thought they were a good fit. Whitney was just way too hung up on Carter. Patricia wished Whitney would end up with a guy who loved her more, not someone she had to keep giving everything to. Only someone who'd been married could really understand how important that was. "I'm over him, Grandma. I don't want to get married to anyone. Can you promise me this one thing?" Whitney pleaded. Patricia fell silent, lost in thought, and finally let out a long sigh. "Fine, you deserve so much better." Whitney buried her face in Patricia's arms, her voice muffled. "Grandma, you're the best. I love you more than anyone." Just then there was a knock at the door. "Ma'am, there's a visitor for you." "He says he's from the Harris family," came a voice from outside. Whitney assumed it was Carter, and her expression instantly soured. "Tell him to leave." Then a tall figure entered the room. "Whitney, you won't even see me now." Whitney never expected to run into Klein at the nursing home. Today, Klein had ditched his usual suit and tie. Beneath his dark gray coat, a simple light gray shirt hung open at the collar, showing off his sharp collarbones. Just below, the faint lines of his abs gave him a bit of a bad boy vibe today. "Uncle Klein?" Whitney gasped, unable to hide her surprise. Klein approached with effortless composure, each step steady and assured. "Mrs. Moore, I returned to the country a few days ago and wanted to pay you a visit." Klein was Tara's youngest son, born when she was already getting on in years. The strain of having a child so late in life weakened her health, and she passed away far too early. Tara was still in her 40s when she died. When Klein was just a baby, Patricia had held him in her arms. Patricia's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's Klein. I can't believe how much you've grown. If Tara were here, she'd be thrilled." Klein gave a small, easy smile. "Yeah, my mom and you were really close. I'm here to check on you for her." Patricia looked at Klein, feeling more and more pleased with him the longer she watched. If her own son had even half of Klein's skills, he wouldn't be in such a mess now. "Whit, are you still mad about the car thing last time?" Klein asked. Whitney's cheeks turned red. "Uncle Klein, you've got the wrong idea. It's not that I didn't want to see you." She just thought the visitor was Carter. Patricia saw how nervous Whitney was and quickly spoke up. Oh, she wouldn't have the guts. She thought it was Carter, but didn't expect it to be you, Klein. Klein put on a barely there smile. "I see." They chatted a bit longer until Patricia started to feel tired. She gave Whitney's hand a gentle pat, urging her to leave with Klein. Whitney lingered, reluctant to go. "Grandma, I'll come to see you again in a couple of days." "Sweetheart, you don't have to visit so often. I know you care about me. Just make sure to take care of yourself," Patricia said. Whitney walked Klein to the door, then quickly made up an excuse about needing to find the director and slipped away. Klein lowered his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He thought, she slipped so quickly. Whitney added the deputy director's contact info and switched her grandma's primary contact to her own number. When she got to the parking lot, she spotted Klein, who should have already left, casually leaning against her car. Whitney's heart skipped a beat. She walked over with a hint of confusion. "Uncle Klein, you're still here? My car broke down. Whit, mind giving me a lift?" Klein asked. Whitney glanced at his Maybach, secretly rolling her eyes and complaining inwardly. Seriously? Even a luxury car like that can break down so easily. She didn't let it show, but just gave a small smile. "Where to? I'll drop you off." But just as Whitney got in the car, her phone buzzed. It was Zoe from Starwave Entertainment. Whitney replied, "Right now, I'm not sure I can make it. If it's urgent, I can have my colleague take care of it for me. Is that okay?" The contract with Starwave was signed by the Prime Bridge law firm team, not just Whitney herself. Even if she asked Frank to swing by instead, nobody would bat an eye. Zoe sounded a little stuck. "Miss Moore, could you maybe come yourself?" "But I really can't get away today," Whitney said. There were just 10 days left before the contract ran out. Whitney decided to keep her distance as much as possible, as long as it didn't hurt Starwave's bottom line. "All right then, just let Mr. Reese handle it," Zoe replied. After hanging up, Whitney quickly called Frank to explain everything. Only then did she realize that Klein was still sitting there in her car. "Where are you going, Uncle Klein?" Whitney asked. Klein gave her an address. After a while, Klein asked, "Whit, you and Carter had a fight?" Whitney shrugged, her voice flat. "Yeah, something like that." Klein was a Harris, after all, so Whitney couldn't complain about Carter in front of him. Something like that? Klein wondered, not quite convinced. He kept a straight face, watching her closely, but she didn't give anything away. Whitney didn't want to keep the topic, so she asked, "Uncle Klein, how long are you planning to stick around this time?" "Guess I'm not leaving," Klein replied. Whitney blinked in surprise. "Not leaving?" Klein smirked, his tone teasing. "What's wrong, Whit? Not happy to hear that?" After a short pause, she blurted out, "Of course not. I'm glad to hear that." Today was the fastest Whitney had ever driven. She kept her foot right at the speed limit, determined to get Klein out of her car as soon as possible. Half an hour later, she finally dropped off the VIP passenger. "Uncle Klein, we're here," Whitney said. Klein took his sweet time unbuckling his seatbelt, then casually pulled out his phone to type a message. He said, "Thanks, Whit. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Whitney forced a smile. No biggie. As she watched him walk away, she finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Whitney unlocked her screen and saw a message from Klein. "KH transferred you $500. Note, thanks for the ride." What's wrong with him? Why does he always transfer such a large sum to me? Whitney wondered. This time, Whitney didn't accept the transfer, but Klein's profile picture stayed pinned at the top of her chat list all day. When Carter heard Zoe's report, his expression grew even stormier. He grabbed his suit jacket and shot to his feet, thinking, "She won't come, huh? Guess I'll have to go to her company and see her myself." Whitney checked the time and decided to get her car serviced. By the way, she could have that scratch from last time taken care of. She had just pulled into the dealership when her phone rang. "Whitney, can you come to the hospital? Carter just got into a car accident. I think he'd really want to see you right now. Could you come over?" Emily said urgently. Whitney caught the careful tone and couldn't help but feel irritated. "Emily, if Carter's hurt, you're probably the first person he wants to see. We've broken up, so I'm not going," Whitney replied. Then she hung up without hesitation. Emily stood in the hallway outside the hospital room, her heart pounding. She couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips and wondered, did Carter really break up with Whitney? If they really are over, does that mean I finally have a shot? Carter just didn't notice a scooter and ended up bumping into the guardrail. He was totally fine, just a couple of scrapes. Emily happened to call right after, and when she heard about the accident, she wouldn't take no for an answer and tagged along to the hospital. She even managed to get James all worked up over it. "Carter, what's up with you lately? You really need to watch yourself when you're driving. Maybe it's time you let the driver take you everywhere," George said. Sabrina, clearly anxious about her son, shot George a look. "Spending a night in the hospital for observation is a good idea. Let's make sure he didn't miss any injuries." "Carter, did you tell Whit? After something this serious, she should really come by too." Emily clutched her phone as she stepped into the ward. "Mom, I just tried calling Whitney, but..." She shot a quick look at Carter lying in the bed, adding, "She said she's got something going on and can't come over." "What's going on? Carter, did you and Whit get into a fight?" Sabrina asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. George glanced at Carter's expression, then caught Emily staring at him with that hopeful, unwavering gaze. "Sabrina, why don't you take Emily downstairs and handle Carter's hospital bill?" George said. Sabrina hesitated for a moment, then got the hint and led Emily out. "Let's go, Emily. Come with me." Once it was just the two of them in the room, George spoke up. "Tell me, son, what's really going on?" Carter hesitated, pressing his lips together. "It's nothing, Dad. Whitney's just in a mood. I'll make it up to her when I get home." "I hope that's all it is. You know your grandpa likes Whit very much. Just get the paperwork done and put his mind at ease," George said, his tone serious. He shot Carter a conflicted glance. "And I'm going to set Emily up with some blind dates. You better drop whatever feelings you shouldn't have. I don't want any scandal coming out of the Harris family." Carter's fists tightened, then loosened. "Dad, that's not going to happen." Whitney never expected Emily to show up herself. Whitney took Emily to a coffee shop and asked, clearly impatient, "Emily, are you sure you're in the right place?" "No, Whit, I came here for you," Emily blurted out, sounding anxious. I didn't mean to bother you, Whit. It's just you didn't show up at the hospital yesterday. I have no idea what my dad said to Carter, but he seems really upset, Emily explained. Whitney shot Emily a look. Emily watched Whitney nervously, those dew eyes glistening with unshed tears. Those watery, tender eyes could make any man want to shield her from the world. Whitney raised an eyebrow. So? Emily bit her lip, gathered her courage, and said, Whit, if you're still mad at Carter because of me, I'm really sorry. I can do anything you ask. Just please forgive Carter. Whitney casually picked up her coffee, blew on it, and took a slow sip, looking completely unfazed. And what if I don't want to forgive him? Whitney said coolly, Shouldn't you be glad if I don't? Emily's eyes turned red. I didn't. Whit, don't put this on me. In this family, I want you to marry Carter more than anyone else. You've really got me wrong. Whitney slammed her coffee cup down. All right, don't waste your time on me. I won't buy your lies. Save all that fake sweet talk for Carter. I'm not him. Whatever you say to me, it's just noise. Whitney was just about to stand when suddenly someone rushed up from behind, snatched the coffee cup off the table, and hurled it right at her. Whitney, stop picking at Emily, Tina shouted, jumping in to stand up for Emily. The scalding coffee splashed all over Whitney's chest, and she sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Her shirt was drenched, coffee dripping down her neck, and her pale skin flushed red almost instantly. A staff member hurried over. Ma'am, are you all right? A sly smile flickered at Emily's lips, gone in a heartbeat as she put on a worried face. Whit, are you okay? Tina, how could you just throw coffee at her like that? Tina huffed. She was totally talking smack about you. Emily, you're way too soft. Didn't you hear what she said? Even Whitney's best manners couldn't hold up against these two troublemakers. She was so angry that her chest felt tight. She turned to the clerk, keeping her composure. Could I get some tissues and a cup of hot water, please? Thanks. Tina, clearly riled by Whitney's calm, kept pushing. Whitney, just wait. I'm going to tell Carter every word you said today. He'll make you pay for this. Emily, playing the concerned friend, tugged at Tina's hand. Tina, don't. Whit's got every right to be upset. Whitney watched their little performance, a cold laugh echoing in her mind. Just then, the clerk arrived with the tissues and hot water. So you want to snitch, huh? Without missing a beat, Whitney grabbed the cup and splashed the hot water right at both of them. She shouted, Here, let me give you some proof. Go say whatever you want to Carter. Whitney watched their exposed skin flush red, feeling pretty pleased with herself. She grabbed her bag and strode out without looking back. Tina screamed in pain. Whitney, how dare you throw water at us? Are you crazy? But Whitney was already gone, leaving Tina's shouts hanging in the air. Tina took most of the hit. Almost 2/3 of the water splashed onto her, while Emily barely got wet. Emily's eyes flashed. Tina, Whitney's really savage, huh? Bullshit. She's just a psycho. Tina was shaking with rage, but the burning pain on her collarbone made her both furious and scared. Emily, is this going to leave a scar? Emily comforted Tina softly. It won't. I'll take you to the hospital. Damn, Whitney just handed me the perfect proof at the perfect time, Emily thought, feeling smug. Whitney stepped out of the coffee shop, standing in the sun, but not a single cab was in sight for what felt like forever. Her clothes were a mess, her skirt was covered in coffee stains, and her bag wasn't spared either. Whitney rummaged through her bag for her phone, ready to order a ride, but her neck was starting to sting under the harsh sunlight. Whitney suddenly looked up at the sound of a quick honk. The window of a black Maybach slid down, and Klein's eyes instantly darkened when he caught sight of her disheveled state. Who did this to you? Whitney was totally caught off guard seeing Klein here. She replied, Uncle Klein, Get in, Klein said, his voice cold as ice. I'll take you to the hospital. Well, there's no need for the hospital. I'll just pick up some burn ointment at the pharmacy, Whitney replied. Get in, Klein repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Whitney pressed her lips together, resigned. All right, sorry to trouble you, Uncle Klein. Meanwhile, Emily and Tina walked out of the coffee shop and caught sight of a familiar black Maybach, the one with the Jost license plate. It was Klein's car. Emily, what are you staring at? Hurry up and call your driver to take us to the hospital, Tina urged. Emily glanced away, not really paying attention. She just figured it was a coincidence that Klein's car happened to be passing by. "Okay, I'll call him right now," Emily replied. Klein sat in the back seat, his eyes locked on Whitney's neck, all red and raw. His brows knitted together as he asked, "Does it hurt?" Whitney hadn't really felt it until he looked at her, and suddenly it stung all over again. "It's not too bad, just stings a bit. Honestly, I just need some burn cream. It'll be fine in a couple of days." But she couldn't shake the feeling that Klein's expression turned even colder after she said that. "Is this how you always just ignore taking care of yourself?" Klein asked. Whitney mumbled, "I'm not ignoring it. It's just a burn, no big deal. When I first started cooking, I used to get splashed by hot oil all the time. I always dealt with it on my own." By the way, Tina probably got burned way worse than I did, thought Whitney. It's your own body. If you can't even bother to care about it, why should anyone else? Klein said. Those words stung, leaving Whitney feeling choked up inside. She pressed her lips together. "Uncle Klein, can you have your driver pull over? I'll just take a cab on my own." There was a touch of grievance in her voice. She did care about herself, but it was just that no one ever really looked out for her. The only person who truly cared for her was her grandma, and now that her health was getting worse, Whitney couldn't ask for more. Klein realized his tone had been off. He'd let his concern get the better of him. "Sorry, Whit. Be good, okay? We'll be at the hospital soon, and it won't hurt anymore," Klein comforted. Whitney felt his hesitant hand rest on her head, giving her a gentle pat. Her heart clenched even tighter at that small gesture. Klein studied the top of her head for a moment and said, "Lift your head. Let me check if you got any blisters. Sorry for snapping at you earlier. Your neck is really red. If there are blisters, you have to go to the hospital." But instead of an answer, Klein heard those soft, broken sobs. Is she crying? Klein thought, his heart clenched hard. "Come on, Whit, don't cry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so harsh," Klein said, his voice gentle and full of regret. Klein carefully cupped her cheek, tilting her face up. When he saw her cheek streaked with tears, his heart twisted hard. "Damn, I'm such a jerk," he cursed himself. Once the tears started, Whitney couldn't hold them back anymore. She was just like a wounded kitten, her shoulders shaking with broken sobs. Klein pulled out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears, his voice low and comforting. "Don't cry, okay? How about I splash myself so you can yell at me?" Whitney sniffled, glancing at Klein's serious face, and suddenly couldn't help but want to laugh. I'm not crying because of you," she explained. Klein was already feeling upset, and now he felt even worse after hearing that. He just pressed his lips and said, "Good. Then who made you cry?" Klein narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering in them. "Did someone push you around just now? Who's got the nerve? Tell me the name. I'll deal with them myself." Whitney felt a lot of the tension in her chest ease after letting herself cry for a bit. She took his handkerchief, a little embarrassed, and wiped her tears. "No need, Uncle Klein. I already handled it myself." Worried he wouldn't believe her, she repeated, "I really did take care of it myself." Seeing she wasn't going to say more, Klein didn't push her. "Well, do you want me to tell Carter?" Whitney's smile faded instantly. "No need, Uncle Klein. He's probably busy. Let's not bother him." Klein gave her a long, searching look but didn't say anything else. At the hospital, the doctor cleaned up her burn and put on some ointment. "Good news. No blisters. Just keep the area dry for the next few days and put this cream on 3 times a day. The redness should be gone by tomorrow," the doctor said. Whitney picked up the ointment and thanked the doctor. Then, Klein took her home. Klein parked downstairs, watching as Whitney disappeared into the building. Only then did he pull out a cigarette. "Boss, are we heading to the office now?" Marco Todd, the driver, asked from the driver's seat. Marco had been driving for Klein since he was just a teenager, and now Klein was well into his 30s. All these years, Marco had never seen Klein this nervous about anyone. What really shocked him was that Whitney was Carter's fiancé. Klein blew out his last smoke ring, his eyes shadowed and hiding something Marco couldn't read. "Marco, keep quiet about this," Klein said. His tone was final. Marco had been Klein's guy for years, so he understood instantly. "Yes, boss." Still, Marco couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He thought, something big's brewing. Klein coldly ordered the person on the other end of the line. Check the security cameras at the coffee shop downstairs at Skyline Tower around 1:30 p.m. Get me everything you find within an hour. Carter, look at what she did. She insulted Emily and then had the nerve to throw hot water at us. I'm okay, but look at Millie. You know she's not in great shape. How is she supposed to deal with this kind of thing? Tina complained. Carter looked at the faint red mark on Emily's collarbone, his heart aching for her. Emily, did the doctor say you're really okay? Your skin is all red, he asked, his voice full of concern. Emily shook her head. Carter, I'm really fine. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to talk to Whitney. I just wanted to ask her to forgive you. She lowered her head, looking guilty. I'm sorry, Carter. I just made things worse. Silly girl. Carter ruffled her hair. You're just too kind. Promise me you'll look out for yourself, okay? Don't make me worry about you. Whitney really went too far this time. I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson tomorrow. He turned to Tina. Tina, Whitney and her dad don't get along. Let me deal with her for you. Don't tell your dad about what happened today, all right? Emily's smile stiffened for a split second. She thought, seriously? After all this, Carter still cares about that woman? Tina raised her voice, clearly upset. Why should she get away with it? She literally threw hot water at us. And she insulted Emily. Are you just going to let her off the hook? Are you seriously defending her? Carter's jaw clenched. Don't worry, I'm not taking sides. He was getting married to Whitney at the end of the month, so he really didn't want to piss her off. The next day, Whitney looked in the mirror and saw that most of the redness on her neck was gone. She put her hair up and wore a one-shoulder knit top, matching it with a pair of wide-leg trousers. The doctor had told her the burn needed plenty of air, so she shouldn't keep it covered. Otherwise, it'd just take longer to heal. As soon as Whitney got to the law firm, Valerie spotted the burn right away. Oh, Whitney, is that a burn? Valerie blurted out. Whitney smiled. Yeah, I accidentally burned myself yesterday. It looks bad, but it's nothing. A couple of days with some ointment and it'll be fine. Valerie was still trying to talk Whitney into taking a couple more days off when Ivan called her into his office. Boss, can I help you? Whitney said, plopping herself down in the chair. Ivan glanced at the faint red mark on her neck and frowned. How'd you end up burning your neck? Whitney just gave a relaxed smile. Well, just a dog knocking over my cup. Ivan shook his head. You're good at work, but in real life you're a total mess. Hey, I'm not trying to rush you or anything. Your ex is out of the picture, right? I've already set aside your wedding gift. Am I finally going to get to use it next year? Whitney gave a silent laugh. Boss, you know we can't force this kind of thing. I'll try, but no promises. All right, Ivan said, tossing her a stack of documents. By the way, ever heard of Klein Harris? Whitney's heart skipped a beat. She took the documents without batting an eye, flipped to the first page, and was greeted by a photo of Klein's cold face. The file read, Klein Harris, 33 years old. He's the one who really runs the show at Harris Group. He spent years abroad expanding their overseas business and just got back a few days ago. He's planning to focus on the domestic market now. Any thoughts, boss? Whitney asked. Ivan drummed his fingers on the desk. He's only been back a few days, but I heard Harris Group is about to acquire Nextsphere Electronics. If we can snag the merger contract, we'll finally get our foot in the door with the Harris family. Whitney wasn't too hopeful. Boss, Harris Group is a top-tier powerhouse. They've got an elite legal team, and they've always partnered with London Hunt. Ivan gave her a sly smile. Nothing's set in stone. Word is, the first thing Klein Harris did after coming back was to switch up their law firm. Whitney, if we land this deal with Harris Group, your shot at becoming a non-equity partner next year is basically guaranteed. Whitney's heart thumped at the thought. Sure, she wouldn't get a cut of the profits as a non-equity partner, but her salary would be at least twice what it is now. With that kind of money, paying for her grandma's nursing home wouldn't be a problem anymore. I've set up a business dinner with someone from the Harris Group tomorrow. You're coming with me, Ivan said. Whitney felt a surge of excitement. Got it. I'll look into everything Harris Group is working on. I'll head out now, boss. Ivan watched Whitney leave and smiled to himself. He'd always valued Whitney because, unlike most people her age, she had a stubborn refusal to give up. Whitney had just sat down at her desk when her phone lit up with a call from Carter. The first time, she declined the call without a second thought. The second time, Carter went straight through the front desk to reach her. Barely holding back her irritation, Whitney finally picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Harris. Is there something I can help with?" Hearing that she called him Mr. Harris, Carter felt another fit of irritation in his heart. "Whitney, come to my office now," Carter said, his voice cold and commanding. Whitney turned away from the front desk, rolling her eyes. "Mr. Harris, I really can't leave today. How about I send Mr. Frank Reese over instead? He's got 5 years under his belt. Trust me, he'll handle everything for you just fine." "No way. I want you to be here, Whitney. This is your only shot. If you keep stalling, I'll go straight to your boss," Carter snapped. Whitney sighed inwardly and replied, "All right, I'll be at your office in half an hour." "Zoe, is Mr. Clark Harris in his office?" Whitney asked. Since she was here as the law firm's representative, she had to act properly. Otherwise, she would have just barged right in and kicked Carter's office door open herself. "Miss Moore, Mr. Harris is in a meeting right now. Would you mind waiting in the lounge?" Zoe replied. Whitney's eyes narrowed. "Oh, but Mr. Harris rushed me over like it was an emergency. I almost thought Harris Group was on the verge of collapse." Zoe was caught off guard and could only force a smile, saying nothing. What is up with today? Mr. Harris is acting weird enough, but now even Ms. Moore is getting snarky, Zoe thought. Whitney wasn't about to give Zoe a hard time, so she simply said, "Zoe, just take me to the lounge, will you? I've got court this afternoon, so I can only wait for half an hour. Let Mr. Harris know I'm waiting for him, okay?" Whitney sat in the lounge, scrolling through the latest buzz about Harris Group's staff shakeups. Sure enough, the top headline was all about Klein coming back to take over and overhaul the company. Whitney stared at Klein's photo. Even through a screen, she could practically feel the vibe of authority radiating off him. And that day, she'd totally lost her composure and cried like a baby in front of him. She couldn't stand to think about it. She wished she could just erase that whole embarrassing scene from her memory. At the same time, Whitney silently begged she'd never run into Klein again for the rest of her life. The lounge door was left ajar, so the employees passing by didn't notice anyone inside. They just stood outside, whispering gossip. "Hey, did you guys see that? Is that Mr. Harris's fiancé in his office right now? She's so sweet. Mr. Harris is actually making her coffee himself." One of them whispered, "Don't be silly. That's his sister. You newbies probably don't know, but Mr. Harris is famous for treating his sister like a princess." Another chimed in. "Wait, isn't his sister adopted?" With his beloved adopted sister around, after Mr. Harris brings his bride in at the end of the month, guess we'll have some fresh gossip to snack on, someone else teased. Whitney put away her phone, her palm tightening slightly. "So he left me hanging for half an hour just to stay with his sweetheart in his office," Whitney thought, fuming. She got up, pushed open the lounge door, and headed straight for Carter's office. Zoe had just finished sending an email when she saw Whitney storming over, fire in her eyes, heading straight for Carter's office. Zoe rushed to block her path. "Miss Moore, Mr. Harris is meeting a guest right now. Would you mind waiting just a bit longer?" Whitney gave Zoe a frosty side-eye. "You said he was in a meeting, now he has a guest? Mr. Harris must be a real master of time management." Totally fed up, Whitney ignored Zoe and stormed right in, throwing open the office door. Carter was startled when someone suddenly barged in. Just moments before, he'd been holding a tube of burn cream, gently tending to the woman on the couch. Zoe looked helpless and explained, "Mr. Harris, Miss Moore insisted on coming in. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen." Zoe shot Whitney a bitter look, secretly holding a grudge against her. Carter frowned at Whitney. "Zoe, you can leave. Since Miss Moore is already here, let me talk to her." "Great, with Emily here, I can finally give Whitney a piece of my mind about yesterday," Carter thought. Whitney crossed her arms, flashing a sly grin on her face. "Oops, sorry for barging in on your sweet moment. But Mr. Harris, I seriously thought you called me over so urgently because you had some emergency. Didn't expect you wanted me to watch you take care of your dear sister." Carter and Emily both froze, looking awkward at Whitney's jab. "Whitney, you've got it all wrong," Emily said, trying to sound innocent. "My mom asked me to bring Carter some soup since he had that accident the other day. She just wants him to get better. I didn't know you were coming too." Ugh, what a sweet adopted sister. I'm going to throw up, Whitney thought. "Emily, you don't have to explain yourself to her for coming here," Carter said. "But you." Carter's eyes were cold as ice. "Whitney, we still haven't settled what happened yesterday. Because of you, Emily almost got blisters. You hurt my sister on purpose. You must apologize to her now." Whitney let out a mocking snort, glancing at Emily's so-called injury. That was just a tiny red dot, barely the size of a fingernail, not even close to the marks on Whitney's neck. "Mr. Harris, let me give you a quick legal lesson," Whitney said. "You need at least a second-degree minor injury for it to count as intentional harm. Why don't you get her examined? If you wait any longer, her injury might heal before you even get there. And as for yesterday, at best, it was just a public disturbance. Emily and her friend started it. If they hadn't come looking for trouble, none of this would have happened. Maybe you should tell your sweetheart to stay far away from me from now on." As soon as Whitney finished, Carter and Emily's faces turned visibly dark. "Whitney Moore," Carter snapped, his handsome face frosty. "You've really outdone yourself. You actually threw hot water at Emily. How cruel can you be?" Emily's eyes briefly glinted with smug satisfaction, but she instantly switched to her usual meek routine. "Whitney, I know you don't like me, but please don't take it out on Carter. I promise I'll stay out of your way from now on." "Go on, swear it," Whitney yelled. "Promise me that if you ever show up just to get on my nerves again, you'll end up with every nasty lady problem in the book. Lumps, cysts, fibroids, and anything you can name." Then she shot Carter a sincere look. "What about you, Mr. Harris? Want to make a vow too? I've got one ready for you. If you ever bother me again, you'll suffer from hemorrhoids and sexual dysfunction." Whitney finished, feeling totally refreshed. "Sounds terrible, huh? I'm such a ruthless woman. Making you both swear to stay far away from me sounds reasonable, right?" Carter and Emily were so roasted that they didn't even know how to react. Carter was the first to recover. He shot Whitney a glare. "Why should we be the ones making vows? Why don't you go first?" Whitney blinked, giving them a look. "I already did. Don't you remember it? Didn't I say the other day I'd never marry you? If I ever break that promise, you'll never have kids. See? I've said it again. So what about you two?" Whitney taunted. Emily bit her lip, her face flipping between red and pale. There was no way she could spit out something that trashy. Carter was grinding his teeth hard. He thought inwardly, "How dare she curse me like that? What a heartless bitch." Whitney scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You two are both cowards. I'm out." Carter's office was soundproof, so even though Whitney had just been giving him a piece of her mind inside, Zoe didn't hear a thing from outside. Whitney strode out of the office with her head held high, leaving Zoe completely stunned. "Wait, that's it?" Zoe thought, her mind spinning. She should be defeated. How is she still walking out like she won a battle? Did Mr. Harris not yell at her? Is he really that chill? What Zoe didn't know was that Carter wasn't holding back because he was chill. He just couldn't win an argument against Whitney. Whitney stood outside waiting for the elevator. Her neck burned again after getting all worked up. What's wrong with Carter's eyes? She thought to herself. Figures he's blind as a bat. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she scoffed inwardly. Wasn't I just as clueless? Chasing after someone who never loved me for so long. How pathetic. After Whitney had left, Carter's office fell into a dead silence. It wasn't until a long moment later that Carter finally let out a breath. "Emily, don't be upset. She's always sharp-tongued. Don't worry. I won't let her get away with bullying you. This isn't over." With that, Carter dialed Samuel's number. Actually, Carter didn't even need to say anything. Tina was already bawling her eyes out at Samuel's office. Her tears almost dried up. "Dad, are you going to do something about Whit? Just look at me. My neck and collarbone are all red," Tina wailed. "Dad, look at this huge blister. The doctor said it'll take at least half a month to heal," she sobbed. Laura watched Tina cry and felt her heart shatter. Is Whitney trying to destroy Tina's face? Laura fumed inwardly, her anger boiling over. Samuel, every time Tina and Whitney got into a fight, I always sided with Whitney. But this time, she's gone way too far. Tina's a girl. She has her whole future ahead of her, Laura said, her voice shaking with anger and worry. She was basically calling Whitney cruel without saying it outright. Samuel's face turned cold. That brat. Just wait, I'll call her right now. He tried calling 3 times, but Whitney didn't answer. Samuel called the nursing home directly. Hi, this is Samuel Moore. I want to arrange for my mom to be discharged. Can you help me with that? The director hesitated. But your daughter just paid for another month's stay a few days ago. Are you sure you want to bring her home, Mr. Moore? Samuel narrowed his eyes, looking surprised. He mused, So she's got more money than I thought. He replied, My daughter's been at odds with us lately, but my mom wants to come home. I can't just ignore her wishes, right? How about this? I'll come by tomorrow and ask my mom what she wants. Is that okay? As for the payment, just take it as a little something for all the care your staff have given my mom these years. Sound good? The director chuckled. As long as you sign and your mom agrees, we have no objections. I'll thank you on their behalf, Mr. Moore. Whitney had no idea that the $15,000 she just paid had been casually used by Samuel to score some goodwill. Every Friday was family day for the Harris family. Carter brought his injured sister home. Sabrina noticed the small bandage on Emily's collarbone right away. She asked, What happened, Emily? Are you hurt? Carter replied, Yeah, Mom, Millie got burned. George looked puzzled. How did she get burned there? George's eyes narrowed, his tone sharp. Emily, let your mom check it out and put some ointment on. Emily felt her throat tighten. She could tell her dad had gotten the wrong idea. Sure enough, her mom was looking at her differently now, suspicion flickering in her eyes. She bit her lip, feeling wronged. When did I become so untrustworthy in my own family? Emily thought, her heart aching. Carter could tell exactly what his parents were thinking, and he looked annoyed. Mom, Dad, seriously? Emily got burned. Do you really think I'd make that up? We're not saying we don't believe you. We just want to check it out, Sabrina replied. You shouldn't keep that area covered up. Emily's eyes welled up with tears, but she managed a small nod. Could you help me with the ointment again, Mom? Carter's heart twisted seeing Emily like this, and he silently blamed Whitney for all of it. This is all on Whitney. If it weren't for her, Emily wouldn't have to deal with Mom and Dad doubting her, he cursed inwardly. Sabrina grabbed the first aid kit and gently peeled back the bandage. Sure enough, it was just a little red mark from the burn. She breathed a sigh of relief. Emily, you really need to be more careful. I worry about you living by yourself. Why not just move back in with us? No, Mom. Sometimes I practice singing late at night. I don't want to bother you guys, Emily said. Sabrina chuckled. You've been talking about being a superstar since you were a kid. Are you really planning to go for it in the entertainment world? Emily lowered her head with a smile. I just wrote a new song. I'm recording a demo. I'm still not sure if I'll ever get to release an album. Carter looked at Emily's smile and felt completely at ease. Don't worry, I'll help you release your album, Carter promised. Sabrina nodded. Yeah, just sign with your brother's company. No one would dare bully you there. Go ahead and give it a try. If you get tired of it, your dad can always set you up with an easy job at the company. Sabrina and George were always very attentive to Emily. Even though she was adopted, she was never treated any less than a real Harris daughter. But there was one rule they always stuck to. Emily was only allowed to be their daughter. As long as she remembered that, they'd agree to anything else she wanted. When James came downstairs and saw only George's family, he asked, Klein isn't back yet? George replied, He was still in a meeting when I left the office. He should be home any minute. Just as he finished speaking, Klein walked in. He calmly shrugged off his coat and set it aside, glancing around at everyone. No one had started eating yet. His face was as composed as ever as he asked, You guys were all waiting for me? Klein was always like that, mature and composed, way beyond his years. James chuckled. We haven't been waiting long. Come on, sit down and join us for dinner. Carter glanced at Klein, a little dazed. He thought, if I were as strong as him, I wouldn't be stressing out like this. Carter, why aren't you coming over? Klein called out. Carter answered right away. Coming. At the dinner table, James heard about Emily's burn and asked a couple of concerned questions. Klein arched a brow, sounding nonchalant. "Oh, where did you get hurt, Millie?" Emily's palms grew sweaty. She sensed something off about Klein's tone. She replied, "It's nothing, just a little burn. Some hot water splashed on my collarbone." Klein's gaze sharpened for a moment, then he looked away. "Yeah, it's not really noticeable. But Whitney got hurt a lot worse," he added. Emily's breath caught in her throat. How does Uncle Klein know? She thought, panic rising in her chest. Carter frowned, his tone incredulous. Uncle Klein, she's the one who splashed hot water on Emily. How could she end up getting hurt? Carter's words dropped like a bombshell, leaving Sabrina, George, and James completely speechless for a moment. Klein fixed his deep gaze on Carter, his voice cool but cutting. "Whitney is your fiancé. Don't tell me you didn't know she got hurt." Suddenly, the dining room was shrouded in a dead silence. "Klein, what exactly happened here?" James finally broke the silence. Klein set down his fork, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and pulled out his phone. "My driver caught this on video the day before yesterday. Dad, take a look." Emily's face drained of color as she shot to her feet, panic in her voice. "No, Uncle Klein, you've got it all wrong." Klein's tone was cool and unyielding. "Watch the video first. We'll talk about it later." Everyone's eyes locked onto his phone. A sharp female voice blared from the speakers, and then they saw a whole cup of steaming coffee hurled straight at Whitney's chest. It was obvious to anyone that Tina and Emily were the ones who started the whole thing. Klein, of course, didn't show the part where Whitney threw coffee back at them. Klein put on a faint, almost mocking smile. His lashes lowered, but the pressure in his gaze was unmistakable. "So, Emily, you didn't tell Carter that you two started it first?" Carter's heart clenched at the news. He wondered, did Whitney get burned too? He recalled seeing her in the office earlier that day. Her neck had looked a bit red, but he hadn't thought much of it at the time, just gave it a quick look. If that's really what happened, why didn't she say anything herself? Carter thought. Klein, Millie didn't even throw the coffee in the video. Wasn't it Whitney's sister who did it? Sabrina gave a nervous laugh, instinctively jumping in to defend Emily. She'd noticed that James looked really upset right after Klein finished talking. She was worried James would blame Emily for what happened. Even though Emily was adopted, she'd been pampered her whole life. It was only after James found out about that incident that year that they were forced to send Emily overseas. Carter frowned deeply. Uncle Klein, Tina, has always been at odds with Whitney. Millie was just caught up in their mess. Isn't it a bit much to say that about her? The tone Klein used just now really got under Carter's skin, making him feel inexplicably annoyed. So that's why Whitney didn't tell me. She just wanted to complain to Uncle Klein, Carter thought. No wonder she's a lawyer. She's so scheming. Carter couldn't help but feel irritated by how Whitney always acted so strong-willed. It just rubbed him the wrong way. Klein's face suddenly grew stern as he fixed Carter with a pointed look, the weight of his gaze making Carter's heart skip a beat. "Carter, after watching this video, shouldn't your first thought be for your fiancé?" Klein said. Carter was at a loss for words. George glared at Carter and cut him off, not bothering to hide his annoyance. "Enough, Carter. You really dropped the ball here. Whitney's your fiancé. She's about to be your wife in just 2 weeks. How could you be the last one to find out she got burned? If Klein hadn't told you today, you'd probably still be clueless. Tomorrow, bring Whitney over for dinner. You and Emily are both going to apologize to her." Carter's voice rose, clearly annoyed. "Dad, why do I have to?" James, who'd been quiet until now, slammed his hand on the table and snapped, "Because she's your future wife." Carter's face flushed, then turned pale, and Emily looked just as flustered. After the way Whitney had talked to her today, just the thought of seeing that woman again tomorrow made Emily feel uneasy. And now she actually had to apologize to Whitney? The thought made her even more upset. Emily's fingers dug into her palms, her lips drained of all color. Carter caught sight of her, and his heart ached for her. Sabrina knew her son all too well and was worried he'd say something to set James off again. She shot Carter a warning look. "Carter, just do what your dad said." Carter took a deep breath, his voice low and sullen. Got it, Mom. With that, the storm finally subsided. James let out a snort. Carter, aren't you going to thank Klein? If it weren't for him, what would you do when you find out the truth later? Carter felt like he could spit blood from frustration. He pressed his lips together, barely managing to mutter, "Thanks, Uncle Klein." Klein took a slow sip of his coffee, his voice cool. "No need. If you don't mean it, a thank you doesn't mean a thing. Guess things really have changed since I've been gone for 5 years." With that, Klein stretched his legs and strode upstairs. James snorted and followed him upstairs. After they disappeared from the dining room, George turned to Carter. "Carter, you need to take a hard look at yourself. You've got the nerve to stand up to Uncle Klein now?" With that, he headed upstairs as well. Afraid her son would just blow it off, Sabrina picked up the phone and called Whitney herself. Carter looked down at Emily with concern in his eyes. "Emily, I'm sorry you had to go through all that." Emily shook her head softly. "Sorry for getting you scolded again today, Carter." Getting yelled at didn't bother Carter one bit. What really got to him was how his family treated Emily. And now, Carter was even more fed up with Whitney. "Don't worry, I'll be there for you tomorrow. She won't mess with you while I'm around," Carter said. He affectionately ran his fingers through Emily's hair. "Didn't you always dream of joining the entertainment world? I've put together a top-notch team to create a tailor-made album just for you. Consider it my way of making up for these last couple of days." Emily's gloom instantly vanished, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Really, Carter?" "Of course," Carter replied with a warm smile. "Everyone's going to see how awesome you are, and they'll all love you." Sabrina called Whitney to invite her over for dinner at Harris Manor tomorrow, but Whitney had already made plans to have dinner with some folks from Harris Group, so she naturally turned her down. But Sabrina was unusually persistent and simply rescheduled the dinner for the day after tomorrow. Emily couldn't refuse, so she had no choice but to say yes. In James's study, George said, "Klein, don't let that brat get under your skin. I'll make sure he gets straightened out." Klein gave a slight nod, his face unreadable. "I wouldn't waste my energy getting mad at him. But Carter really doesn't know when to stop. We have to keep up appearances and follow the rules. I don't want people gossiping about the Harris family. What do you think?" George was 12 years older than Klein, but whenever they were together, he always seemed more like the younger brother. "Absolutely, Klein. You're right. I'll make sure to keep an eye on Carter," George replied. Just then, Sabrina walked in with coffee for them. "Hey, I just got off the phone with Whitney. She's got a company event tomorrow night, so we agreed she'll come over for dinner the day after tomorrow." "All right, that works," James said. Klein didn't show any emotion, but he did raise an eyebrow. He stood up, his tone casual. "I've got another appointment, so I'm leaving now. I'll be back for dinner the day after tomorrow." James had wanted to corner Klein about his matchmaking prospects tomorrow, but now he was slipping away again. "Well, he's dodging me again," James grumbled to himself. He waved him off. "Go on then. Just take it easy on the drinks at your dinner. It's bad for your stomach." Klein bowed his head slightly. "Sure thing, Dad." Whitney was totally absorbed in digging up everything she could about Harris Group, determined not to miss a single detail. Landing the agency for this merger was no walk in the park for Prime Bridge Law Firm. The guy Ivan set up for tomorrow's meeting was Calvin Malone, the one running the whole project. Whitney had already done her homework on Calvin. He was VP of Harris Group's overseas division and had just flown back with Klein. Basically, he was Klein's go-to guy. Calvin had a reputation for being the no-nonsense type, but since Whitney had never dealt with him before, she was feeling a little unsure. But honestly, no matter how bad things got, as long as Ivan was around, Whitney knew she had nothing to worry about. Whitney had already stocked up on hangover pills and antacids. She knew she wasn't getting out of a heavy drinking session tomorrow. Once Carter was back in his room and things finally quieted down, he couldn't help but think about Whitney's burn again. He sat there for a long moment, torn between pride and worry, but finally decided to let the drama slide and shoot her a message. "Carter, hey, how's your neck? Is the burn still hurting?" But after an hour, Carter saw that the message still remained unread. Carter frowned and sent it to his group chat with his rich kid buddies. Carter, is WhatsApp down for you guys too? Can you see my messages? The group chat, which had been full of banter just moments ago, suddenly went dead silent. Could it really be down? Carter thought, a little uneasy. Finally, one of the guys replied. Carter, looks like you just got blocked. Carter fumed inwardly. Blocked? What the hell? Why would Whitney block me? Whitney had picked out a blue suit for today, looking mature, professional, but with a unique flair that made her stand out. She checked herself in the mirror and pumped her fist, giving herself a little fighting gesture. For Grandma's sake, I've got to give it my all and help Mr. Walton secure this contract, Whitney thought to herself. The dinner was set at the Royal Crest Club. Ivan Walton brought two of their lawyers with him, Whitney and Frank. He knew Whitney had a sensitive stomach, so he made sure to bring someone who could really hold their liquor. On the Harris Group side, besides Calvin, there were two from the investment department and a deputy director from finance. They were all key players in the company. Mr. Walton, I've heard a lot about you, Calvin said, reaching out to shake Ivan's hand. Then he sized up Whitney and Frank. Ivan introduced them with confidence. These are the two best lawyers on my team, Whitney and Frank. Whitney was nervous inside, but she kept her cool. Hello, Mr. Malone. I'm Whitney Moore. Calvin nodded slightly. You really are young and promising. Ms. Moore, you look like you're barely in your early 20s, right? Whitney replied with poise. Actually, Mr. Malone, I'm already 26. Ivan couldn't help but show off the employee he was proud of. Whitney got into the best law school with the top score and went straight into grad school. Even though she's still a junior lawyer, she'll be up for senior status next year. Not many people could be a senior lawyer by 26. That was pretty badass. Calvin couldn't help but give her another look. Ivan and Calvin were leading the conversation, while Hubbard Hampton from Harris Group's investment department called the waiter over with a friendly smile. Everyone's okay with drinking, right? He glanced at Whitney, grinning. Miss Moore, are you all right with having a drink? Ivan was about to explain that Whitney couldn't drink much. But before he could, Whitney spoke up confidently. I'm not much of a drinker, but I'm really happy to meet you all tonight. Hope you won't mind if I can't keep up. Whitney's really going all out, Ivan couldn't help but think. Hubbard laughed. Miss Moore, you're really straightforward. Doesn't matter how much you drink as long as we're having fun. Whitney couldn't help but make a face in her mind, thinking, guess I'll be drinking a lot tonight. Frank shot Whitney a thumbs up under the table. Whitney gave herself a bitter smile, thinking, no choice. I just want to get ahead. Only with enough money in my pocket can I finally push back against my family. Once all the food was on the table, Whitney kept her smile as she accepted the brimming glass of liquor from Hubbard. Ivan shot her a sideways glance at her glass, giving her a look that said it all. Whitney caught the look. He was basically telling her, you brought this on yourself. Ivan was the first to raise his glass, and after his toast, Hubbard turned to Whitney with a big grin. Miss Moore, I propose a toast to you. You're such a beautiful lawyer, he said. Whitney wasn't new to this. Getting teased about her looks was just part of the usual business dinner routine. She didn't hesitate, raising her glass right back. Thank you, Mr. Hampton. She took a big gulp, and her confident style made Hubbard feel at ease. He praised, Mr. Walton, Miss E. Moore is a real asset to your team. Ivan couldn't help but give a wry smile. Miss Moore is a real pro, Mr. Hampton. Don't let her age fool you. She's hands down the best young lawyer on our team. Whitney realized she'd forgotten her usual hangover pills and her stomach was already starting to protest. Still, she managed a smile. Honestly, it's only because Mr. Walton believed in me and gave me a shot. Another middle-aged man from the investment team got to his feet. With such a young and promising lawyer here, I've got to share a drink with Miss Moore. Whitney had no choice but to stand up again and lift her glass, feeling a bit helpless inside. Just then, Calvin's phone lit up with an incoming call and his face grew tense. He raised his hand, motioning for everyone to hush. Whitney's hand froze around her glass. Who could be calling to make him look so serious? Whitney wondered. Calvin set his glass down, he craned his neck to check the caller ID, and his face changed a bit. Hello, sir? Yeah, we're having dinner with Prime Bridge Law Firm. Yep, at the Royal Crest Club. Are you coming over? He said. Calvin jumped up. You're already at the entrance? I'll come and get you right away. After hanging up, Calvin shot Ivan a look full of meaning. He thought, man, Prime Bridge Law Firm just hit the jackpot. Our boss happened to show up tonight. Mr. Walton, I'm going to go greet someone. Calvin said. Ivan felt a rush of excitement. Judging by Calvin's tone, this had to be someone important. Let me come with you, Mr. Malone, Ivan said quickly. Whitney sat back down, feeling uneasy. She wondered, who could it be? No way it's Uncle Klein or George, huh? But she quickly pushed that thought aside. George had just said yesterday he wanted to have dinner with her today, so he definitely wouldn't be here for business. And Klein? That was even less likely. This kind of business dinner was way beneath Klein. He wouldn't bother with something like this. Frank, I'm going to the restroom, Whitney said. Frank leaned in and asked, You okay? I'm fine, Whitney said, shaking her head. Just drank a bit too fast. My stomach is acting up. Whitney excused herself and slipped out. She hadn't been gone long when Klein walked in, flanked by Calvin and Ivan. Klein scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze, his eyebrows arching with interest. Where is she? He thought. The Harris Group guys all stood up at once, calling out in unison, Mr. Harris, good to see you here. Frank was stunned. He'd seen this man's face in magazines before. His voice trembled as he greeted. Nice to meet you, Mr. Harris. Whoa, Klein is actually here. Man, this dinner just got legendary, Frank thought. Calvin tried to offer Klein the main seat, but Klein just shrugged it off. I'll sit here. Is this seat taken? The spot he pointed to was exactly where Whitney had been sitting. Calvin paused for a second and replied, sure. Ms. Moore went to the restroom, right? She can just take the seat next to Mr. Reese when she gets back. With that arrangement, Whitney and Klein would be separated by Frank sitting between them. Klein's eyes flashed, giving nothing away. No need to make it so complicated. He pointed at Frank. Move over one seat. Let the one you mentioned take this spot. Calvin was shocked. He'd set up the seating on purpose, knowing his boss preferred to keep his distance from women. What's up with this? Calvin wondered, totally thrown off by the sudden change. He thought that Klein probably didn't hear it clearly that it was a woman. Just hope Whitney can read the room and doesn't end up doing something to tick off the boss, Calvin thought. Whitney dug out a hangover pill from her purse and swallowed it without water, then asked the waiter for a cup of hot water and downed it in one go. Only then did her stomach finally settle down a bit. But as soon as she pushed open the door, her mind went completely blank. Why is the one person I thought I'd never see here just sitting there in my seat like it's the most normal thing in the world? Whitney thought, totally thrown off. Ivan spotted Whitney frozen in the doorway and reminded, Whitney, don't just stand there. Come in and grab a seat. Where am I supposed to sit? Whitney wondered, feeling a little lost. Her eyes locked onto the only empty chair, and for a moment she just spaced out. OMG, the only seat left is right next to Uncle Klein, Whitney thought, her heart pounding. Klein gave a subtle smile. Hey, why don't you come over and have a seat? Whitney watched as Klein raised an eyebrow as he spoke, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. But his laid-back attitude made her mind go blank. She just froze on the spot. Frank had no idea what was going on between them. He just thought Whitney was frozen in place, just like him, too awestruck to move when a big shot walked in. He stood up, took Whitney by the wrist, and said, Don't just stand there. Come on, have a seat. But when he sat back down, he found himself staring right into Klein's intense look, and his heart skipped a beat. Frank quickly looked away, basically admitting defeat. Whitney finally snapped out of it. People shot her strange looks, so she bit her lip and gave an awkward smile. Sorry. I was just really surprised to see Mr. Harris. Klein tapped his long fingers on the table, amused by how unfamiliar it sounded when she called him that. But the way they acted made Calvin start to pick up on something between them. He chuckled and asked, Miss Moore, do you know Mr. Harris? Whitney instantly bristled, shaking her head like a cat with its fur all puffed up. No, how could I possibly know Mr. Harris? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere in the private room turned even more tense. Klein's eyes darkened a bit as he leaned back lazily in his chair. Yeah, we don't know each other. How could Mrs. Watmore possibly know me? Calvin wasn't so sure anymore. Maybe I was wrong, he thought. From the way Mr. Harris acted, they honestly seemed like total strangers. Ivan shot Whitney a reproachful look, unable to figure out why she had totally lost her cool. He gave an awkward chuckle, raised his glass, and said, "Mr. Harris, Whitney is probably just nervous. Please don't take it to heart. I propose a toast to you." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Klein lowered his eyes, scanning the wine glasses on the table. "Sorry, Mr. Walton, I'm not drinking recently. How about we go with juice instead?" Everyone was startled as they thought, "Juice? At a business dinner? Is he for real? We're not kids. Who drinks juice at a dinner like this?" Calvin immediately chimed in. "Mr. Harris, you're absolutely right. Honestly, alcohol isn't all that good anyway, and drinking too much is bad for the stomach. Waiter, could we get some juice over here?" he called out. Whitney stole a glance at Klein from the corner of her eye, thinking, so Uncle Klein is into juice? Before long, everyone had a glass of juice in front of them instead of wine. Klein gave a barely there smile and took a casual sip. "Not bad. The juice is pretty sweet." Whitney couldn't tell if she was just imagining it. When Klein said that, it looked like he shot her a quick glance. She wished she could just bury her face in her cup. After that, Whitney went quiet, just picking at her food while Ivan mingled with everyone at the table. Klein didn't say much either, just chiming in every now and then. Calvin got the feeling their boss was in a pretty good mood. He thought, looks like boss has already picked prime bridge. So as the night went on, Calvin started chatting even more with Ivan. By the end of dinner, Ivan could tell the vibe was pretty good. He was starting to feel more sure about the deal. "Want me to call your driver, Mr. Harris?" Ivan offered. Klein shook his head. "No need, my driver's not here. I drove myself over." Klein looked around at the group. "You guys all had some drinks tonight?" Calvin said, "Yeah, we had a bit earlier. We should probably all call for a driver." Whitney was smart enough not to drive tonight. She just hitched a ride with Ivan. Klein looked over at her, his gaze cool. "Miss Moore, you didn't drive tonight? It's tough to catch a cab around here." He glanced at her phone, seeing the ride app open. "Don't bother with a cab. Let me give you a ride. The rest of you can call a driver. I'll drop Miss Moore off." Whitney mentally screamed, "No, Uncle Klein. Can't you just act like you don't know me for once?" As expected, everyone else's reactions were absolutely priceless. Whitney glanced over at Ivan, who gave her a long, meaningful look and said, "I'm going the same way as Whitney, so I'll give her a ride." Klein's cool voice rang out. "Didn't you have some drinks tonight, Mr. Walton? It's not exactly easy to get a driver out here. Don't worry, I'll make sure Miss Moore gets home safe and sound." And just like that, Whitney followed Klein and got into his car. Hubbard watched them walk away with a sleazy grin. He said, "Mr. Walton, Miss Moore is something else. Mr. Harris is the kind of guy no woman ever gets near, and now he just let her hop into his car." Hubbard thought, totally floored. Calvin was just as puzzled, but he had to keep up appearances for Klein in front of everyone else. "Hubbard, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Harris is just being nice and giving a client a ride. Is that really so strange?" Calvin said. Hubbard thought, "Seriously? You really think that's normal? Are you even hearing yourself right now?" Then he flashed Ivan a sly grin. "Well, Mr. Walton, drop by the office sometime, and we can really dig into that merger case." Ivan's feelings were all over the place. The contract was basically in the bag, but he suddenly felt like Klein was about to poach his favorite apprentice right under his nose. Sitting in the car, Whitney said in a serious tone, "Uncle Klein." Klein had a faint, almost indifferent smile, his sharp nose making his expression look even cooler. "Why'd you stop calling me Mr. Harris?" Whitney just stared at him, lost for words. "Uncle Klein, my boss thinks I'm just a regular person from a normal family. I don't want to get any special treatment at the firm," she said. Klein didn't say anything, just let her explanation hang in the air. "Well," he said, his eyes landing on her cheek, "when did you learn to drink?" Whitney kept her eyes on her knees, her voice getting lower. "I picked it up during my first month at the firm." "Just 1 month? Good for you," Klein thought. He clenched his jaw and said, "You really are something." Whitney felt helpless, thinking, what else can I do if I can't handle alcohol? All their clients are top execs from listed companies. Am I supposed to just drink juice every time like tonight? The vibe in the car was seriously awkward. Whitney sat there pouting, her cheeks puffed out as she gloomily stared out the window. Klein, meanwhile, had a lot more running through his mind. Without even realizing it, they'd already pulled up in front of her place. "Uncle Klein, thanks for the ride," Whitney said, unbuckling her seatbelt and reaching for the door handle, but the door was still locked. Whitney cocked her head, staring at Klein's side profile, totally puzzled. "Uncle Klein, girls shouldn't drink too much at night. If someone tries to make you drink, just drop Carter's name," Klein said. Whitney couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Klein, his name doesn't carry nearly as much weight as yours." As soon as she said it, she instantly realized she'd said the wrong words. Klein's voice was cool and low, with a hint of warmth. "Then just use my name, got it?" Whitney was kicking herself inside. She wished she could just bite her tongue off. She kept her head down, stammering with an awkward laugh. "Uncle Klein, I was just joking." Klein's dark eyes stayed fixed on her, watching her ears burn red, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "I'm not joking. You're Carter's fiancé. You're like family to me. I don't mind." "But I do mind," Whitney thought, blinking. They weren't really family. Soon, she was about to call off her engagement to Carter, and after that, they might barely see each other at all. With a click, Klein unlocked the car door, his voice even huskier than before. "It's getting late. Just go home." "Okay," Whitney mumbled. She got out of the car and wandered back to her apartment in a daze. It wasn't until she was inside that her heartbeat finally began to settle. Before she could even process what had just happened, her phone rang. It was Ivan. "Hey, Whitney, are you home yet?" Ivan asked, sounding a little worried. Whitney smiled. "Yeah, I'm home. You and Frank made it back too, right?" "Yeah, I got a driver to take him home. I'm still on the road," Ivan replied. Ivan hesitated, then asked, "Mr. Harris didn't do anything weird in the car, did he?" Whitney froze, her face heating up all over again. "Of course not. Boss, what are you even thinking? Mr. Harris just saw I couldn't get a ride and offered to drive me home, that's all." Ivan let out a sigh of relief. "Good. But Whitney, did you know Mr. Harris before today?" Whitney had no intention of talking about all that messy stuff with the Harris family, so she firmly denied it. "Nope, never met him before. It was my first time meeting him today," she added. Ivan nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I get it. Whitney, I don't really know Klein, but don't let that pretty face fool you. He's not someone you want to mess with." Mr. Kopp. James Harris skipped over his eldest son and put Klein in charge of the entire Harris group. That alone should tell you how powerful he is. People like him? We're better off staying out of his way. Whitney pressed her lips together, catching the hint in Ivan's words, and just smiled it off. "Relax, boss. Just because someone gave me a lift doesn't mean I'll start thinking he's interested in me. And I'm not the kind to chase after someone just because they come from money." Ivan let out a soft sigh. "Don't blame me for being nosy, but in their circle, it's all about being from the right family. I just don't want you to get played." "Don't worry, I won't get fooled again," Whitney said. After getting burned once, there was no way Whitney was letting herself get twice. Besides, she knew deep down that Klein was just being a gentleman. He only offered her a ride out of courtesy. The next day at the law firm, Ivan didn't mention last night's dinner, and Whitney kept quiet as well. Valerie, the curious one, leaned in and asked, "So how did the dinner go yesterday?" Whitney stayed silent, while Frank, being his usual carefree self, didn't give a second thought to Klein offering Whitney a ride. "Not bad. Ivan's meeting with Calvin this afternoon. I think we've got it in the bag," Frank said with a grin. Valerie gasped, nearly choking on her excitement. "Wait, are we really about to land the contract?" Popping the champagne before the deal was signed was the most terrible thing in this business. Whitney shot Valerie a look, her brows furrowing just a bit. "Valerie, keep it down." Valerie quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, but her excitement was written all over her face. If Ivan could snag the Harris Group contract, their team would finally beat Hector's crew at the firm. But when Ivan came back that afternoon, he looked anything but happy. As he passed Whitney's desk, he tapped it lightly. "Come to my office." Whitney followed him into his office and closed the door. "What's up, boss? Did the meeting not go well this afternoon?" Whitney asked. Ivan sighed. "As I was heading out, I caught sight of Hector just sitting in their lounge." Whitney's face fell. "No way. Is Mr. Fisher trying to steal the deal?" Ivan raised an eyebrow and scoffed. He wouldn't have the guts. Yesterday, Ivan thought the contract was in the bag, but today Calvin kept stalling and even said it wasn't his call to make. "Anyone can have this contract, but not Hector," Ivan said, his voice low and unyielding. Hector and Ivan were rivals at the firm, always at odds, and stealing clients from each other was just business as usual. Whitney pressed her lips together. "Boss, you've got seniority over him, and you have way more experience. If Harris Group goes with PrimeBridge, you'd be their top choice. Just don't worry about it." She didn't say this because she thought Klein would hand them the contract for sure. She just trusted Ivan to get the job done. "All right. I'll check things out at Harris Group in a few days and see where we stand." "Get back to work," Ivan said. The afternoon zipped by, and when Whitney checked the time, she realized she was already 10 minutes late getting off work. She'd promised Sabrina she'd visit today, and she wasn't going to bail on her. She was even thinking about using this chance to finally come clean to the older folks in the Harris family about breaking off the engagement. The wedding was almost here, and if she waited any longer, she'd have no way to justify it to the Harris family. Carter kept his face icy and stern, glancing at the front door of Harris Manor every few minutes. "Sir, are you waiting for someone?" one of the maids asked. Carter just shook his head, leaving the staff scratching their heads in confusion. If he's not waiting for anyone, then why does he keep staring at the door like he's expecting someone to show up? They wondered. None of them knew that, ever since Carter realized his fiancé had blocked him yesterday, his mood had hit rock bottom. It wasn't until Whitney's red car pulled up to Harris Manor that Carter shot to his feet. But as soon as he stood, he realized he was being way too obvious, so he turned away and slowed his steps, heading inside and trying to look nonchalant. Whitney got out of her car and caught sight of Carter's figure ahead. She really didn't want to walk in with him, so she slowed down, keeping her distance. Carter kept walking, almost at the door, but when he realized Whitney still hadn't caught up, he spun around and shouted, "Where is she?" A passing maid replied, "Sir, are you waiting for Miss Moore? She just went back to her car to grab something." Carter looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon. "Who said I was waiting for her?" He stomped into the foyer, clearly annoyed. The maid sighed inwardly, shook her head, and walked away. Whitney took her sweet time getting out of the car, and just as she expected, Carter was already gone. She let out a smirk. Out of nowhere, a voice came from beside her. "Whitney, were you waiting for me to get in together?" Whitney groaned inwardly. If I'd known, I would have just gone in first. Honestly, the person she was most nervous about running into right now wasn't Carter. It was Klein. Whitney managed a weak smile, trying to play it cool. "Uncle Klein, you're really humorous." Klein just smirked. "Come on, let's head in together. They're probably getting impatient." As soon as Whitney walked in, Sabrina greeted her with a warm smile. "Oh, you made it, Whit." Sabrina pulled Whitney in and sat her down right next to her. But Whitney still felt a bit awkward about it. Sabrina had always been nice to her, but today she was going all out with the attention. James heard Whitney's voice and came downstairs from his study. "Whit, just got off work, huh? Have you been busy at work lately? You look slimmer," James said with a warm smile. Whitney felt a bit awkward with everyone fussing over her. "Grandpa, work's been a bit busy lately, but I'm managing." "That's good to hear. You're always so capable. How's that burn on your neck? Is it healed up now?" James asked. Whitney was a little taken aback, thinking, how did they even know I got burned? She instinctively reached up and touched her neck, just shrugged it off with a smile. "It's fine now. It's not hurting at all." James shot a glare at Carter, who was just standing off to the side, clearly annoyed. "Carter, get over here." "Come apologize to Whitney." Whitney raised an eyebrow, watching as Carter reluctantly walked over. She just smiled. "It's not necessary. He wasn't the one who hurt me." She didn't need anyone's apology. It was not like anyone really meant it. Apology or not, she couldn't care less. No, he should apologize. Carter is just careless sometimes, always caught up with work. It's not that he doesn't care about you, Whitney, so don't hold it against him, Sabrina spoke up. Carter took a deep breath, head down, eyes fixed on the floor. Sorry. Say it louder, James barked, getting even more annoyed. Carter spoke up, his voice a little louder. Sorry, I really didn't know you got burned. Whitney couldn't help but sneer to herself, like it would matter if he knew. Would he ever put me before his sweet sister? Klein lounged back, legs crossed, giving Carter a long look. Emily's turn now. Carter frowned. Uncle Klein, this really has nothing to do with Emily. She's innocent. She didn't know Tina would go off like that out of nowhere. Klein narrowed his eyes. Oh, then why don't you tell us, Emily? Why did you go looking for Whitney? Emily bit her lip, her face as pale as a ghost. Uncle Klein, That's enough. Carter, shut your mouth, James snapped, brandishing his cane threateningly at him. Then his piercing gaze landed on Emily. Emily, apologize. Carter glanced at Emily, worry written all over his face. He knew if he spoke up for her again, she'd just end up in more trouble. Emily clutched the edge of her shirt, steeling herself. Whitney, I'm sorry. I really had no idea Tina would freak out and throw stuff at you like that. Whitney gave a faint smile. All right, I got it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Emily's eyes. Whitney, you're always so understanding. You'll forgive me, won't you? Whitney gave her a cool look. Millie, are you forcing me to forgive you now? Since we're all laying things out on the table today, there's something I want to say too. I already talked to Carter about this a while back, Grandpa. Not sure if he ever told you. Carter's heart skipped a beat. He thought, what is she up to now? Is she seriously about to tell Grandpa she wants out of the engagement? Sabrina's heart gave a sudden jolt. She quickly reached out and grabbed Whitney's hand, forcing a nervous laugh. Come on, Whitney, whatever it is, let's talk after dinner, okay? It's almost 7. Bet you're starving by now. George, who'd been silent the whole time, looked over at Sabrina and seemed to catch on. Yeah, let's eat first. Dad, why don't we get started with dinner? Klein got up, smirking at Emily, whose face was as pale as a ghost, then shot a look at Carter, who was wearing a stormy expression. At that moment, Carter was seriously worried Whitney would actually spill the truth. He was terrified that if Whitney really said it, Emily would get packed off abroad for another 5 years all over again. Everyone was distracted at dinner. Whitney accepted Sabrina's suggestion just now, but no matter what, she was going to make sure Sabrina heard her out today. I'm full. I'm going back to my room. Emily was the first to set down her fork. James glanced at her indifferently. Okay, Sabrina stepped in to keep things light. Millie, if you're finished, go on upstairs. Then she gave George a look. George got the hint and spoke up. Dad, I want to talk to you and Klein about that project. James looked a bit annoyed. You have to talk about it now? Dad, it's pretty urgent, George said. James had no choice but to follow them upstairs, but before he left, he said, Whitney, don't wait for me. Just go ahead and eat. I'll be back down soon. Sabrina had smoothly cleared the room, making sure everyone else was gone. Whitney picked up on the hint and set down her fork, knowing Sabrina wanted a private chat. Carter, go upstairs and grab that box for me. Go on, hurry, Sabrina urged. Carter gave Whitney a lingering look before heading upstairs. Once Carter was gone, Sabrina grabbed Whitney's hand. Whit, I'm really sorry you've had to deal with all this. My son is a nerd sometimes. Don't let it get to you. But hey, you two have stuck it out for 5 years to get here, and the wedding's just around the corner. Just try to forgive that kid for being a little immature, all right? Trust me, once you're married, if he ever upsets you again, I'll set him straight. And even if I don't, his grandpa definitely won't let him off easy. Don't stay upset, honey. I honestly adore you. I'm just counting down the days till your wedding. Whitney gave a soft smile and replied, But Sabrina, I've already decided not to marry him. Didn't Carter tell you guys? The day we failed to get the license, I knew right then I wasn't going to marry him. Sabrina's smile faltered for a moment. Whit, be honest with me. Has Carter been giving you a hard time? If he has, just tell me. I'll stand up for you. But with the wedding just days away, I really don't like hearing you talk about not going through with it. Whitney sneered inwardly. She keeps acting like she cares about me. But come on, she will of course back up her own son. Whitney said, Sabrina, I've spent 5 years convincing myself that Carter loves me, but even now, I've never once felt he loved me. I know all his favorites. I was always his little shadow, trailing behind him. When he finally introduced me to his friends, I felt so proud, thinking he finally fell in love with me. But I can't keep deceiving myself. When it comes to her, he remembers everything she likes, noticing every little thing about her. He never forgets a single day he spends with her. But with me, he can't even remember the date we set to get our marriage license. Whitney met Sabrina's gaze head-on. Sabrina, I can't accept a marriage without love, and I accept an open relationship. Shouldn't I leave? Whitney's question hit Sabrina right in the feels. She parted her lips, but all she could do was let out a long, weary sigh. Honestly, it's Carter's fault. You haven't done anything wrong, Sabrina said gently. I didn't do a good job raising my son, so please don't blame yourself, Sabrina said, giving Whitney's hand a reassuring squeeze. But Whit, could you just give us a little more time, okay? I'm just scared it'll be too much for James to handle. How about this? Don't get the marriage license yet, just have the wedding first. After it's all over, you can tell James that you're not really right for each other. Do you think that would be okay? Sabrina asked. Whitney's gaze turned icy. That's not okay. If we go through with the wedding, wouldn't everyone just assume I'm married? Sabrina, do you really think that's fair to a girl's reputation? Sabrina went quiet, not saying a word. The most I can give you is 5 days. You'd better figure out how to break it to James, Whitney said, her tone firm. If not, I won't be showing up at the wedding at all, she added. Whitney stood up. Sabrina, I've got to head out. Could you let James know I'm leaving? She'd already gone above and beyond. This was as dignified as she could make her exit. Carter spent ages searching for that box but came up empty. Annoyed, he headed downstairs, only to find his mom waiting there alone. Where is she? Carter asked. Sabrina shot him a fierce glare. Your fiancé just left with someone else. Happy now? Whitney had driven herself today, just in case things got awkward and she needed to make a quick escape. But as soon as she pulled out of Harris Manor, she suddenly remembered. She'd actually meant to ask Klein about the contract today. It was like taking a shortcut, but all she wanted was a fair and equal chance to compete. Whitney pulled over, opened her phone, and tapped on the chat window with Klein. Whitney, Uncle Klein, will you stay at Harris Manor tonight? She thought he wouldn't reply so fast, but to her surprise, his message popped up almost instantly. Klein, what's up? Are you waiting for me to leave together? Whitney stared at the short message on her screen, feeling her cheeks flush for no reason. Uncle Klein always seems so proper, but whenever I chat with him, his tone is always so flirty, she thought. She wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but there was this subtle, almost teasing vibe in his words. Whitney sat in her car, couldn't see Klein at all, but she still found herself sitting up straighter. Whitney. No, I've already left. If you're okay with a talk, I'll wait for you at the intersection. Waiting felt endless. After a minute, he finally replied, sure. In the study, Klein traced his thumb over the screen with a smile. He rose at a leisurely pace and said, Dad Carter, I've got something to handle, so I'll leave. James and George stared at him, caught off guard. James blinked in surprise. Didn't we agree you'd stay the night? Klein gave a faint smile. Sorry, Dad, I can't tonight. I forgot to feed my rabbit. Gotta head back and take care of it. He left them standing there, and James and George exchanged a bewildered look. James asked, when did he get a rabbit? George shook his head. No idea. James let out a sigh. Make sure to invite Klein back more often. Don't let him grow distant from the family. Ever since Klein came back to the country, James couldn't help but feel that things just weren't the same between them anymore. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was definitely different. When James came downstairs and didn't see Whitney, he asked, Where's Whitney? Sabrina gave an awkward smile. Whitney said she's swamped with work and had to rush back to the office, so she left already. She asked me to tell you she'll come visit next time. James sighed again, then shot Carter a glare. Carter stood off to the side in silence, but James didn't say anything more. Just then, George called Carter into the study. Carter, what on earth happened between you and Whitney? How did things get to the point? "You're talking about calling off the engagement?" George asked. George just couldn't wrap his head around it, but he just assumed his son must have messed up somehow. Carter was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke up. "Dad, I didn't do anything. She's just been acting really weird lately. The wedding is just a little over a week away. There's no way we're actually canceling it now. I don't care how you do it, but you have to win her back before then," George insisted. "You saw how your grandpa treated Millie today. If you really break off the engagement, how is Millie supposed to hold her head up in this family?" George pressed. "Just the other day, he even talked about setting Emily up for marriage," George continued. Carter's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandpa wants to arrange a marriage for Emily?" "Absolutely not." George's gaze sharpened. "Why not? Everything we do is for the sake of the Harris family. No one can be the exception." Carter clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "I see, Dad. I'll marry Whitney." With his son's assurance, George finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He decided he'd better pay a visit to Whitney's family tomorrow. If anything blew up on the wedding day, it would be a real mess. Whitney parked by the curb, humming a random tune, when she suddenly spotted that familiar license plate, Ghost, coming into view. She hopped out and waved at Klein in his car, and Klein pulled up right in front of her. "Uncle Klein," Whitney called out, her voice bright and cheerful, clearly happy to see him. Klein couldn't help but let out an amused smile, thinking, just a minute ago she was dodging me, now she's the one coming over. He kept his expression neutral, rolled down the window, and motioned for her to get in. Whitney had actually wanted him to get out and talk, but the intimate, enclosed space of the car made her feel a bit uneasy. But they were still close to Harris Manor, and if anyone saw them standing by the side of the road talking, it really wouldn't look good. Klein looked pretty pleased. Raising his eyebrows, he asked, "Did you wait here just for me?" Instead of answering his question, Whitney said, "Uncle Klein, I wanted to talk to you about the agency contract between PrimeBridge Law Firm and the Harris family." The moment she said that, Klein frowned. "So you waited here just to talk business with me?" "Yeah, Uncle Klein, I'm not asking you to give me any special treatment. I just hope my boss, Ivan, gets a fair chance to compete," Whitney explained. "From what you're saying, is someone treating him unfairly right now?" Klein asked. Whitney paused, suddenly realizing she might have come off a little too eager. She explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Whitney had no idea how to explain the whole thing between Ivan and Hector. She simply said, "Uncle Klein, don't get the wrong idea." Klein's dark eyes lifted with casual indifference, and his gaze lingered on her rosy lips. He swallowed, almost unconsciously. "Did you have enough at dinner?" "What?" Whitney blinked, caught off guard. Klein looked away, his tone light. "Did you have enough at dinner? If not, care to grab something with me?" His question made Whitney realize she hadn't really had much for dinner and was actually feeling a bit hungry. "Okay, Uncle Klein, let me treat you tonight," Whitney said with a grin, Klein's lip to a faint smile. "Well, good." The red and black cars disappeared into the night, finally stopping outside Sunrise Bites. Whitney's expression darkened. The last time she'd come here, it was to bring up breaking off her engagement with Carter for the first time. Klein walked in first, with Whitney following just a step behind as they headed into the private room. Tina watched the two of them go, lost in thought. "Tina, what are you staring at?" one of her friends called out. Tina snapped out of it when she heard her friend's voice and hurried over. She thought, "Wait, that figure looks just like Whitney." "Tina, your burn is taking forever to heal. It's still all red," one of her friends said. Tina gritted her teeth. "It's all because of her. That bitch is seriously crazy." Her friends laughed. "Tina, is your stepsister really going to marry into the Harris family? If she does, who knows how much more she'll make your life miserable." Tina's eyes darkened, and she thought, "Yeah, that's true. Whitney is already throwing her weight around and she hasn't even married into the Harris family yet. Once the wedding is over, she'll be more arrogant." Tina let out a cold snort, replying, "It's not a done deal yet." Whitney always got a little nervous whenever she was alone with Klein. She simply said, "Uncle Klein, order anything you want." Klein just raised an eyebrow and called the waiter over to make the order. He ordered like he'd done this 100 times before, picking out all of Whitney's favorites. "Let's go easy tonight, something light and easy to digest. These are their signature dishes. Give them a try," Klein said. Whitney couldn't help but be curious. "Uncle Klein, you haven't been back in forever, and you still remember all their signature dishes." Whitney used to come here all the time. She loved this restaurant. Klein smiled. "I used to come often enough." The wait for the food felt endless. Whitney kept glancing at her fingers, stared at the tablecloth, and finally ended up scrolling through her phone just to kill time. "How long have you been at Prime Bridge Law Firm?" Klein asked out of the blue. Whitney instantly sat up straight, like she'd just been busted by the teacher for texting in class. "I started interning at Prime Bridge as soon as I graduated." Whitney had always been a fast learner, skipping grades and finishing school way ahead of schedule. She graduated from grad school by the age of 22, and this year marked her 4th year at Prime Bridge Law Firm. Once she hit her 5th year, she'd be qualified to go for the mid-level associate selection. Klein nodded. "Back then, a lot of people got business just by pulling strings or relying on connections. But the first thing I did when I took over was put a stop to that. Relax. You want fair competition, huh? I'll make sure you have it." Whitney felt a wave of relief and happiness wash over her. "Thank you, Uncle Klein." Whitney had no doubt he'd keep his word. If Klein promised something, he meant it. No way he'd ever fool her. As long as the case was with Prime Bridge, Ivan would always be the one to clinch it. "Now that business is out of the way, how about we talk about something a little more personal?" Klein said. Whitney's heart did a little flip, and out of nowhere, she felt a jolt of anxiety. She let out a nervous chuckle. "Uncle Klein, what do you want to talk about?" Klein's dark eyes grew even deeper. "You told Carter you want to break off the engagement today?" "You heard that?" Whitney asked, surprised. Klein's expression stayed unreadable. He just gave a calm nod. "Yeah, I caught it when I was passing by on my way to the restroom." Since he'd already heard, Whitney didn't hide anything. "Yeah, I'm not planning to marry him anymore. I've already talked to Sabrina. She said James isn't doing well, so he'll probably need some time to come to terms with it." "Yeah, but your wedding's only a few days away now," Klein said. Whitney nodded. "Yeah, just a few days left." After 5 years of persistence, she finally missed it in just these few days. "You've really thought it through?" Klein asked. Whitney met his gaze, her eyes steady. "I am," Klein replied. "Okay." Whitney looked at him curiously. "Uncle Klein, aren't you going to try and talk me out of it? He's a Harris, too, so why isn't he saying anything to persuade me?" Whitney wondered. Klein gave a subtle half-smile. "I respect your decision." His tone shifted. "But now that you and Carter have called off the engagement, you probably shouldn't call me Uncle Klein anymore." Whitney's eyes flickered, and her heart dropped. His words stung, but she couldn't deny the truth. Klein lowered his gaze, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Just take me as your brother. I'm just a few years older than you anyway." Whitney blinked, totally thrown off. Mr. Harris was right on the tip of her tongue, but she bit it back at the last second. "Brother? Are you serious?" Whitney thought. "You're the same generation as my dad. Wouldn't it be kind of disrespectful?" After a long pause, Whitney gave a stiff smile and looked up. Klein's eyes were right there, so close that she could barely breathe. They were so intense that it felt like they could stab right into her soul. Just when Whitney felt like something was choking her, his voice, laced with a smile, broke the silence. "No rush. Take your time to get used to it. You can always change it later," he said. Whitney breathed a little easier, thinking, unless it's necessary, I'm steering clear of solo dinners with this guy. "Excuse me," she said, then headed to the restroom. Klein leaned back, cool as ever, watching Whitney practically flee the room in a panic. He complained inwardly, "There's a restroom in the room, but she'd rather escape outside. Looks like I pushed too hard. The little rabbit nearly got scared off. I'll have to take it slow with her." Whitney didn't even know why she rushed out. She just felt like she couldn't breathe in there. The atmosphere was way too suffocating. However, the moment Tina walked in, she spotted Whitney in front of the sink right away. "So it really was you just now?" Tina sneered, her tone full of irritation. But Whitney was back to her usual calm, shooting Tina a mocking look. "What, you want to get something thrown at you again?" At those words, Tina instinctively flinched, her neck twinging as if she could still feel the sting from before. She took a step back, like she was afraid Whitney might go for her again. Whitney watched Tina jump like a startled bird, not even bothering to hide the smirk on her lips. "Good, she's finally scared of me. That's exactly what I want. She needs to know I'm not someone she can mess with. She'd better stay out of my way," Whitney thought. Tina's face turned red, her neck stiff as she snapped, "Whitney, don't get too smug. Don't think Carter will marry you no matter what. And by the way, do you even know where Dad went yesterday?" Whitney's eyes narrowed, her patience wearing thin. "Just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush." Tina's face flashed with triumph. "Heh, guess what? He went to the nursing home yesterday and brought Grandma back to stay with us. You'd better think twice from now on. With Grandma at home, you'd better watch how you treat us." "What?" Whitney's eyes widened in disbelief. "Samuel actually went and brought Grandma back home?" Whitney thought, stunned. Her face flushed with anger, a spark of fury igniting in her chest. Was it really Grandma's choice to come home? Of course, old folks always want to come home. Do you really think you're the only one who cares about Grandma? From now on, Mom and I will make sure she gets all the attention," Tina sneered. With a mix of threat and sarcasm, Whitney gave Tina a deadly glare, then spun around and stormed off. She even made herself the main contact at the nursing home, but her father still found ways to mess with her life. When Whitney walked back into the private room, Klein noticed the fierce look still lingering in her eyes. He raised his eyebrows, asking, "What happened? Who did she run into to get this riled up?" Klein wondered. Whitney forced a stiff smile. "Uncle Klein, sorry, but I can't stay for dinner after all. Something's come up at home, so I need to head back right away." Klein studied her, her expression unreadable. He nodded and said, "All right, do you need a ride?" "Thanks, but I drove here." "Uncle Klein, enjoy your meal. I'll get going now," Whitney said. Klein didn't bother correcting her this time. Instead, he just looked at the steaming soup he'd served for her, his smile calm and unruffled. "Too bad this tasty soup is just going to waste," Klein thought. After being away for a few years, Patricia was back at the villa. She squinted, scanning the place. "Patricia, your room is still on the first floor, so you can easily go outside and soak up some sun during the day. The servants are right next door. If you need anything at night, just call them," Laura said, sounding all sweet and considerate. Patricia's cloudy eyes flickered, a faint smile on her lips. "Thanks, Laura. Where's Whitney's room? I want to see it." After Whitney threw a fit last time, all her stuff got tossed out, and she even had her own password lock put on the door. Not even Laura could get into her room now. "Whitney really doesn't like anyone going into her room. How about we wait till she's back and let her show you herself?" Laura said, trying to play it off. Patricia didn't say anything more and just waved her off. "All right, go on upstairs. I'm tired. I'll go to bed." Whitney got home around 10 p.m. and April was still awake. "Grandma's back?" Whitney asked. April nodded calmly. "Ma'am, Mrs. Patricia Moore came home tonight. She's already gone to bed." Whitney was seething, both furious and bitter inside. Her grandma was already 70, and they still dragged her back from the nursing home so late at night. "Samuel's so hell-bent on keeping me in line that he doesn't even care about Grandma's health anymore," she thought. Her chest burned with anger. "Where's Dad? Is he still up?" April nodded. "He just got home. Probably hasn't gone to bed yet." April glanced at Whitney, noticing the anger in her eyes, worried she might stir up trouble tonight. "Ma'am, maybe you should wait until tomorrow to deal with it," April said softly. Whitney's eyes flashed with anger, but she nodded. "Fine. Tomorrow morning I'm settling every score," Whitney promised herself. Whitney barely slept a wink that night and was up at 6 the next morning. After sending a message to her boss asking for the day off, she went to the kitchen, picked up a bucket of water, and lugged it upstairs. April's eyes widened in shock when she saw Whitney. "Ma'am, what on earth are you doing?" "Is Grandma awake?" Whitney asked. April hesitated before answering. "Yes, she's awake. She's taking her medicine." Whitney nodded. "I'm going to check on Grandma." Patricia had just gotten up when she saw Whitney's face. "Whit, did you get back last night?" Patricia asked. Whitney's eyes were rimmed with red. "Grandma, did he force you to come back?" Patricia felt a pang of sympathy for Whitney and pulled her down to sit beside her. "Whit, he didn't force me to do anything. I wanted to come back. Your dad's not that heartless. He's just a bit too obsessed with money. I've been feeling pretty good these past few years, so it's actually pretty nice to be back here. Besides, those nursing home fees are sky high. It'd be way too much for you to handle on your salary. I don't want you to wear yourself out. You said you didn't want to get married, right? Well, I'm with you all the way, Whit. I promise I won't ever be the one to hold you back." Patricia couldn't bring herself to criticize Samuel in front of Whitney. She had to leave some room for things to cool off between Whitney and Samuel. Anyway, she was old now. It didn't really matter where she lived. Even if she went back to the villa, Samuel wouldn't mistreat her. Whitney's nose stung again at her words. "Grandma, I can't just let this go. No matter what happens upstairs, please stay down here, okay?" Whitney said. "I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm not his puppet. He can't push me around." Patricia wanted to stop her, but she simply couldn't. She let out a soft sigh, thinking as long as Whitney was standing up for herself, I'll let her be. No matter what kind of trouble she stirs up, I'll always have her back. Whitney wiped away her tears, steeling herself as she made her way toward her father and stepmother's bedroom. She banged on the door nonstop. Samuel had just dragged himself home from a late-night business dinner and barely had time to close his eyes before the noise snapped him awake. "Who is it?" he snapped, rolling over in annoyance. Laura stirred, groggy and confused. "Who the hell has the guts to wake us up this early?" Laura grumbled to herself. Laura opened the door, looking pissed off, but before she could even spit out a curse, Whitney drenched her with a bucket of water. "Ha!" Laura shrieked. She blinked, trying to process who just drenched her, and finally realized it was Whitney standing at the door. "Whitney, have you lost your mind?" Laura snapped. Whitney scoffed, then hurled the rest of the bucket of water straight at her father's back as he lay in bed. "I'm not the crazy one here, but you two are," Whitney snapped. "I said I'd pay for Grandma's nursing home fees. So what was the point of sneaking her back behind my back? Did you think you could threaten me?" The icy water jolted Samuel awake, leaving him soaked and shivering. He stared at Whitney in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe his eldest daughter would dare defy him like this. Samuel's face darkened with fury. "Whitney, do you even realize what you're doing?" Whitney lifted her chin defiantly. "I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm here to knock some sense into you, you ungrateful and shameless bastards." Samuel shot up from the bed, his mind burning with rage as he stormed straight toward her, about to hit her. But no one saw it coming that Whitney grabbed a vase from the side table and raised it high above her head. "Lay a finger on me, and your precious vase will be gone." Samuel's eyes locked onto his favorite vase, veins bulging on his forehead. "Whitney, what the hell do you think you're doing? If you dare smash that vase, you're out of the house for good." Whitney let out a mocking laugh. "Oh yeah? Then go ahead and write that letter cutting me off. If you don't, I'll just think you're all talk." With that, she smashed the ancient vase right at Samuel's feet. The shards scattered everywhere, and for a moment Samuel felt like his heart had stopped beating. Well, you really think you can do whatever you want now, huh?" Samuel roared. Whitney gave a careless, mocking grin. "Is this another one of your precious treasures?" Samuel clutched his chest, agony written all over his face. "Don't break it." Before Whitney could even finish, she slammed it down hard, right at Laura's feet. "Let me make this clear. I'm taking Grandma with me today. Try to stop me, and every antique you own is getting smashed until there's nothing left," Whitney warned. Whitney smirked, lips curled in defiance. "Want to call me a brat, huh? Sorry, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Samuel stared at the shattered pieces on the floor, heart aching. He didn't even notice his clothes were still dripping wet. "She's crazy. Totally crazy," Laura kept muttering, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Samuel, your daughter's gone crazy. Did you see her eyes just now? She looked like she was ready to tear us apart." Laura shrieked. "No way, Whitney can't ever come back here. And you need to send your mother packing too. Neither of them is ever setting foot in this house again, Laura demanded. What if next time she's got a knife in her hand instead of a vase? Laura blurted out. Laura was still rattled. That cold, determined look in Whitney's eyes had truly shaken her to the core. Samuel's face kept flushing red, then turning pale, while outside, a few nervous servants gathered together, staring in stunned silence at the chaos inside. Samuel choked on his anger. What are you all standing around for? Get in here and clean this mess up. Whitney strolled downstairs, cool as ever, and helped her grandma out for breakfast. Patricia had heard all the banging and crashing upstairs, but she didn't bother going up. She just asked April, totally chill, "Did Whit come out on top?" April shot Patricia a speechless look. "Pretty much, yeah." Patricia let out a sigh of relief and just dug into her breakfast, not asking anything else. When Samuel and Laura came downstairs, they glanced at Whitney with a new hint of caution in their eyes. "Mom, Whitney's always been scared of you. Aren't you going to do something about her?" Samuel snapped, his face twisted with rage. If Whitney wasn't about to marry into the Harris family in a few days, Samuel would have slapped her silly right then and there. Patricia calmly took a sip of her porridge. "If I can't even keep my own son in line, what makes you think I can control my granddaughter?" Samuel was left speechless, completely thrown off by her words. Laura kept shooting Samuel desperate looks, but when he stayed silent, she finally spoke up. "Patricia, Samuel and I talked it all night, and we really think the nursing home is the best place for you. How about we take you back this afternoon?" Whitney smirked, clearly satisfied. "See? If you go crazy enough, the timid ones will always chicken out." Whitney thought to herself. Samuel's face was grim. He really didn't want to admit defeat in front of Whitney, but deep down, he had to admit he couldn't stand living under the same roof as his troublesome daughter anymore. Patricia glanced at Whitney, then smiled. "Of course I'd love to stay there, but who's going to pay for it? Are you, Laura? The nursing home is way better than this place. The nurses and doctors are so nice and professional, and even the food tastes better. The chefs are all trained in nutrition, you know. But come on, I can't be expected to pay for all this out of my own pocket, can I?" She didn't raise her voice, but she was basically calling them out for being selfish. Seriously, a big-shot CEO making his own mom pay for her nursing home? That was so heartless. Samuel took several deep breaths before finally letting out a heavy sigh. "I'll pay for it. But Whitney, you're not allowed to back out of the wedding at the end of the month. Don't even think about it." Whitney took her time sipping her soup, totally unfazed. "Forget the wedding. I'm not going. You can pay for Grandma's nursing home yourself. But let's make it simple. The 15% stake in the company that used to be Mom's, hand it over to me. From now on, you don't need to take care of Grandma or me ever again. How about that?" Samuel almost spat blood from rage. "Well, I really did underestimate you. So all this was just about the company shares, huh? Whitney, unless I'm dead, you'll never get those shares." Patricia felt a stab in her heart. She'd raised Samuel herself, and now he was using her as a bargaining chip against his own daughter. "Whit, don't worry about it. I still have 5% of the shares. I'll put them in your name tomorrow," Patricia said gently. Laura's heart skipped a beat, panic flashing across her face. "No, absolutely not," Laura burst out. "Why should Whitney get 5% handed to her for nothing, while my daughter and I get nothing? This is so unfair," Laura seethed inside. Whitney never really wanted the shares. She just grinned and asked, "So who's footing the bill for the nursing home?" Laura's face went dark. "I'll pay. Is that okay?" Finally, the whole farce came to an end. Whitney dropped the whole shares thing, and she was all smiles as she helped Patricia pack up. "Grandma, don't listen to him anymore. You're doing great at the nursing home, and if you move back, I'll just worry about you. Don't stress about money. I'm about to get a promotion, and my salary's about to double. Even if they don't pay, I can handle it." But after covering the costs, she'd be left with nothing in her pocket. Patricia smiled. "I know you're a caring kid. And about those shares I brought up earlier, I meant it. I'm just an old lady. Those shares don't mean much to me. If I hand them over to you, even if your dad keeps playing favorites, at least you'll have something to rely on." Whitney's eyes grew hot with tears. "Grandma, I know. You're always the best to me." She buried her face in Patricia's lap, her tears quietly wetting Patricia's pants. Patricia's heart ached for her. She gently rubbed the top of Whitney's head. There, don't cry. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep loving you every single day." Whitney had barely gotten home before her luggage was shoved right back into the car. She took Patricia back to the nursing home herself and grabbed the bank card Laura handed her on the way. Laura glared at Whitney, her voice dripping with annoyance. "There's $160,000 on that card, Whitney. Try not to spend it all at once." Whitney just smiled and slipped the card out of Laura's hand. "Thanks, Laura." Laura watched their card disappear, then, still pissed and flustered, rushed off to hunt down Samuel. "Samuel, why didn't you ever tell me Mom still has 5% of the shares?" Laura demanded. If it weren't for today, she would have been totally in the dark. Samuel just went quiet for a long time. "Dad left those shares to Mom. How could I just take them from her? And what about that 15% Whitney was talking about?" Laura pressed. "After sticking with him all these years, I don't get a single share," Laura thought bitterly. Samuel's eyes flickered. "We're family, so let's not split hairs. Whatever I have will go to Tina in the end." Samuel's only real regret was that he never had a son. Both his daughters would eventually marry, and all his hard-earned wealth would just end up benefiting someone outside the family. That was the one thing he just couldn't stand. Laura was fuming. She'd just thrown away $160,000 for nothing, and on top of that, Whitney had literally splashed water all over her. No way was she putting up with any of this. "Then buy Tina a villa. This place is getting old anyway. Why don't we just move out?" Laura demanded. Samuel's eyes darkened. "The company needs every penny right now. Just wait a bit. I promised Tina, and I won't go back on my word. Right now, the most important thing is for Whitney to marry Carter without any issues. Until the wedding was done, he'd have a weight on his mind. Only when the Harris and Moore families were really united by marriage would he finally be able to relax." Tina had gone wild with her girlfriends all night and didn't drag herself home until noon. "Mom, where's Grandma?" "Didn't you say you were bringing her back last night?" Tina asked. Laura, clearly annoyed, shot back. "We sent her right back to the nursing home." "Huh? Why?" "I bumped into Whitney at Sunrise Bites last night, and I was actually mad at her for saying Grandma was back." "Why did you send her off again?" Tina asked, totally confused. Tina really didn't get it, and Laura just gave her daughter a look that was impossible to read. She's really hopeless, Laura thought, feeling let down by her daughter. "All right, your dad said once Whitney gets married, he'll buy you a villa." Laura said, "Really?" Tina's eyes lit up. One of my friends was throwing shade at me yesterday, saying my family was going downhill. If Dad really buys me a villa, I'm going to rub it in her face the second I get it." Tina thought. "Is she really going to marry Carter?" Tina asked, her voice full of disbelief. Laura let out a cold laugh. "Tina, Carter's not the right guy for you. Just forget about him. Sure, he's the Harris family's eldest grandson, but he's not running the main business at Harris Group. He's just the CEO of a subsidiary. Besides, you know better than anyone about his relationship with Emily." Laura thought that once Whitney married into the Harris family, she'd find out just how tough life could be. Laura never thought this was a marriage anyone should envy, but Tina just couldn't get over it. "That's the Harris family. How could I just let this go?" Tina thought. Laura patted Tina's hand. "Look at the bigger picture. Carter's not the only single guy in the Harris family." Tina froze for a moment, then suddenly caught on. "Mom, you mean?" Laura smiled. "Klein is the one truly running the Harris family. If you manage to get his attention, Whitney will give you some respect." Once Whitney had her grandma settled, she headed over to Prime Bridge Law Firm that afternoon. She glanced at the boss's office. It was weird seeing it so empty. "Where's Mr. Barton?" Whitney asked. Frank leaned in and replied, "He's with Mr. Barton." He dropped his voice even lower. "Hector is in there too." Whitney raised his eyebrows. Everyone knew Townsend Barton had two top gold lawyers, but those two were always at each other's throats. "Looks like it's about that Harris Group contract. Boss went to talk things out with Mr. Barton today," Frank said. Whitney's heart skipped a beat. Did Hector's team really get it? But just the other day, Klein had promised her he'd play fair. Her eyes darkened, but back then, he didn't know she was about to call off her engagement to Carter. Honestly, if he went back on his word now, it wouldn't even be that surprising. No idea. I heard they promised it to our boss, but right when the contract was about to be signed, Hector called the client and said he'd cut the fee by 5 percentage points, so they just ditched our boss, Frank said. Whitney stared in disbelief. How could they do that? Isn't that just straight up stealing? Going after business, even if it meant losing money, was like shooting yourself in the foot just to hurt the other guy, and it would totally make the client think PrimeBridge was full of infighting. The Harris group wasn't dumb, and they might just end up ditching both of them. Frank gave a bitter smile. Seriously, that's why Boss totally blew up. I've never seen him lose his cool like that. He was close to chewing Hector out right to his face. This Harris group contract is a huge opportunity for me and for the whole team, Whitney thought. If I get to work on this merger, my resume is going to shine. Even just being involved would add some serious weight to it. And when it's time for the mid-level associate review, this could really help my chances. But this was an internal fight, and she really shouldn't get Klein involved in this mess. That was not how things were done, Matt, and it was not how she dealt with things. She kept starting to type something, then erased it all over and over. She didn't stop until Klein's message popped up. What's on your mind? You've been trying to type words for half an hour. Whitney's phone fell from her hand with a sharp smack, landing on the floor. Frank looked puzzled. Whitney, are you okay? Are you still stressing over the rivalry between Mr. Walton and Hector? Relax. Mr. Barton usually sides with Mr. Walton. This time, Hector is just undercutting us to steal the Harris Group contract. I bet once Mr. Barton hears the whole story, he won't back Hector. Valerie leaned in. Don't be so sure. I heard someone over there has ties to the Harris Group. Who? Whitney and Frank both asked at once. You know who? Valerie whispered. Mr. Walton's ex-wife. Whitney suddenly realized who she mentioned. Only then did Whitney realize her phone was still lying on the floor. But when she picked it up and turned it over, her mind went completely blank for a second. Her fingers trembled slightly as she held the phone. She had been on a video call with Klein for 10 minutes. Panicking, Whitney fumbled and hit the end call button with a sharp click. She immediately felt something was wrong after hanging up. Now it looked like she'd called Klein on purpose, let him overhear her complaining about him, and then hung up on him just to make a scene. After all that, she really did feel like one of those evil, scheming side characters straight out of a web novel. Whitney nervously opened the chat with Klein again. Whitney, Uncle Klein, I'm really sorry. If I said everything that just happened was a total coincidence, would you buy it? A coincidence? So you just happened to open my chat, stared at it for half an hour, accidentally hit the call button, and I just happened to overhear you gossiping with your coworkers? Whitney wanted to cry, but all she could do was type one word. Yes, what a coincidence. And speaking of coincidences, I'm actually going to be passing by your office soon. How about we grab dinner and chat tonight? Can I even say no to that? Whitney thought, feeling totally cornered. Nope, I really can't, Whitney replied with a smiley emoji. Okay, Mr. Harris. Klein narrowed his eyes, staring at her, calling him Mr. Harris, and let out a chuckle. Damn, I told her to stop calling me Uncle Klein, and now she's just getting more and more distant, Klein thought. Klein replied, Catch you tonight, Miss Moore. Whitney almost passed out right then and there when she saw his message. Before Whitney could even faint, Ivan Walton walked out of Townsend's office with a grim look on his face. Boss, how did it go? Everyone turned to look at him, waiting for his answer. Ivan looked like he couldn't care less. Nothing much. Mr. Barton just said, whoever gets the contract, it's theirs. Doesn't matter what you do to get it, he added. Whitney and the others' faces fell, and the mood instantly turned heavy. As Gina Parsons walked past their group, she flashed a sly smile. Mr. Walton, what's up? You don't look so good. Ivan didn't say a word. He just gave his ex-wife a long, meaningful look. Since Ivan wasn't saying anything, Whitney and the others just went back to their desks and got back to work. Seeing that her little jab got no reaction, Gina lost interest and walked away. Whitney couldn't help feeling down. That was just how things worked in this industry. If one had the right connections, they got all the good stuff. It wasn't enough to have killer skills. One also needed a powerful network backing them up if one wanted to make it. Too bad, Ivan was in the same boat as her. They were both on their own. Whitney glanced at the clock and quietly slipped out 10 minutes early. She just didn't want anyone at work to catch her leaving with Klein. If that happened, there'd be no way to explain herself. Klein watched her sneak into his car like she was pulling off a heist, one eyebrow raised. "What's the rush? You got the cops on your tail or something?" Whitney stiffened for a moment. "No, Mr. Harris. You can drive now." Klein noticed how anxious she looked, but he deliberately took his time before finally starting the engine. "Well, Miss Moore, what do you feel like eating tonight?" Klein asked. Whitney thought for a second. "Why don't we try sunrise bites? We missed out last time." She gave an awkward little laugh. Klein gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Sure, let's go there." Whitney was dying to ask Klein how much he'd actually overheard during that call, but she didn't have the guts, so she just decided to play turtle and keep her mouth shut. They were back in the same private room as last time, and Klein had ordered the same soup. Whitney sat there, her mind wandering, still unsure why Klein had asked her out tonight. She tried to make small talk. Did they tell James about the engagement being called off? Klein poured her a glass of water, taking his time. "Haven't heard anything. I haven't been home these past few days." His eyes were as dark as a starless night, deep and piercing. "Want me to go talk to him for you?" Whitney shook her head. "No, that's okay." What's the point of him saying anything? Whitney thought. If anyone should break the news to James, it ought to be Carter himself. "All right then, so, did your dad agree to the engagement being called off?" Klein asked. Whitney gave a sarcastic little smirk. "Whether he agrees or not doesn't matter. I've already let him know." She'd told both sides. If they wanted to act as if nothing had happened, they'd just end up embarrassing themselves later. Klein let a small smile play on his lips. "Yeah, I hear you." After that, they just had dinner, and neither of them mentioned that call from earlier. Whitney just played dumb about the whole thing. When they were done, she grabbed a cab and went home alone. Klein, meanwhile, casually dialed Calvin Malone. "Hello, Mr. Harris," Calvin answered, sounding a little puzzled. He had no idea what Klein wanted at this hour. Calvin had just wrapped up a business dinner, and he was still feeling a bit groggy from the drinks. "So have you picked a law firm for that merger yet?" Klein asked. Calvin instantly sobered up. "We were set on Prime Bridge Law Firm, but the two partners gave us different quotes. We're still trying to figure out which offer works best for us." "Calvin, since when do we care about price when picking a law firm?" Klein's tone was cool and sharp. Calvin felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out even though he was sitting safely in his car. "Mr. Harris, think it over. I want your final pick on my desk by tomorrow," Klein said. He hung up on Calvin without another word, the line going dead with a snap. Calvin was racking his brain, trying to figure out how his boss had gotten wind of all this. From the way he spoke, it's clear Mr. Harris already has his eye on Ivan as his preferred choice, Calvin thought. Suddenly, Calvin remembered the dinner that night. "I knew it. The way Mr. Harris left with Ms. Moore that night, there's definitely something going on between them," Calvin mused. Carter stared at the calendar, lost in thought, before showing up at Whitney's doorstep with millions worth of jewelry in tow. He kept pressing the doorbell for ages, but nobody answered. She'd already blocked him on WhatsApp, so all he could do now was call her. The phone rang again and again, but all he got was that cold, robotic voicemail message. "Did she block my number too?" Carter wondered, his heart sinking. Finally, just as Whitney came down the stairs, Carter caught sight of her. "Whitney," Carter called out. Whitney had just finished working overtime and hadn't eaten yet, so she went out of her way to grab some food. She really loved the food in that restaurant, but the second she spotted Carter, even the delicious aroma in the air seemed to turn sour. "What are you doing here? Aren't you worried you'll end up with hemorrhoids?" Whitney snapped. Whitney smirked. "And impotence, too." For a while now, every time Whitney talked to him, she had an attitude and never missed a chance to throw shade. Carter had been biting his tongue the whole time. But today, he finally reached his limit. He shouted, "Whitney, are you done with your drama yet? Just unblock my number." Whitney was really confused, thinking, why does he think I'm just causing drama? "Listen, I'm not causing drama," she shot back. She shot him a cold look, in a hurry to get upstairs and have her soup while it was still hot. "Move. Don't block the way," she snapped. But Carter grabbed her wrist, his forehead veins pulsing with anger. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger and softening his voice. "Here, I bought this for you at the auction yesterday, a diamond necklace worth $15 million. Maybe that'll finally cool you off?" Whitney stared at him like he was nuts. "Why don't you give such a priceless gift to your precious sister instead?" She shot back. Carter finally lost it. "Why do you always have to make everything about Emily? I've told you 100 times, Emily is my sister. Grandpa's always on my back too. If I'm not there for her, who else will be? Can't you just try to understand me?" Whitney's voice was cold as ice. "I can't wrap my head around it. I'm not forcing you. I told you we're done. We're not getting married. What more do you want from me?" Carter didn't believe for a second she actually wanted to call off the engagement. He just thought she was being dramatic. Does she really think just saying it means it's over? Carter wondered. With only a few days left before the wedding, if they really canceled now, both families would become the biggest gossip in Ravaport. What will it take for you to stop being mad, quit the drama, and come get the marriage license with me? Carter asked. Whitney gave him a cold, sideways look. The face she once loved now just looked annoyed and fed up. She let out a soft, almost indifferent laugh. "Carter, do you really want to marry me? Do you even like me? Is marrying me what you actually want?" Carter was clearly thrown by her question. He coughed awkwardly and glanced away. "We're engaged. That's what people do, isn't it? So people get married just because they're engaged now?" Whitney scoffed inwardly. She let out a dry laugh. "So if we tie the knot, can you promise you'll cut Emily out of your life for good?" Carter looked up, his voice firm and deliberate. "Whitney, I've told you Emily is my sister. I'm never giving up on her." Whitney lowered her gaze and shrugged. "So you don't even like me, and you expect me to just accept that you'll keep sneaking around with Emily after we're married? Why on earth would I want to marry you?" The sadness in her eyes was gone, replaced by a steely resolve. "I'm not marrying you. I'd rather stay single forever than marry you. Carter, do you get it now?" Whitney wrenched her hand free from his grip and stormed upstairs without looking back. Carter stared in disbelief at Whitney's back as she walked away, wondering, is she really not going to marry me? George had arranged to play golf with Samuel. Only 5 days left until Carter and Whitney's wedding. "Our families are finally going to be joined," George said with a chuckle. Samuel agreed. "Yeah, it's really Whitney's luck to be marrying Carter." After George finished his swing, he probed, "But they still haven't gotten their marriage license yet? Samuel, did you ever ask Whit about it?" Samuel pressed his lips together. "They're probably just swamped lately. My mom's been under the weather. Whit grew up with her grandma, so she might be feeling a little off. It's no big deal, though. Give them more time." George could tell from the way Samuel talked that the wedding was still on, no doubt about it. He finally relaxed, letting out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "Heard you guys have been looking for bank financing lately?" George asked. Samuel tensed up for a second, then forced a laugh. "Yeah, just a few hiccups with project payments, but nothing serious." George didn't call him out. "Well, I'm actually interested in that resort project of yours. Have someone talk to our investment manager tomorrow." Samuel was thrilled. He'd always known that once they got in with the Harris family, their company's money problems would basically disappear. "See, the cash is already coming in," Samuel thought. "Sounds good. I'll have someone reach out tomorrow," Samuel said quickly. The next day, Whitney walked into Primebridge Law Firm and was surprised to see Ivan beaming, clearly in a great mood. "Whitney, you're here? Did you have breakfast yet? If not, go grab something downstairs and come back up," Ivan said, grinning from ear to ear. Normally, if she were even a minute late, he'd be lecturing her about how the number one thing for lawyers is being on time. Did the sun rise in the west today or something? Whitney thought, totally thrown off. Valerie wheeled her chair over to Whitney and whispered, "Ivan's about to go sign a contract." "Whose contract?" Whitney asked, a beat behind. "Who else? The one he's been obsessing over lately," Valerie replied. Whitney's eyes narrowed and she thought, wait, is it really happening? She honestly hadn't expected this. So Klein really did overhear everything at dinner last night, Whitney realized, still a bit in disbelief. She gripped her phone, hesitated for a moment, then sent out a message. "Whitney, Uncle Klein, thank you." No matter what, Klein had come through for her. Whitney didn't want to overthink it. This was her first time using connections, and honestly, she felt a bit uneasy about it. Just as she hit send, Ivan strolled over looking all fired up. "Whitney, come with me to Harris Group in a bit," he said, sounding full of energy. Whitney jumped, startled. "How do you walk so quietly?" "I'm not quiet. You were just so zoned out staring at your phone," Ivan shot back. Ivan leaned over to glance at her screen. "You've got a call." Whitney whipped her head around and saw a voice call invitation from KH flashing on her screen. Ivan shot a look at Whitney, then at her phone. "Who's KH? Why aren't you picking up?" Whitney panicked and hung up in a flash. "Ugh, probably just some insurance guy again. Seriously, they call me every single day. It's driving me nuts," she said, trying to sound casual. Ivan shot her a suspicious look, thinking, aren't insurance agents supposed to use their own photo for their profile? That pitch-black avatar looks nothing like one. But he didn't think too much about it. "All right, pack up and come with me to Harris Group. We can't afford any mistakes today." "Yes, sir," Whitney replied. She glanced at her phone and saw Klein had sent her a giant question mark. Whitney felt like crawling under a rock. It wasn't on purpose, but she couldn't pick up Klein's call with her boss standing right there. Klein looked at his phone, a thoughtful look in his eyes, then let out a low, amused laugh. The intercom on Klein's desk rang. He set his phone aside and answered the call. "Hello." Calvin heard his boss's cold, distant tone and instantly felt intimidated. "Mr. Harris, PrimeBridge's reps are coming over to sign the contract. Are you joining us?" Klein's lips curved into a faint smirk as he replied, "Sure. No matter how much you try to dodge, you still have to face me later," Klein thought. Calvin hung up the phone, pondering Klein's attitude. Mr. Harris personally coming to sign such a minor contract? It really shows how much he values PrimeBridge Law Firm. Even for a law firm, no matter if it's a top-tier firm, Mr. Harris wouldn't care this much, right? Unless there's someone inside that firm he truly cherishes, Calvin thought, suddenly feeling like he had uncovered a huge secret. Klein had been single for 33 years, with zero scandals both domestically and abroad. Many even rumored he would end up alone for life. Yet Klein continued living on his own terms, completely unaffected. Even most of the Secretariat office staff were men. Klein was impeccably self-disciplined. At one point, Calvin even doubted Klein would ever find someone. But just a few days ago, Klein had voluntarily offered to drive a woman home. Klein even yelled at Calvin late at night because of the law firm this woman worked in. Calvin, being sharp, immediately sensed that Klein felt something different about her. Calvin tapped his index finger rhythmically on the desk and called Ivan. At PrimeBridge Law Firm, after Ivan hung up the phone, he still felt puzzled. Calvin specifically told Ivan to bring Whitney along today to sign the contract. Even if Calvin hadn't said anything, Ivan had already planned to bring Whitney. But Calvin's explicit instruction made Ivan suspicious. Ivan frowned, thinking, I heard Calvin is married. In the car, the two sat in silence. Whitney was worried about what she should do if she actually met Klein later. Ivan was thinking carefully about how to phrase things, preparing to tell his most admired subordinate how to find her way back from a wrong path. "Boss," Whitney called out. "Whitney," Ivan said. They spoke at the same time. Whitney blinked, startled. "Well, you go first, boss." Ivan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Whitney, you said before that you broke up with your boyfriend, right?" "Yeah," Whitney replied. He cleared his throat. "Mind if I ask why?" Whitney's eyes darkened. "Why?" "Probably because he cheated on me." Ivan was momentarily stunned. He knew it was a strange thing to ask about his subordinate's breakup. His question definitely hit a sore spot. Trying to sound casual, Ivan cleared his throat again. "So, Whitney, how about I introduce you to a few guys?" Whitney's pupils dilated. "A few?" he explained. "Oh no, I mean a few elite colleagues you can choose from. Not that I'm encouraging you to juggle multiple guys. Look at Calvin, who's signing the contract with us today. His wife used to be his colleague. She only became a full-time housewife after they got married." Ivan thought his explanation sounded natural. He had told Whitney about Calvin's marriage, while also offering to set her up with some quality guys. He even gave himself a mental pat on the back for his smooth performance. Whitney actually had no idea what was going on with Ivan today. Since when did Ivan get so gossipy and start playing matchmaker? She wondered. "Boss, no thanks. I'm not planning to start dating anytime soon," she said. Her polite refusal made Ivan's heart tighten. Could she really have a thing for Calvin? Ivan wondered. With their own thoughts weighing on them, they arrived at the Harris Group headquarters. Whitney used the excuse of going to the restroom. She stared at her phone, biting her lip before dialing Klein's number. The call connected for just a second before Klein hung up. Whitney quickly sent a message. "Mr. Harris, sorry, I didn't notice your call earlier and accidentally hung up. My apologies." She checked the message twice. She was polite and courteous. It was perfect. Then she turned off the screen and went to find Ivan. Ivan saw her come out and waved urgently. "The elevator's here. Hurry up." Whitney jogged over and got straight onto the elevator, headed to the 28th floor conference room. Ivan came along with just Whitney. When they entered the room, Whitney froze for a moment at the long row of people inside. Ivan was also taken aback by the turnout. "It's a big company, sure, but we're just here to sign an agency contract. Isn't this a bit over the top?" he wondered. Ivan calmly adjusted his tie, then leaned toward Whitney's ear in a low voice. "Don't be nervous. Don't show weakness." Whitney straightened her back and followed him in with a polite smile. Calvin smiled. "Mr. Walton, Miss Moore, good to see you again." He introduced them. "This is Hubbard from the investment department. You met him last time. This is our finance director. These folks here are the colleagues handling the upcoming merger and acquisition. You'll probably be coordinating with them on the details moving forward." The center seat at the table was empty. Whitney's eyes drifted to the cup on the table, stealing a second glance. Calvin, always sharp, caught her looking. Clearing his throat, he said, "Here's the contract. Take a look first. Mr. Harris is on a call outside. Once he arrives, we can get the signing done." Whitney's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, Klein's coming too?" she wondered. Ivan looked equally surprised. "Looks like Mr. Harris really values this merger," he said. Whitney touched the vibrating phone in her pocket when, suddenly, the WhatsApp call ringtone rang out loudly in the conference room. Ivan glanced sideways and saw the caller ID KH again. He frowned slightly. "Why isn't it on silent?" Whitney gave an embarrassed smile and apologized. "Sorry, I'll step out to take this." She didn't have the guts to hang up on Klein twice. After quickly leaving the room, Whitney finally answered. "Hello, Mr. Harris." A casual, charming voice replied, "Not calling me Mr. Harris anymore?" Whitney froze for a moment. She really didn't know what to call him. "Where are you?" Klein asked. Whitney hesitated briefly. "At your company's conference room. I just stepped out to take the call." "All right, look up," Klein said. Whitney raised her eyes and saw Klein holding his phone to his ear. A faint smile curled on his lips as he walked toward her with a steady pace. The backlight softened his usually sharp features. Whitney was momentarily distracted. Klein put down the phone and gave a barely noticeable smirk. "Let's go inside. They must be getting impatient." The moment Klein pushed open the door, all eyes turned to him. Ivan's eyelids twitched hard when he saw the woman walking beside him. Seriously? They look like a perfect match. Absolutely made for each other, Ivan wondered. Calvin's thoughts were no different. "See, I told you they were together. Look at Mr. Harris's big smile. He has never been this pleasant or relaxed around any of us." Klein took his time and sat down at the empty center seat. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I happened to see Miss Moore outside, and it looked like she was on the phone with her boyfriend." In an instant, Whitney's face turned scarlet. "Boyfriend? Why is he talking nonsense like that? She wondered. Ivan was startled, but then it clicked. Ah, that explains it. So KH is her ex-boyfriend, he wondered. Calvin chuckled meaningfully. I'd say Mr. Harris is trying a little too hard to cover it up, he thought. After that brief awkwardness, they officially began the contract signing. Klein looked at Ivan, his tone calm and composed. I heard there have been some internal disputes within your law firm, so in this agency contract, I made sure to specify a clause. The lead attorney team for this case can only be yours, Mr. Walton. Do you agree? Ivan could hardly contain his excitement. This was Klein personally appointing him to lead the entire M&A case. No one else could interfere, even if they tried. Even with all his usual composure and cool demeanor, he couldn't hide the thrill spreading through him. Oh, of course, I agree. Klein raised a brow slightly. If there are no issues, Mr. Walton, please go ahead and sign. He then lowered his head and smoothly signed his name with swift strokes across the page. Whitney watched him, the stern, commanding aura he carried while working so different from the man she'd seen outside just moments ago. She couldn't help wondering, what kind of face does he show in front of his girlfriend? The thought startled her the instant it appeared. What am I doing, gossiping about an elder like that? How rude, she wondered. Klein finished signing and happened to catch her zoning out. The corners of his lips lifted with a subtle hint of fondness. Calvin unintentionally caught that look, then sharply sucked in a breath. See? Mr. Harris is definitely falling in love, he wondered. Once both parties finished signing, Calvin, ever the smooth operator, checked the time. It's 11 now, just about lunchtime. Mr. Harris, I reserved a private room at the Royal Crest Club. Why don't we go grab a casual bite? Klein nodded. I'm free at noon. It depends on Miss Moore's and your schedule, Mr. Walton. Ivan responded quickly. I'm free, but Miss Moore has a court hearing at 2:30. Calvin looked genuinely disappointed. I see. Then, Mr. Walton, please join us for lunch. Klein glanced down at his phone casually. Actually, I just remembered I have something to take care of at noon. Calvin, please host Mr. Walton well for me. I'll head over first. Calvin froze for a moment. I knew it. I was absolutely right about them, he wondered. He gave Whitney a long, meaningful look, carefully memorizing her face and name. Ivan sighed, clearly disappointed. Whitney, go ahead. You've got things to do. Whitney smiled and politely excused herself. The moment she stepped out of the Harris Group building, she let out a long breath. She had survived. Just then, her phone rang again. For a split second, she was nervous, but when she saw the caller ID, joy replaced her tension. Whit, my flight lands at 7 tonight. Baby, will you come pick me up? A voice sounded. Whitney's eyes curved into a smile. Really, Lena? You finally decided to come back? Of course, my baby. Aren't you getting married at the end of this month? Oh, and why haven't you shown me the marriage certificate with Carter yet? Lena, the second young lady of the Harris family. Unlike Emily, Lena was the genuine, born and bred Harris heiress. Though her father had passed away early, she remained the most cherished granddaughter of the family patriarch. 3 months ago, after her breakup, Lena declared she was going to heal her shattered heart by traveling the world. So even though Whitney kept in touch with her during those months, she never mentioned anything about calling off her engagement with Carter. Whit, why are you so quiet? Has the bond between us faded? I'm heartbroken, Lena said dramatically. Whitney couldn't help laughing. You? Faded? Lena, you're my best friend. I could grow distant from anyone in this world, just not you. And I'm not getting married anymore. Carter and I broke up. What? Lena's voice jumped. Are you okay? Did Carter break it off? He better not have. Her shock wasn't surprising. Lena had watched Whitney sink her entire heart into Carter. Frankly, Lena never understood what was so great about Carter. Between supporting her brother and supporting her best friend, Lena had always chosen Whitney's side. She used to think, well, if Whitney loves him, then after she marries in, we'll have fun together in the Harris home, and she certainly wouldn't let her friends suffer there. But now, just 3 months away and everything has changed, she wondered. Whitney's smile faded. No, I ended things. I'm just tired. I don't want to keep chasing after him anymore. But, Lena hesitated, but you two were about to get married. Yes, but isn't it better to regret before a wedding than after? Whitney said calmly. Whit, Breakup it is then. Billions of men in the world. Toss him out. Wait for me to get back. Tonight, I'm taking you out to see the world, said Lena. Whitney just laughed it off. All right, I'll pick you up later tonight. Gotta run court hearing this afternoon. She grabbed a quick snack from a convenience store, then headed back to the firm. Frank rushed over, practically bouncing. Well, how did it go? Whitney held up an OK sign. Sealed. Ivan's team was over the moon. Hector's side, on the other hand, looked like a thunderstorm brewing. Keep a low profile, Whitney reminded them. We'll talk when boss gets back. Frank and Valerie weren't braggy people to begin with, unless provoked badly. At 1 o'clock, Whitney left for court with the case files. By the time the hearing ended, it was already 4. She glanced at Samuel's incoming call and rejected it without hesitation. A message popped up right away. Samuel, wedding is in a few days. Don't forget your gown fitting tomorrow. Whitney stared at the message, amused. How many times do I have to explain before they finally accept I really broke up with Carter? She wondered. At the airport, Lena strutted out in a strappy top and hot shorts, only to shiver the moment the freezing wind hit her. She immediately spotted Whitney waiting at the arrivals area. Squealing, Lena ran over and threw her arms around her. Whit, I missed you so much. Whitney patted her bare, freezing back. All right, I know you did. Did you just get back from abroad? It's grade 5 wind tonight, unless you want pneumonia. Put this on. Lena cackled, snatching the coat from her, then planted a loud kiss on Whitney's cheek. My baby. Nobody cares about me as you do. Whitney wiped her cheek like it had been contaminated. All right, enough. Hungry? I brought the car. We can grab dinner. Lena slipped into the coat, eyes sparkling mischievously. Dinner? No, we're going somewhere better. I promised I'd show you the world starting tonight. 10 minutes later, Whitney found herself sitting in a deafening bar, music thumping through the floor. Lena pointed proudly toward a lineup of ridiculously good-looking male models. Well, baby, do you like them? Whitney just stared. She had always been the good girl, and once she grew up, her heart had revolved entirely around Carter. But sitting here in a real-life bachelor show, picking out eye candy was a first for her. Lena, is this even appropriate? Whitney murmured. Lena dramatically waved her hand. Not into abs? Fine. What about that 20-year-old on the far right? Whitney paused, a little unsure, then nodded. All right, let's go with him. Upstairs, in a private room, Klein lounged on the sofa, absent-mindedly swirling a glass of whiskey, gaze drifting through the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dance floor below. Whoa, Klein, since when do you look this preoccupied? Someone snorted. He replied lazily. Says the man whose brain never stops spinning, Mr. Reed. Asshole, Dustin Reed muttered, staring down at his phone, and then cursed under his breath. Klein lifted his eyes slowly. What is it? Dustin gritted his teeth. Stop drinking. Lena is downstairs flirting with male models, and Carter's fiancé is there too. Lena is finished. Klein's eyes darkened. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. Who did you say? She explained. You know, the unwanted Moore girl from the Moore residence, the one supposed to marry Carter at the end of the month. The next second, Dustin looked up and realized Klein was no longer in front of him. Klein was already vaulting over the balcony railing, straight down to the first floor. Holy, Dustin wondered. Whitney had just pointed randomly, but the moment her gaze landed on his slender figure, especially standing next to that abs model, he looked absurdly out of place. Lena never expected Whitney to be into this kind of soft, sweet puppy type. All right then, both of you stay. The boy in the white t-shirt, cheeks tinged pink, shyly sat down beside Whitney. Miss, let me pour you some wine. His voice was refreshing and bright, like a bubbling spring. Whitney looked at that clear face and suddenly felt like she had stepped back in time, back to college. In high school, Carter had been the same. He loved wearing white shirts. Clean, neat, just standing there was enough to make girls scream. She never screamed, but deep down she had felt it too. At that time, Carter was breathtakingly handsome down to his bones. By the time they got to college, he had gotten into fitness. He wasn't as skinny anymore, but he spoke less and less. Miss. The boy with that innocent face bit his lower lip and called her softly. Whitney snapped back to reality and smiled. How old are you? Just turned 19, he replied. He's only 19. At 19, I was still chasing after Carter, Whitney thought. The boy, who claimed to be 19, spoke again, sounding a little timid. Miss, do you want to order another bottle? Just order the cheapest one. I still haven't finished my mission tonight, he added. Whitney was about to nod when suddenly an arm, strong, veins faintly visible, effortlessly grabbed the collar of that white t-shirt and tossed the boy right out of the booth. The cold, intimidating man glanced down at Whitney, who just downed a big gulp and burped. Whitney, didn't I tell you to go easy on the drinks? You never listen, do you? Startled, Whitney lifted her head, eyes wide as she looked at him, standing diagonally in front of her. Mr. Harris? Lena was equally stunned by her friend's slip of the tongue. Her hand was still resting on the model's sculpted abs when a deep, icy voice rumbled in her ear. Lena, where exactly do you think you're touching? If looks could kill, Lena would have been skewered 1,000 times by the frost in Klein's eyes. Dustin clenched his jaw, glaring at the frozen woman. Klein, I'm taking her home, now. He didn't bother waiting for agreement, just threw her over his shoulder and walked out with a storm of icy anger trailing behind. Klein slid one hand into his pocket and glanced lazily at Whitney's lips. And you? Are you walking on your own, or should I carry you? Whitney was genuinely terrified. I'll walk. Oh my God, the first time I ever booked a male model, and I get caught by my ex's uncle. What kind of cursed luck do I have? She cried inside. The 19-year-old guy watched both his potential clients vanish in an instant and nearly tore his own hair out. Miss? Whitney hung her head and followed Klein to the parking lot. He stopped abruptly, and she crashed straight into his solid back. Ouch, she winced softly. That hurt. Rubbing her forehead, Whitney sneaked a glare at Klein. Klein's lips curved slightly. Hurts? Good. Maybe it'll help you remember, so you don't get too bold and think you can go anywhere. Whitney bristled a little. I'm already an adult. It's not like bars are off limits. Huh? Klein drawled, his deep voice lifting just a little at the end. What did you say? Say that again? He didn't sound angry, yet Whitney felt a chill crawl down her spine. She forced a laugh. No, Mr. Harris, I was wrong. Get in the car, Klein said. Klein got into the back seat. Whitney followed. Marco, step out for a moment, Klein ordered. Marco, the driver, obediently got out, leaving the space to Klein and Whitney. Whitney, Klein's tone was unrateable. You like 19-year-old boys? Whitney parted her lips. I don't like them. I was just curious. Curious about what? Klein pressed, leaning in closer, his handsome face just inches from hers. You've got 5 days left before your wedding. Whitney mentally rolled her eyes. I've already broken up with him. Klein leaned back, casual and composed. Really? Then why is my dad still happily picking out his suit for the wedding? Whitney's brows drew together. They still haven't told James? Seriously? They're not taking this seriously at all, she wondered. Her expression stiffened. Well, I've said it already. I'm not showing up on the wedding day. Something flickered in Klein's dark eyes, something she couldn't quite read. His voice was low and husky. You really won't go? Yes, I won't, she said, her tone firm. Klein's lips curled into a faint smile. Got it, I'll take you home now. Let me handle the rest. Oh, right, just call me by my name, he added. Whitney froze for a second. Somehow saying his name felt even harder. Got it, Klein, she said. His gaze instantly brightened, a warmth passing through his eyes. Yes, good girl. Whitney lay in bed that night, unable to sleep. She stared at the text message from her father and squinted. What is he thinking? If he doesn't cancel this, is he planning to let the wedding day become a disaster? She wondered. The next morning, Whitney took leave from work and went straight to EtherTech. This time, getting upstairs was unexpectedly smooth. Samuel saw his daughter and, surprisingly, did not look irritated. You saw my message from yesterday, right? Good. Today, you and Carter will go try on your wedding outfits. After that, you can go get the marriage certificate. Whitney looked at him like she was staring at a fool. Dad, I remember I've said it many times. We broke up. I'm not getting married. Samuel took a sip of coffee, unbothered. And I remember my answer. I don't agree. Whitney, if you agree to go through with the wedding with Carter, I'll give you an additional 5% of EtherTech shares. With the 5% your grandmother already gave you, that'll be a total of 10%. Are you satisfied with that? He added. Whitney didn't care about Ethertech shares at all. Even if he gave her 100%, she still wouldn't marry Carter. Dad, there are only 4 days left. You'd better think this through. Right now, it's still not too late to cancel. Otherwise, the one embarrassing themselves won't just be me, it'll be you too. With that, Whitney walked out without looking back. Samuel's eyes turned icy. Faced with his stubborn daughter, he abandoned all attempts at reason. Samuel, what's going on? Laura answered the phone from the beauty salon. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Find a way to bring Whitney back. I don't care how you do it, but I must see her there, in person, he ordered. Laura paused, then let out a soft laugh. All right, I got it. So Whitney gave him trouble again. If soft doesn't work, then we'll do it the hard way, Laura thought. Lena woke up around noon. Whit, did we see Uncle Klein at the bar yesterday? Lena asked, sounding a bit fuzzy. Whitney rolled her eyes. Lena, you don't remember? Lena rubbed her forehead. Not much. I just remember you ordered some big guy. I ordered a muscular guy, and then Dustin showed up. Dustin was Lena's childhood friend. They almost got engaged once, but Lena caused a scene at the engagement party and called it off. Whitney couldn't quite define their relationship either. Whenever they met, they just fought. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Whitney asked. Lena raised her voice. How dare he? What about you? By the way, how did you get home last night? Lena asked. Then it hit Whitney. Her car was still sitting in the parking lot behind the bar. Oh, I just took a cab, she replied. Got it. Too bad. Next time I'll take you somewhere new. Heard they have plenty of hotties there? Lena said. Whitney forced a smile. Nah, I'm not really into them. How can you not be? You were totally staring at that pretty boy yesterday. All right, we're besties. I get you, Lena teased. Lena? A low, familiar male voice came through the phone. Who are you talking to? Whitney was instantly on high alert. Don't mention me. But Lena didn't hear that. Hi, Uncle Klein. I'm on the phone with Whit. Oh no, Whitney groaned inwardly. Okay, Klein replied. Whitney didn't want to hear anything else and slammed down the phone. Just then, Frank came over. Whitney, Valerie, and I have client meetings. Starwave Entertainment asked us to come over. Want to go? Whitney blinked slowly. Sure, I'll go. The contract with Starwave Entertainment ended on the 27th. That was today. Whitney hadn't expected Carter to torment her even on the final day. What a troublesome ex, she wondered. This time, Zoe was straightforward and led Whitney straight into the office. Whitney saw Carter again and sat down, calm as ever. Mr. Harris, didn't expect your company to be so thrifty, not even sparing the last day of the contract. Carter seemed to ignore the sarcasm in her voice and slid a contract toward her. Help me review this service contract and look it over carefully. You can review it right here. Whitney flipped it open and skimmed through quickly, her heart sinking a bit. It turned out to be the contract Starwave Entertainment signed with the production company for Emily. Carter didn't hold back, hiring the top team directly. She stared at the multi-million-dollar contract and twitched the corner of her mouth. Carter stared at Whitney's face, hoping to see a hint of disappointment. But to his dismay, she showed none. Instead, she carefully reviewed it word by word. He admitted he'd called her on purpose today. He didn't believe she was truly over him. But for the first time, Carter started to wonder if maybe she really had moved on. You're not angry? He asked softly, narrowing his eyes. Without looking up, Whitney focused on the contract, amused. Work makes me happy. Why would I be angry? Mr. Harris, the contract review is done. Aside from the last part about breach penalties needing revision, everything else looks fine. The revised content is already standardized. You can take a look, she added. Carter stared at her face without blinking and took the contract. Excellent, Miss Moore. You're as professional as ever. Are you really not planning to renew with us? I can double the service fee if that helps, he offered. Whitney smiled lightly at the wealthy man. PrimeBridge Law Firm would certainly be willing to renew the contract with Starwave Entertainment, but due to my personal reasons, I won't be able to serve as your lead counsel anymore. Of course, our team has many other outstanding lawyers. If you're open to it, I can have Mr. Reese come by tomorrow to discuss renewal with your assistant. Carter's gaze darkened. No need. Since you don't have time, there's no reason for us to renew either. Just as Whitney stood up, Emily pushed open the office door. "Carter, I came today to—" She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Whitney in the room. Her expression stiffened slightly, forcing an awkward smile. "Whitney, you're here too? I was just passing by and thought I'd invite Carter to lunch. Whitney, do you want to join?" Her words were all polite, but her eyes were screaming for Whitney to stay far, far away. Whitney considered teasing her, but decided it wasn't worth it. Right now, she just wanted to get as far away from this irritating pair as possible. "No thanks. I won't disturb your lunch, Miss Miller and Mr. Harris. I have something else to attend to." "Excuse me," she said. A sudden, inexplicable irritation bubbled in Carter's chest. "Wait, I'll walk you out. Emily and I were heading downstairs anyway." He looked gently at Emily. "Let's go. Didn't we say we'd have lunch?" "Stuck with these clingy nuisances," Whitney cursed silently. "Do they have to ride the same elevator as me?" Whitney got in first and pressed the button for basement level 2. Carter and Emily stood side by side behind her. When the elevator reached the 12th floor, it suddenly jolted twice, and the lights went out. Whitney felt herself plunged into darkness, her whole body stiffening as she pressed against the elevator wall. "Carter, what's happening? I'm so scared." Emily's trembling voice made Carter's heart ache. Carter pulled her into his arms. "Don't be afraid. Don't worry. Someone will come rescue us soon." The elevator's emergency call button seemed dead, and Carter glanced at his phone, only one bar of signal. "Whitney, does your phone have signal?" he suddenly asked. Whitney was dazed, her tank top soaked with sweat. No signal." Carter sensed something was off. "Whitney, are you okay?" Before she could answer, the elevator jolted twice again. Ah! The scream from Emily in Carter's arms drew all his attention. "Carter, I'm so scared. What if we can't get out?" she said. He felt Emily trembling against him, losing any thought of Whitney behind them. Frowning, he dialed 911. "Hello, we're trapped in an elevator at Starwave Entertainment, 88 Chiakiang Road." "How long do you think rescue will take?" he asked. After hanging up, Carter soothed gently. "It's okay. Don't be scared. They said the firefighters will be here in 10 minutes at most. Stay calm. I'm here." No one noticed the pale woman standing behind them. Whitney refused to show weakness. She wouldn't break down in front of them. She curled up in a corner, struggling for breath. The pitch-black confined space swallowed all light. She couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. It felt like something was closing in from all sides, trapping her tightly in the corner. The suffocating pressure pressed in, making it impossible to breathe. She couldn't hear the couple's loving voices in front of her. Even though they were so close, their words felt miles away. Helplessness and sorrow engulfed Whitney. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. Carter seemed to catch faint sobs, but the crying in his arms quickly grew louder, leaving him no time to wonder who else was upset. "Hey, it's okay. Don't cry anymore. I'm here. I'll always protect you." "It's all right, Millie. Be good," he said. After about 20 minutes of effort, the elevator doors were finally pried open. The moment Whitney saw the light, she felt as if she had come back to life. "Is everyone okay in there?" someone called out. Carter waved his hand. "We're fine." Millie was really scared and needed to be rushed to the hospital. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced back at the woman crouched on the floor. "Whitney, what about you? Are you all right?" Whitney's voice was thick with congestion. "I'm fine. No need to trouble you, Mr. Harris." "Same as always. She is always so tough," Carter wondered. Carter frowned, displeased, but didn't push further. He let the firefighters take Emily up first. Then he noticed the administration manager nearby and reminded him, "There's someone else down here. Send someone to escort her back." Carrying Emily, he headed straight to the hospital. Whitney's legs trembled weakly. The manager from administration recognized her as the lawyer from Primebridge Law Firm and looked at her with concern. "Miss Moore, are you all right?" Whitney shook her head. "I'm fine. Could you help me over to a seat? That's all I need." When Lena received the call, she was admiring flowers in the Harris Manor's garden. She immediately put the call on speaker. "Hey, Whit, miss me already after just one day?" "Lena," Whitney's voice was weak. "Can you come to Starwave Entertainment? I'm on the 19th floor." "What happened?" Lena's voice rose. "Whit, are you okay? Hang tight, I'm coming right now." Although she didn't know what happened to Whitney, She didn't miss the tremble in her voice. Klein had just gotten out of the car when he saw his flustered niece. "Lena, where are you going?" "Uncle Klein, Whit seems to be in trouble. I'm going to find her." Klein's heart skipped a beat, his fingers twitching. "Don't worry, I'll go with you." Lena was feeling uneasy after that phone call. She had wanted to seek some comfort from Klein, but when she caught a sudden glimpse of him, the words on her lips all got swallowed back. Klein, sitting behind the wheel, had deep eyes veined with fine red bloodshot lines. "Lena," his voice was hoarse, the last syllable trembling slightly. "Text her and tell her we'll be there in 20 minutes. "But Uncle Klein, it's at least a 40-minute drive to Carter's company." Lena murmured. Before she could finish, his voice repeated in a low, rough tone, "Just 20 minutes." The route from the Harris Manor to downtown seemed to have been cleared in advance. Only a black Maybach sped down the road. At 19 minutes exactly, Lena and Klein got out of the car. Lena had just closed the door when the tall figure strode briskly toward the office building. Whitney buried her head deep in her knees. She had been out here for a while, but her body couldn't stop trembling. If she hadn't reached her breaking point, she wouldn't have called Lena. But this was Carter's company. She didn't want him to see her weakness. Besides, Carter had already left long ago, taking the apple of his eye with him. She knew she shouldn't feel upset, but at that moment, fear and sorrow completely overwhelmed her. Lena's breath came fast, panting. "Whit, are you okay?" At the familiar voice, Whitney's mask fell apart. Her eyes reddened, voice choked. "Lena, you're here. I'm fine. Just my legs feel weak. I can't stand." "Uncle Klein, what do we do?" said Lena. Whitney's heart skipped a beat when she saw Klein standing tall nearby, his expression grave as he bent beside her. "You can't stand." His voice was tight, holding back a surge of emotions. Whitney nodded slightly. "Yes, a little." No sooner had she spoken than a warm, large hand slid beneath her knees and lifted her up. Klein nodded toward Lena. "Go press the elevator button." Lena's brain momentarily froze before snapping back. "Oh, okay, Uncle Klein." Whitney stared at her, startled. There was something unreadable swirling in Klein's eyes. His breath carried a faint scent of sandalwood. It seemed to soothe a bit of the fear that had been gnawing at her heart. "Wait," she tried to struggle down. "Don't move," Klein said softly, looking down at her once, then running his defined knuckles through her hair. "It's not just weak legs. I'm carrying you to the car." Whitney was relieved that at this hour, the elevator was empty, only the three of them inside. They rode down smoothly to the parking garage. Lena watched Klein carefully carry Whitney and felt an indescribable weirdness. He cradled Whitney's head as he placed her in the back seat, then didn't forget to instruct, "Lena, you sit in the back too. Take care of your friend." Seriously, whose friend is she supposed to be? Lena couldn't help but think. Lena replied quietly, "Yes, okay." Whitney, finally coming to her senses, felt like sitting on pins and needles, especially where he had just carried her. Her waist was still faintly warm. "Whit, what exactly happened just now? Where's Carter? If something happened to you, why didn't he come to help?" said Lena. Whitney's eyes darkened, a bitter smile curling in her heart. He was so completely wrapped up in Emily that he didn't even see Whitney. Besides, they had already broken up. "The elevator just broke down, and I got a little scared of the dark." Whitney felt a bit self-conscious after saying it. From the driver's seat, Klein looked at her deeply through the rearview mirror. "Claustrophobia?" Whitney's hand on her knee tightened slightly. "Yes, something like that." Lena didn't know about her friend's condition and asked worriedly, "Whit, how did you end up with claustrophobia?" Usually, only people who had been through serious psychological trauma developed it. "All right, let's get you to the hospital first," Klein interrupted Lena's questions. "No need for the hospital. Just take me home to rest," Whitney said, hating hospitals. Klein tilted his head and looked at her straight on. "If the doctor says you're fine, then you really are." Whitney was speechless. "Fine," she muttered. Klein took her straight to the best private hospital in Raverport. Lena pursed her lips and muttered, "Uncle Klein, why did you bring Whit to Dustin's hospital?" Klein's voice was calm. "Lena, you can't deny his professionalism just because you don't get along with him." When they got out of the car, Klein bent down and picked Whitney up again. Whitney felt a bit embarrassed. No need, I can walk myself. Klein pretended not to hear. It's not like it's far. Dustin was holding an outpatient clinic today. He saw Klein carrying a girl into his office. Suspected claustrophobia, scared and legs weak from the elevator incident. Take a look. Klein gave the order from above. Dustin raised his brow. His eyes clearly asked, "Who exactly are you ordering? What are you standing there for?" "Mr. Reed only sees patients, not just sitting around," said Klein. "Damn it," Dustin cursed to himself. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and cleared his throat. "Name and age, please." Whitney kept her head down, bangs covering her face, so Dustin didn't recognize her at first. "Whitney Moore, 26, she replied. Dustin suddenly looked up, shocked. Only then did he realize the patient in the chair was Carter's girlfriend. Dustin squinted meaningfully at Klein, standing nearby. "Please step outside. I want to talk to the patient alone." Lena knew Klein inside was Dustin, so she didn't come in. At this moment, Dustin's words were clearly directed only at Klein. Klein gave Dustin a cold glance, then softened his gaze as he looked at the woman in the chair. "Can you manage alone?" Whitney nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes." 20 minutes later, Dustin came out with Whitney, his brow furrowed slightly, surprised to see Lena there too. He glanced at Klein. "Nothing serious. Just avoid putting her in confined spaces from now on." "Got it," Klein replied. "Lena, can't you greet me properly?" Dustin teased. Klein was only 3 years older than Dustin, but had seniority in the family hierarchy. Dustin and Lena were actually of the same generation. Lena reluctantly called out in a dragged tone, "Hi, Dustin." Dustin's eyelids twitched, about to say something else, but Klein cut off their bickering. "Whitney, do you still feel unwell?" Whitney shook her head. "No, I'm fine now. I just want to go home." "Okay, I'll take you home," Klein replied. Whitney, worried he might try to carry her again, forced a smile. "My legs aren't weak at all anymore. I can walk by myself." Klein narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yeah, I know. No plans to carry you again. Let's go." Everyone there couldn't help but think it sounded so weird. Seriously, what a low-key flirt, Dustin grumbled to himself. On the way home, Lena actually had a lot she wanted to ask Whitney, but with Klein in the car, she kept it all to herself. Finally, quick as ever, Lena got out with Whitney. "Uncle Klein, I'm staying with Whit tonight. You can head home first." Klein couldn't help but frown. "Don't bother her. Get some rest early." But the black Maybach didn't drive back to the Harris Manor. Instead, it returned to the Starwave Entertainment office building downstairs. That night, Carter stayed at Emily's apartment, comforting her for half the evening before heading home. As soon as he stepped in, he saw his father sitting on the couch with a stern face, waiting for him. "Dad, you're still up?" Carter asked, a little surprised. George snorted coldly. "Come with me." "Where to?" Carter paused. "I'm kind of tired today. Can we talk tomorrow?" "Of course, you're tired from all that hugging and holding. Get out here," George growled low. Carter frowned, not understanding what his father meant. They went out to the garden. Late at night, George didn't care if anyone overheard their conversation. "Did the elevator at your company break down today? You, Emily, and Whitney were all stuck in there together, right?" George asked. "Yeah." Carter was confused. "Dad, you don't know how scared Emily is of the dark. I just spent a long time calming her down so she'd stop crying." George snapped. "Humph. Really scared of the dark? Crying from daylight to night? Carter, do you even care about Whitney? Emily is important, but your fiancé isn't. Do you even realize you're about to get married soon?" Carter frowned. "Of course, I know, but she's fine and she's not afraid of the dark." "How do you know she's not afraid of the dark? What girl isn't?" George shot back. His father's relentless questions annoyed Carter. "Dad, why do you always side with her? Isn't Emily our family?" Carter shot back. George's eyes hardened. "It's enough that you know she's our family. Blood relation or not, Emily is only your sister." Carter clenched his fists, feeling defiant. Her again, Carter thought. I really thought she'd change today, but it was all just an act. Snitching is all she knows. What else can she even do? "Whit, don't you think Uncle Klein has some kind of," said Lena. "No, I don't." Whitney cut her off immediately. "Lena, Klein is just kind-hearted and treats me like a junior. Don't read too much into it." "That's true," Lena said, rubbing her chin. "After all, you are Carter's fiancé." By the way, are you sure you want to call off the engagement? The wedding is only 4 days away. Whitney chuckled lightly. Of course. Carter doesn't have me in his heart. Marrying him would only lead to regret. It's all because of Emily. She's fine staying abroad, so why come back now? Lena snorted. Lena hugged Whitney. All right, Whit, no matter what your relationship with Carter is, we're still best friends. Don't worry. I'm always on your side. Whitney smiled softly. By the way, has your uncle or anyone else told James about us calling off the engagement? Lena shook her head. Nope. A few days ago, a relative even said they'd come back to attend Carter's wedding. Whitney frowned. With only 4 days left, are they really going to drag this out until the wedding day? She wondered. I see, she said. Shh. Carter tossed and turned all night, barely sleeping. The next day, he showed up at the office with dark circles under his eyes. He remembered telling the manager in administration to look after Whitney, so he stopped by the admin department. How did Miss Moore do after you took care of her yesterday? Said Carter. The man blinked in surprise. Oh, Miss Moore? She said she didn't need me to watch over her, so I left early. After the elevator malfunction, they had inspected all elevators on every floor to make sure everything was fine before resuming operations. He was busy running around with engineering and had no time to worry about a cooperating lawyer. Carter tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. She seems okay, right? The manager tried to recall. She was a little shaken up. Girls usually get a bit scared in situations like that. Carter kept a stern face, said nothing more, and turned back to his office. Just as he was hesitating whether to call Whitney, Emily's call came through. Emily said, Carter, can you talk to Dad for me? I don't want to go on that blind date. That guy's known for being a player. I don't want to meet him. Carter, maybe talk to Whitney too? Once you two get married, I'll try not to bother you as much. If she doesn't want me around, I can just stop reaching out. Emily's voice trembled a little. But please, just talk to Dad for me. I really don't want this arranged marriage. Carter's gaze turned cold. Did Dad force you into this? Yes. Mom called this morning, gave me a number and address, and said the date's set for tonight, said Emily. But I have a recording session tonight, she added. Carter snorted inwardly. You don't have to go. I'll deal with this at home. Millie, I won't let you go into an arranged marriage. All the concern Carter had just felt for Whitney vanished instantly. How long is she going to keep making a scene? Carter thought. Whitney rested well overnight and felt much better. She had to go to the law firm in the morning, so she left a note for Lena before heading out. When she was about to start her car, she suddenly remembered it was still parked at the Starwave Entertainment building. So she messaged Lena again, asking her to drive it back when she woke up and had time. She never wanted to go back to Starwave Entertainment again. Of all people, the one she least wanted to see showed up downstairs at her place. What are you doing here again? Whitney asked coldly. Carter sneered. You've been scheming behind my back all this time, haven't you? That's why I'm here. Whitney rolled her eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about. Move aside. I'm going to be late for work. Carter stood like a wall in front of her. You're the one who told my dad, aren't you? Whitney, I really underestimated you. You say you want to call off the engagement, but behind my dad's back, you're stirring up trouble. You've mastered playing both sides. If you really want to marry me, why act like you don't care? Playing hard to get? Carter's face darkened. I'm sick and tired of you right now. With a sharp slap, Whitney looked at him coldly and struck him across the face. She snapped, Carter, I'm also tired of you. It's your parents dragging their feet, not telling James. You're so bold in front of me. Why don't you have the guts to tell James you want to call off the engagement? You're too scared? I'm not. 8 o'clock, Harris Manor. Be there. Whitney brushed past him and walked out. She really was in a hurry. Carter was left dumbfounded, frozen in place by the slap. What the hell just happened, he thought, still reeling. Whitney just slapped me. His jaw clenched, muscles twitching. Whitney, don't walk away. But when he turned to look for her, she was already gone, driving off. 8 o'clock? He wondered. Let's see if she really has the guts to show up at Harris Manor and tell Grandpa she wants out. George passed Klein's office. Klein, are you coming home for dinner tonight? he asked casually, as if the person who sent him the surveillance footage from his son's company last night wasn't his brother. Klein shook his head. George, I have a business trip tonight. I'll be back next week. All right, don't push yourself too hard. Take care of your health, George added as he was heading out. Oh, and I've set up a blind date for Emily. Don't worry. What you're worried about won't happen. Klein smiled softly. Yeah, I'm just worried about people outside gossiping about the Harris family. Whitney woke up in a bad mood early that morning. Frank noticed and asked curiously, Whitney, who pissed you off? Nothing. On the way here, I almost got bitten by a dog, Whitney replied. Frank was shocked. What? Did you get a rabies shot then? Whitney shook her head. Nope, it didn't actually bite me. Don't worry. I slapped that dog hard. No losses on my side. Frank was momentarily stunned. Frank couldn't help but think, is she actually talking about a dog? Regarding the Harris Group merger, Ivan was the lead person in charge, with Whitney and Frank assisting. For other minor cases, Ivan had handed them all over to Valerie. Frank, Whitney, I've just added you both to the group chat. Everyone involved in the merger is in there, so if you need anything, just drop a message in the group, Ivan said. By the way, make sure your display name in the chat follows the format, law firm, your name, and phone number. Got it? We'll probably be working late a lot from now on, so we really appreciate everyone's effort, he added. There were more than 20 people in the group. Whitney recognized about half of them from the last meeting when they signed the contract. The rest were probably supervisors who didn't actually work on the project. Calvin was the group owner. Frank asked with curiosity, Hey, who's KH? Calvin just added them. Ivan saw it too. That name sounds familiar. Frank clicked on the contact card. No notes, no idea who it is, probably some junior staff. Neither of them noticed the woman nearby stiffening up completely. Whitney's heart raced. Please don't be. It's just a merger project. Does Mr. Harris really need to join this group personally? She wondered. Suddenly, Ivan slapped his thigh loudly. I remember now. His loud voice made Whitney's shoulders twitch involuntarily. Whitney, KH has the same nickname as your ex, he said. Whitney forced a stiff smile and defended herself. Boss, when have I ever said that guy was my boyfriend? Besides, they're not even the same person. Oh, right. Yeah, they're definitely different. Your ex has a starry sky as the profile picture, and this one has a little white rabbit, Ivan said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. Guess I'm getting forgetful. He really thought Whitney's ex was in the group. Whitney smiled faintly, then casually glanced down at the chat list where the starry sky avatar was, quickly replaced by a white rabbit. She flipped her phone face down on the table, not daring to open the group chat. She was afraid that if she chatted any longer, she might accidentally reveal something. Ivan messaged, Calvin, the three of us on the team are all in the group and have updated our contact info. If anyone has work questions, please ask and communicate more. Calvin replied, Got it, Mr. Walton. Just now we added Mr. Harris. Looking forward to working with everyone. Mr. Harris? Frank breathed sharply. Boss, that rabbit avatar? It's Mr. Harris. Didn't expect Mr. Harris to come off so cold, but the avatar is pretty cute. Ivan didn't think much of it, but found it odd that Klein was in the group. Yeah, maybe he's cold on the outside, but warm inside. All right, from now on, watch your words in the group. Most people have notes and phone numbers attached. If needed, just call, said Ivan. Klein's presence made Ivan extra cautious. This also indirectly showed how seriously Harris Group was taking this merger. For the next few months, this case would be the center of their work. As the workday was winding down, Whitney started packing up as usual. But Frank was planning to work overtime for a while. Whitney nodded at him. I've got something to take care of today, so I'm heading out early. No worries, go ahead, Frank replied. She had boasted that morning, and now she had to follow through. Though the elevator ride still made Whitney a little uneasy, she decided to walk down from the 18th floor instead. After some thought, she figured it was better that way. Right after stepping out of the elevator, her phone rang. It was Laura. Whit, my car happens to be near your office. I was going to bring this to you next time you came back, but since I'm passing by today, I thought I'd drop it off. Whitney raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Nothing much. I brought a gift from my last trip for you. You're always avoiding going home and living alone. I thought you would like it, said Laura. Whitney scoffed. No thanks, Laura. You should save it for Tina instead. I bought her gifts too. Just come get it. I'm parked by Gazina Road, silver car. Waiting for you, Whit, Laura said. After hanging up, Whitney walked over, feeling a bit annoyed. She spotted Laura's car immediately. Whit, over here. Laura waved eagerly. Whitney paused, thinking, is she being a little too enthusiastic today? As Whitney got closer, Laura quickly handed her the bag. Whit, take a look at the instructions. If you're not sure how to prepare it, just give me a call and I'll walk you through it. Laura was being so nice about it that Whitney couldn't bring herself to refuse. Okay, thanks, Whitney said. Just as Whitney took the bag, Laura suddenly leaned in. Whit, you've got something on your face. She raised a tissue, about to wipe it off for her. Whitney suddenly sensed something was off and tried to pull back, but Laura's hand with the tissue still brushed lightly across her nose. A wave of dizziness hit her. Her legs instantly went weak. Whit, are you okay? Oh dear, is it your low blood sugar acting up again? Laura asked. Then, with almost no effort, Laura gently but firmly pulled Whitney into the car. Laura smiled slightly and told the driver, take us home. Whitney pressed her fingertips into her palm, forcing herself to stay somewhat conscious. What exactly do you want? Don't worry, I just want to make sure you behave yourself and stay home these last few days before the wedding, Laura said. I told you, I'm not getting married, Whitney snapped. Laura smiled softly. Hey, the invitations are already sent out. Canceling isn't an option. Enough. Just rest in your room for the next few days. Carter glared fiercely at the villa's front gate. It was almost 8 o'clock. Where the hell is Whitney? He wondered. I knew it. She's just pulling that push-pull act, trying to make me beg for forgiveness. Carter, are you waiting for someone? Emily asked softly, chewing on her lip. Nope, not waiting for anyone, Carter said, sliding his arm around her shoulders. Let's go upstairs and talk to Mom and Dad. Make it clear that the guy isn't good enough for you. Emily hesitated. But, Carter met her gaze, his tone gentle but firm. But what? You really don't want to clear things up with them? Emily heard a hint of irritation in Carter's voice and kept playing the pitiful role. Carter, I don't want you to have problems with Mom and Dad because of me. You won't. Grandpa never said anything about the Harris daughters being forced into arranged engagements. Lena doesn't have to, and neither do you, said Carter. Emily's heart warmed at his words. Thanks, Carter. You're so good to me, she smiled. Carter nodded slightly, then snorted softly toward the gate. Let's head upstairs. Dad should be done with his call. Whitney stared silently at the locked door and the 2 servants standing guard by her window downstairs. Is Laura really trying to imprison me? She wondered. Whitney immediately texted Allison. Babe, the witch at my place just locked me up. Guess she's finally had enough of me trying to call off the engagement. She's not messing around this time. Any chance you can send someone to bust me out? I need to talk to your grandpa face to face about breaking things off. She had to speak to James in person about ending things. What? Is she crazy? Hold on. I'll find someone to come save you now. Standing by the windowsill, Whitney stared down at the 2 bodyguards outside, her face dark with frustration. She called Samuel, but her deadbeat dad actually hung up on her. Unwilling to give up, Whitney dialed April next. Unfortunately, no answer. Through the closed door, Whitney heard Tina's voice. Whit, stop making useless calls. Dad already said he won't let you out. What's so great about Carter? Do you really think that after breaking up with him, you'll find a better Klein to marry? I'm telling you, you should be grateful instead of ending up with nothing. Whitney never wasted words on fools. She'd long grown tired of Tina's foolish babble. Hearing no response, Tina assumed Whitney had cried herself out, smirked triumphantly, and left the room. It's such a nice day, perfect for calling up my friends for a little get-together, Tina wondered. Mom is right. Instead of wrecking Whitney and Carter's wedding, it's way more satisfying to watch Whitney marry someone who doesn't even like her. Carter brought Emily to see Sabrina, but Sabrina just sent them packing. Quit worrying about Emily and focus on your wedding in 3 days, Sabrina said firmly. Emily looked at Carter, worry written all over her face. Carter, It's fine, Carter reassured her. Tomorrow I'm going to see Uncle Klein. I don't believe even Uncle Klein is siding with him. Emily hesitated briefly. Carter, but Uncle Klein doesn't seem to like me very much. Millie, don't think like that, Carter comforted her. Uncle Klein might act distant with everyone, but he's the one in our family who always sticks to the rules. In this family, aside from Grandpa, the only person Carter feared was Klein. Wherever Klein was, the dinner table always became perfectly orderly, because he often said, "Don't talk while eating or sleeping." Though only 7 years apart in age, Carter felt Klein was at least 17 years older in seriousness. Carter once complained about why Grandpa favored Uncle Klein, naming him heir to the entire group, while his own dad, despite years of hard work, never earned Grandpa's favor. After hearing this, his father locked him in a room and made him stand for an hour as punishment. Cut out those thoughts you shouldn't have. Don't waste your sympathy on me. If you've got the guts, wait till you're grown and fight for it yourself. But as long as I'm here, I won't stand for it, his dad snapped. After that, Carter never dared say such things again, not even a mutter, and he understood that his father respected Klein. As for Carter trying to fight for it himself, he didn't have the nerve. Emily didn't realize how much Carter trusted Klein. She pursed her lips slightly. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Yes, that's right. Tomorrow I'll go to the headquarters to find Uncle Klein. He'll convince my dad, he promised. At 9 o'clock, the two left the Harris Manor, but still didn't see a trace of Whitney. Carter sneered. See? Was it really that hard for her to admit she just wanted to marry me? Carter thought. Just thinking about that slap from this morning made his blood boil. Samuel had a social engagement, but knew about his wife's plan. He stood in the corridor, calling Laura. That girl stopped causing trouble yet? Laura leaned against the headboard, smiling. Don't worry, I gave her some medicine in the car. It's just to make her obedient. She probably can't walk more than a few steps right now. Her legs are still weak. On the wedding day, I'll adjust the dosage to something milder. Samuel, don't worry. The wedding will definitely happen as planned. Mr. Moore, what are you doing hiding out here in the breeze? A voice sounded. Laura's expression darkened abruptly when she heard a coquettish female voice over the line. Where are you entertaining tonight? Samuel cleared his throat. At the Royal Crest Club. That was just a waitress who passed by. Laura, don't overthink it. Without another word, he hung up. Laura, who had been feeling sleepy, found herself wide awake now. Glancing at the time on her phone, she made a call. Is Mr. Moore at the Royal Crest Club right now? Whatever she was told, Laura's face grew colder as she went to the closet to change into her going-out clothes again. Her car happened to brush past Klein's Maybach. Klein's car pulled up at the Moore residence. He looked at the tightly shut front door and dialed Whitney's number. Whitney had just heard a car leaving the garage. Now, with only herself and a bunch of servants and bodyguards inside the villa, it was the perfect chance to make a run for it. At that moment, the phone rang, but Whitney froze, staring at the rabbit avatar with red eyes. Why him? She thought, a bit thrown. Hello, Mr. Harris, Whitney picked up. I'm outside your place. Which room are you in? Klein said. Whitney tensed up. Mr. Harris, you already know? She asked. Yeah, Klein said curtly. Lena told me. You still haven't said where your room is. Oh, Mr. Harris, you can come in from the back. My room faces the back door of the villa, but there are 2 bodyguards downstairs keeping watch, she said. Oh, Mr. Harris, hurry. One of the bodyguards just left. Probably went to the bathroom, she added. A faint smile tugged at Klein's lips as a low chuckle escaped his throat. Don't rush. Wait for me. I'm coming to save you. He bit down hard on the words as if rescuing her meant he'd owe her his life. Whitney pushed away her wandering thoughts and eagerly peered from behind the curtain at the one remaining guard downstairs. Whether by chance or timing, the guard, who had been glancing up at her window from time to time, suddenly started jogging toward the front gate. Whitney seized the moment and threw open the window, catching sight of Klein in the moonlight. Klein tilted his head back, gave her a faint smile, and slowly opened his arms. Dare to jump? Whitney nervously licked her dry lips, glancing down at the drop. It had to be at least 20 feet, 2 floors up. Can you catch me? She said. Klein's brow lifted slightly. Yes. Though still nervous, Whitney bit her lip, closed her eyes, and leapt into Klein's tall, outstretched embrace. His solid arms, his burning warmth, and the lingering scent of sandalwood on his breath enveloped her. Startled, she looked up at him, her voice rising with delight. "I did it, Mr. Harris." Klein's long lashes swept lightly over his eyelids, his lips curving into a faint, elusive smile. "Yeah, I've got you," he said. Whitney looked up, feeling the lingering warmth surrounding her. She sensed the hand resting on the small of her back. Even through the thin fabric, she could feel the heat radiating from his palm. Her heart skipped a beat. "Mr. Harris, why are you here?" She didn't notice how flushed her cheeks were, nor how a few strands of hair clung messily to her face. Her bright eyes sparkled like the most dazzling stars, lively and mischievous, adding an irresistible charm. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. His deep eyes flickered with a fire that could ignite a prairie blaze. Before he could say a word, voices grew louder behind them. "Where did you just go?" a man said. "I thought I heard someone banging on the front door, so I went to check." "Damn it, turns out some stray cat was causing all the noise," another man replied. A voice urged, "All right, let's get back quickly. Don't want any trouble." Hearing their footsteps approaching, Whitney instinctively pulled Klein's hand off her waist and turned to run toward the back door of the villa. "Mr. Harris, we have to get out of here," she said. Her pink skirt fluttered gracefully in the breeze. The tall, elegant man followed her calmly, matching her pace toward the back entrance. The lock on the back door was bolted from the inside with a key. Whitney frowned, glancing up at the tall wall with worry. "Mr. Harris, won't you just throw me out?" Klein bent down casually and patted his own shoulder. "Come on, get up." Whitney bit her lip. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, in some ways, he was still her client. Before she could finish, she heard the bodyguard's footsteps closing in behind them. Without hesitation, she stepped on his shoulder and used his strength to hoist herself onto the wall ledge. Klein placed one hand on the ledge and in just 2 seconds, easily swung over. Standing outside the villa, he opened his arms toward Whitney. "Jump." This time, Whitney jumped decisively, a thrill rising inside her. Even though she looked particularly disheveled, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable rush. Klein half-wrapped his arm around her waist. "Let's go. Get in the car." The black Maybach was parked by the roadside. By the time the bodyguards caught up, all they saw was a trail of exhaust smoke disappearing down the street. Whitney patted her chest and said, "Mr. Harris, thank you for saving me today." Inside the car, under Klein's prominent nose, his thin lips curled into a faint smile. "Just a verbal thank you?" Back in the old days, a life debt meant offering yourself in return. Whitney's heart tightened abruptly. Wait, what did Mr. Harris mean by that? She thought, a little flustered. Before she could react, Klein's phone vibrated loudly. He turned on the speaker. "Hello," he said with a hint of impatience. The person on the other end flinched slightly and carefully reminded, "Mr. Harris, the flight to Lillian is scheduled to take off in an hour and a half. Are you already on your way?" Whitney suddenly realized he was rushing to a business trip. "Oh," Klein replied coolly, "got it." After hanging up, Whitney felt a bit guilty. "Mr. Harris, I didn't know you had things to attend to. Now that I'm fine, you can just drop me off at that convenience store. I'll grab a taxi home." Klein pressed his lips together and asked, "Is this okay? What if someone drags you back again?" A faint smile spread across Whitney's lips. "No way. I'm not that dumb to get caught twice. I'm going to hail a cab and find James to make the breakup official." Once she made it clear, no matter how hard they pushed, it would be settled for good. Klein raised an eyebrow. "Wait, so she escaped just to call off the engagement?" he wondered. "You've thought this through?" he said in a calm voice, tinged with a barely noticeable excitement. Whitney nodded firmly, her expression resolute. Of course. Since he had to attend this business trip in person, time was tight. So Klein followed her wishes and dropped her off at the convenience store, reminding her as he got out of the car, "Message me when you get there." As if worried she might misunderstand, he added, "Or you can send it to Lena." Whitney smiled softly. "Will do." She watched the black sedan vanish into the night. It was 9 p.m., and it would take about 40 minutes to reach the Harris Manor from here. Although visiting at night was a bit bold, Whitney couldn't wait any longer. She raised her hand and flagged down a taxi. Meanwhile, Laura had just arrived at the clubhouse when she got a call from the family's bodyguards. What? She got away? Laura snapped. Useless. Every single one of you can't even keep an eye on one woman? What's the point of having you around? She shouted. Fuming, Laura stormed into the private room where they were. Samuel's assistant was waiting outside the door. Where's Mr. Moore? She asked, noticing the assistant's uneasy expression as he stared at the tightly shut door, narrowing her eyes. Mrs. Moore, what brings you here? The assistant stammered. Laura snorted coldly. Can I come? I'll give the people inside 1 minute. You go in and tell him to come out fast. Otherwise, I'm kicking the door down, she demanded. The assistant's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. What a nightmare. Mr. Moore sneaking around, and now Mrs. Moore showing up to catch her in the act, the assistant thought. He slipped to the corner and lowered the phone's volume. Mr. Moore, Mrs. Moore is outside. Maybe you should come out. 10 minutes later, Samuel adjusted his suit and walked out standing tall. He frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Yep. Laura noticed the lipstick stain on his neck and took several deep breaths before suppressing her anger. Your precious daughter jumped out the window and ran off, and you still have the nerve to mess around here? Everyone knew what was really going on. Samuel's face flushed. Don't talk nonsense. Where is she? Why would she run away? I heard she was taken away by a guy. You'd better start contacting people to find her. Otherwise, no one's wedding will go smoothly the day after tomorrow, Laura warned. Carter was driving Emily out for a late-night snack. Millie, you barely ate anything at dinner. Stop thinking about losing weight. You're already so thin, he added. Emily lowered her head shyly. Thanks, Carter, but being thinner makes me look better on camera. With her new song coming out soon, Carter had already arranged for her to appear on several variety shows. Because of this, there was no way she would go on blind dates with some playboy. Carter smiled indulgently. I really can't do anything about you. A dull pain throbbed in his stomach. He rubbed it with one hand. When Emily saw this, concern spread across her face. Carter, is it your stomach acting up? Let me massage it for you. As she spoke, her fingers reached toward his abdomen. The delicate little hand barely touched the thin fabric of his shirt before Carter instinctively grabbed her palm with his right hand. Emily, quit messing around, he said. In that back-and-forth interruption, Carter didn't notice the blue taxi approaching from the opposite direction. Bang! The two cars' front ends collided. Carter jerked forward, hitting the steering wheel, while Emily screamed in fright. Inside the taxi, Whitney let out a muffled groan, feeling a sharp impact against her shoulder, followed by a stabbing pain that radiated deep within. The taxi driver wasn't any better off. Blood dripped steadily down his forehead. Passers-by quickly got out of their cars to check. Call 911. This driver's bleeding. Carter, wincing in pain, unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to the woman in the passenger seat. Emily, are you okay? Emily rubbed her forehead. I'm fine, Carter. She had also overheard the bystanders. Hey, Carter, do you think the people in the other car are okay? Carter frowned. Don't move. I'll get out and help you down. He had no time to worry about anyone else's fate. No one was more important than his precious little sister. Helping Emily out, Carter kept his gaze fixed on the taxi across from them. Neither of the two inside looked unscathed. A bystander opened the driver's door and called out, Hey, are you all right? The driver pressed his hand against the bleeding wound. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Whitney held her injured shoulder and got out as well. It felt like the bone was fractured, throbbing, and unbearably painful. Are you okay, ma'am? Someone asked. Whitney shook her head. They all waited together for the ambulance to arrive. Her gaze casually landed on a couple nearby, locked in an embrace, and her heart clenched painfully. It's them, Whitney thought. Carter noticed Whitney, too. Why is it her? Seeing her clutching her shoulder, he instinctively wanted to step forward. No matter what, Whitney wasn't a stranger. 2 days from now, she would be his wife. Emily saw her as well, biting her lip with a flash of cold hatred in her eyes. Carter, I feel faint at the sight of blood. Her voice trembled as her knees buckled and she started to fall back. Carter immediately caught her by the waist. What's wrong, Millie? Are you okay? Emily's lips curled slightly, almost unnoticed. I'm fine, just scared. Carter, was the person we crashed into Whitney? Carter pressed his lips together. Yes, it was her. Don't worry about her now. You're still dizzy. She should be fine. Whitney watched coldly as Carter pulled Emily into his arms, all his concern focused on her. And as for Whitney, he didn't even glance her way anymore. Whitney, see, that's the man you used to be so desperate to marry, she thought. 2 ambulances arrived. Paramedics rushed out to assess the injured. Over here, Doc. The injuries on this side are more serious. Carter waved them over. 4 paramedics split up. 2 went to Carter's side, and 2 headed to the taxi. The medic first bandaged the driver's forehead and helped him into the ambulance. Ma'am, are you hurt anywhere? One of the paramedics asked. Whitney shook her head. My shoulder might be broken. After hearing that, the paramedic secured a splint on her injury. Carter and Emily's injuries were actually the lightest. Whitney watched Klein follow Emily into the ambulance without looking back. Her heart had gone numb. A nurse looked at Whitney. Ma'am, let's get you in the ambulance. You should get an X-ray to see if you need surgery. Okay. Whitney looked away. She realized now there wasn't just coldness. There was an even deeper chill beyond that. Ma'am, the fracture needs to be set in a cast. Come back in 45 days to have it removed. Make sure to keep it dry during this period, said the doctor. Whitney nodded absent-mindedly. Doctor, can I be discharged now? Yes, there's nothing else serious. Just rest during this time. You might feel some pain for the next few days. When you sleep, put a pillow under your shoulder and raise it a bit to help reduce swelling, the doctor added. Her arm was in a sling as she walked past Emily's hospital room, catching the sound of crying inside. Carter, that really scared me just now. I'm so afraid. My parents died in a car accident, said Emily. Carter's voice softened, full of concern. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You won't die. I'll always be by your side. Nothing will happen to you. If anyone's going to die, it'll be me before you, he added. Whitney's stomach churned. She hurried past the room and headed for the elevator. Their conversation just made her feel sick. Thank goodness she wasn't going to marry him. At least she wouldn't have to feel this disgust for the rest of her life. By the time she left the hospital, it was already 11 at night. At this hour, James was probably already asleep. Whitney felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. An hour ago, it was a message from Klein. Kay, have you arrived at the old estate? Whitney thought he was probably on the plane by now. Carter finally calmed down Emily in the hospital bed and instinctively went to the emergency center to ask about Whitney. Ah, you mean the patient in the pink dress? She already left, one of the nurses said. Carter frowned. Is her injury okay? Are you her relative? Didn't you know she had a fracture? It's not too serious, though. They put on a cast and she left, she said. Wait, a fracture? Carter's mind reeled. Her injury was much worse than Carter had imagined. He wanted to call her, but then remembered she had blocked him. Frustration churned inside him. Why is she always so damn stubborn? Carter thought. Even with a broken arm, she won't just admit she needs help. If she just let her guard down for once, there's no way I'd ever leave her hanging. Emily stayed overnight for observation and was discharged early the next morning. Carter, is Whitney really okay? Emily asked. Carter stiffened and said coldly, She's fine. Just a fracture. He had planned to take Emily back to the Harris Manor, but she politely declined, so he had no choice but to send her to her apartment. Emily invited him. Carter, want to come up for a bit? After a moment of thought, Carter declined. No, I have to go to the office this morning. Emily lowered her eyes, lost in thought for a moment, then spoke softly. Okay then. Their wedding was just around the corner. Although Emily understood Carter's feelings, she still hadn't received any news about them breaking off the engagement. Emily thought to herself with a hint of sarcasm, Whitney really is useless. Guess I'll have to nudge her again. Instead of going upstairs, Emily hailed a cab, going in the opposite direction from Carter. Whitney had also left early that morning. It was late last night, but with the wedding imminent, she had to officially call off the engagement today. But just as she got into the car, her phone buzzed. It was the nursing home calling. Miss Moore, please come quickly. Patricia just collapsed, the caregiver said, her voice urgent. What? Whitney's blood ran cold. Which hospital? I'm on my way. She watched as her grandmother was rushed into the emergency room, her whole body feeling icy cold. Director, what exactly happened? She said. Grandma was totally fine. She gets her checkups every year. How could she just suddenly collapse? Whitney wondered. Miss Moore, please don't panic. We don't know either. She seemed fine this morning. But just a moment ago, a woman came to see her, and shortly after she left, she fainted, said the director. Whitney sprang to her feet. Who was it? The director was startled by her sudden intensity. I haven't seen her. The caregiver said she might be from the Miller family. At that moment, a cold light flickered in Whitney's eyes. The Miller family, she wondered. Was it Emily? Carter stood outside Whitney's house, ringing the doorbell nonstop for a full 10 minutes. Even the neighbor next door poked her head out. Young man, that girl left this morning. Stop ringing. You're giving me a headache. Under the lady's unfriendly glare, Carter silently walked away. Whitney had blocked his number and WhatsApp completely. There was no way to reach her. He felt a surge of frustration. The wedding was tomorrow, and she didn't even plan to come out to admit she was wrong or apologize. He'd heard that his dad and Samuel had already locked in their business deal. Does she seriously think she's got any other choice but to marry me? He wondered. Still, Carter softened a bit. More than anything, he wanted to check on her broken hand. With a broken hand, how's she even supposed to wear a wedding dress tomorrow? He wondered. What he completely forgot was that Whitney hadn't even shown up for her last wedding dress fitting. At the hospital, Whitney stood shivering outside the operating room. She took a deep breath and called Samuel. Grandma fainted. You need to come to the hospital. Her tone was icy, which deeply annoyed Samuel, who was a macho man. Whitney, where are you? Do you even realize the wedding is tomorrow? And who the hell was that guy who took you away yesterday? He snapped. If you dare cheat on Carter, then you might as well admit I'm your father, he warned. Whitney's eyes were cold, a mocking smile curling her lips. I said Grandma is in the hospital, undergoing emergency treatment, and you're still thinking about the wedding? Dad, Grandma isn't just my grandmother. She's your mother, too. Samuel finally grasped what she'd just said. He'd been fuming all night, so when he picked up, he immediately unloaded on her. Isn't your grandma in the nursing home? How did she suddenly faint? Samuel said. Whitney took a steadying breath. I don't know. She's still in surgery. When are you coming? Samuel glanced at the time. I have to meet a cooperative partner later. I can't skip this business. I'll send Laura to the hospital first. I'll come once I'm done. How could my dad be this heartless? Whitney thought, feeling a wave of disbelief. The woman on the operating table was his mother. Seriously? Is his business worth more than his own mother? Whitney fumed. Whitney's voice froze. If that's the case, then don't bother to come. After hanging up, she quietly sat outside the OR, her whole body chilled. Her grandmother was the only family member who had ever shown her warmth since her mother passed. Whitney could bear being hurt herself, but not her grandmother. She swiped her phone screen and dialed a number. In Lillian, Klein absent-mindedly watched the people at the dinner table raise their glasses and chat. She hadn't replied to his messages last night. Is she annoyed that I'm being too clingy? Klein wondered. Klein stared at her WhatsApp profile picture. He wanted to see more, but there was nothing there. Dustin, come to my place and film my rabbit. What rabbit? Where did you get a rabbit? Since when do you keep rabbits? Stop talking and go film it. Klein transferred $8,000 to Dustin. Dustin was stunned for a moment. Mr. Harris, you think I'm some beggar you can brush off? Half an hour later, Dustin saw a fresh post from Klein on his social feed. Who wants to name this little guy? After posting, Klein happily clicked the first like that popped up, but it was Lena who responded. Lena. Wow, Uncle Klein, you got a bunny? So cute, looks like I want to pet it. But the person he truly cared about didn't react at all. Klein's eyes darkened. He got up and went out to make a call. Hey, Uncle Klein, did you want me to name your rabbit? Said Lena. Lena, did you contact Whitney last night? He said. Lena was surprised. She messaged me when she got home and told me not to worry. She should be okay, right? Lena sounded uncertain. Whitney replied last night but hadn't responded to messages this morning. Uncle Klein, I'm hanging up. I'll call Whit to check, said Lena. 5 minutes later, Klein stared at the text on his phone, his eyes suddenly narrowing. You handle things at Lillian this afternoon. Book me the earliest flight back to Rappaport. I'm going back immediately, he said. Samuel finally showed up at the hospital, running late at 8 o'clock. Whitney had blocked his calls, so he had to ask around for a while before he finally learned his mom had been moved to the ICU on the 16th floor. As soon as Samuel stepped out of the elevator, he caught sight of Whitney at the end of the hall, just stepping out of the doctor's office. Whitney, Samuel called out. His voice carried clearly down the hall, not too loud, not too soft. Whitney glanced up and saw Samuel striding toward her in a sharp suit. Samuel was 45, but he kept himself looking sharp for his age, still making time for a weekly workout. Whitney caught a glimpse of herself reflected in his eyes. There was a definite resemblance, just enough to be noticeable. She felt a wave of contempt. Tina, though, loved to show off about how she was almost a spitting image of their dad. Seriously, what's so great about looking like a heartless jerk? Whitney thought. He reeked of alcohol. His own mother was in surgery, and he was off entertaining clients with booze. How could he even manage to drink with all this going on? Whitney thought. What's with that look? Samuel's brows knitted in annoyance, as if he couldn't understand why his daughter was giving him such an icy stare. He was her father, the family head, and he wouldn't stand for anyone in the family defying him. Where is she? Which room is she in? I'm going to check on her, Samuel said, his tone brisk as he strode forward. Whitney gave him a cold, indifferent smile. Grandma had a stroke. She's in the ICU. A stroke? Samuel echoed, sounding genuinely surprised. That's really serious, Samuel thought. Didn't I tell you to call Laura? Why didn't you? Samuel asked, his tone sharp. Whitney shot him a cold, sideways glance. She and Grandma never got along. You want Grandma dead, don't you? You. Samuel was so furious that he could barely get the words out. Which room is it? Take, he demanded. Whitney gave him a look like he was totally clueless. Don't you even know ICU visiting hours are from 3 to 5? Samuel was totally shut down by Whitney's comeback. It was already 8 o'clock. Visiting hours had been over for ages. So, did the doctor say anything about treatment? Is she even going to wake up? And if she does, is she just going to be completely incapacitated? Samuel asked, his voice cold and impatient. Whitney slowly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes locked onto him, cold and unyielding. Who even says something like that? Whitney shot back, her voice tight with anger. Dad, do you really not want Grandma to get better? She asked, her voice trembling. Samuel realized he'd gone too far with his words. He cleared his throat, covering his mouth, and shot Whitney a glare. She's my mom. Why wouldn't I want her to get better? Whitney, do you even hear what you're saying? He said. Since we can't visit her, just have the wedding as planned tomorrow, Samuel said, his voice cold and dismissive. Whitney raised her arm in its sling, giving him a frosty look. You really think I can get married like this? Samuel was totally spaced out, barely keeping up with what was happening around him. What happened to your hand this time? You know tomorrow's such an important day, and you still go and hurt yourself? Samuel snapped, clearly annoyed. Samuel gave her cast a look of disdain, saying, Just take it off now. As long as you keep your arm down tomorrow, nobody's going to notice anyway. Suck it up until the wedding's over. Then you can go get it recast, he said, his voice cold and dismissive. Samuel's words were so heartless that it was like he'd torn Whitney's heart to shreds, leaving it riddled with bleeding holes. An icy wind seemed to howl right through those wounds, making the pain cut even deeper. So you really can't wait to tie the knot with the Harris family, huh? Whitney shot back, her voice icy and dripping with contempt. That's right, Samuel said, not missing a beat. I need their money, their backing, and all the connections they've got. He laid his ambitions bare, not even trying to hide them from her. If she agreed to marry into the Harris family without putting up a fight, that would be ideal. But if she refused, he'd have 10 bodyguards tie her up and make sure she showed up at the wedding tomorrow, no matter what. Whitney scoffed, her voice icy. So now you're the one begging me? The word begging clearly rubbed Samuel the wrong way, but he just let it slide. Whatever. Call it begging if you want, he muttered, frustration bleeding into his tone. Fine, I'll show up tomorrow. Just meet me at the chapel. I don't need any of the stuff before that, Whitney said, her voice cold and indifferent. Samuel paused and then nodded. All right. If you don't want any of the pre-ceremony formalities, I'll let the Harris family know. The formalities were only there for show, and everyone understood that the banquet was the real event. When Klein got to the hospital, he found out they'd just left. He asked the doctor a few quick questions and then peeked through the glass at Patricia. He'd seen her just a few days ago, but now she looked totally lifeless, lying there without moving, hooked up to all kinds of tubes. Klein stood outside the hospital room and called his niece, Lena Harris, again. Has anyone been to Harris Manor in the past couple of days? He asked. No, not that I know of. Uncle Klein, what's going on? Lena replied, sounding worried. All right, I got it, Klein said. Klein hung up the phone, his gaze dropping as he fell into deep thought. Is she really still going to go through with this marriage? Klein wondered, a knot forming in his chest. I heard she got hurt in a car accident. Is she really okay? He thought, worry gnawing at him. Klein tugged at his tie, frustration bubbling up inside him. He wanted nothing more than to storm over to her place and demand to know what she was thinking. But he knew he couldn't. He had no right to question her. As long as that wedding wasn't called off, he'd not be able to do anything. When Samuel got home, Laura gave him a worried look. Is she going to be all right? Laura asked. Samuel gave her a hard look. Why didn't you go to the hospital? It's not like I didn't want to go, but Whitney wouldn't let me, Laura said, sounding helpless. You know how stubborn she is, right? I'm always worried that if I say the wrong thing, she'll just lose it and start smashing things again, Laura added, her voice full of frustration. Samuel snorted sharply. My mom had a stroke. Tomorrow, go hire a caregiver for her. Make sure you get someone who'll really look after her. A stroke? Laura thought. Her heart skipped a beat. And after she gets out of the hospital, don't tell me you're actually thinking of bringing her back here? Laura pressed, her voice tight with worry. There's no way I want that old bat living here again. Taking care of a stroke patient is a nightmare, Laura thought, her face twisted in annoyance. If she croaks here one day, that would cast a shadow over the place. She shuddered at the thought. Just let her stay at the hospital. It's not like we're short on cash, Samuel said, sounding impatient. Laura breathed a sigh of relief once she got Samuel's approval. Laura pressed. So what about the wedding tomorrow? Is Whitney actually going to show up? She will. Samuel finally let out a satisfied grin. Guess she's not totally heartless after all. If she tried to back out, I'd haul her there myself, but she said we can skip all the pre-ceremony stuff. Just get some sleep tonight, because we're heading to the hotel at 10 sharp tomorrow, Samuel added, sounding pretty pleased with himself. Laura frowned, her brows knitting together. No pre-ceremony stuff? She couldn't help but wonder. Will Whitney actually show up tomorrow? Laura thought, uncertainty gnawing at her. At 10 o'clock that night, Lena finally got a message from Whitney. Lena, Whit, where have you been all day? Lena, can you help me out with something tomorrow? On the day of the wedding, Carter was dressed in a sleek black suit, his hair perfectly styled. He looked aloof, yet a closer look revealed the faint excitement he was trying to hide. Getting married was supposed to be a joyful thing for anyone. The only thing that nagged at him was the fact that they were skipping all the pre-ceremony formalities. Emily was dressed in a flowy white gown, her makeup fresh and innocent. Her gaze lingered on Carter's reflection in the mirror, a little dazed. Carter, you are pretty today, she said softly. Carter turned around, raising an eyebrow. Hey, silly, pretty isn't how you describe a man. Her cheeks tinged with shyness as she stepped closer. Carter, I'm in white and you're in black. We look pretty good together, right? Her soft voice made Carter's usually sharp features melt into something gentle. Of course, and don't get any silly ideas. Even after I get married, you'll always be the one I care about most, Carter said softly. Sweet talk had a softness that masked how corrosive it could be. Emily had heard Carter whisper so many sweet nothings to her, but today, He was about to marry another woman. When they're alone, would he say the same things to Whitney with those irresistible lips? Emily thought to herself. Laura's already sick, and Whitney can still show up for this wedding? Emily thought, her jealousy flaring up. She thought she'd planned for everything, but she never expected Whitney to be this cold-hearted. She really did whatever it took just to get into the Harris family, Emily scoffed to herself. Whitney talked about calling off the wedding before, and I really thought she was cool, she thought. Emily just thought, but now, guess she's just ordinary after all. Emily swallowed her jealousy and asked softly, Carter, what time are we leaving? Can I go with you in your car today? Carter's car was the one meant for the bride and groom. Emily's eyes were soft and watery as she looked at him. Carter caved instantly, his voice low and gentle as he agreed. All right, let's go together in my car to the chapel. George saw Carter and Emily getting into the same car and looked like he wanted to say something. His wife, Sabrina, stopped him. It's okay. Emily's his sister. It's no big deal if she rides along. George just shrugged it off. Lena insisted on sharing a car with James today. She'd promised Whitney she'd stick by his side the whole time. She was clutching some heart pills in her hand. If James looked even a little unwell, she'd be ready to give him a couple right away. Lena had asked Whitney yesterday what her plan was. She'd always known Whitney was determined to call off the wedding. But Whitney kept everything under wraps, not even letting her bestie in on it. Lena was fuming, thinking, just wait till today's over, Whitney. I'm definitely going to give you a piece of my mind for keeping me out of the loop. At the chapel, Tina immediately spotted her best friend Emily, who stood out from the crowd. Emily, you look absolutely gorgeous today, Tina said, her eyes lighting up. Emily flashed a smile. You look amazing too, Tina. She glanced over at the Moore family. Don't tell me Whitney's running late for her own wedding? Emily's words carried over to George and Sabrina. Sabrina's eyes flashed with mild annoyance as she glanced at Laura. Laura, where's Whitney? Don't tell me she's still not here. Laura gave an awkward smile. She's running late. She should be here soon, I guess. They honestly had no clue if that was true. Whitney's phone had been unreachable since this morning. Everyone was busy entertaining their own guests, but all eyes were on the door, waiting for Whitney to show up. As the clock ticked closer to 11, George and Samuel started urging everyone to take their seats. George leaned in and asked Carter in a low voice, Carter, what's going on? Where's your bride? Samuel was just as anxious. Tina, call Whitney again. Find her now. Out of nowhere, Carter felt a wave of irritation. What's Whitney trying to pull? He thought. She promised she'd be here. She can't just ditch me after all that, can she? Carter wondered. His expression instantly frosted over at the thought. Emily was the only one sitting there, totally unfazed, a subtle smirk tugging at her lips. Looks like Whitney still cares about her grandma, huh? Emily thought, a hint of sarcasm in her mind. Emily had already called the hospital this morning and learned Whitney had stopped by. Her soft spot's always been easy to spot, Emily mused to herself. Outside the chapel, Klein Harris sat in his car, his eyes cold and distant. Lena. Uncle Klein, aren't you coming today? He kept his gaze lowered, those eyes radiating a chill as he stared at his phone screen. Should I go in? Should I really show up at their wedding? He asked himself. Klein leaned back in the seat, eyes closed, just sitting there unmoving for ages. Marco finally couldn't help but speak up. Sir, want me to move the car under that tree? It's getting hot out here. Klein lifted his gaze, his eyes as piercing as ever. Take it to the parking lot. I'll call when I need you, he said, his voice deep and commanding. With that, Klein pushed open the car door and strode straight toward the chapel, his long legs eating up the distance. With just 20 minutes to go before noon, if the ceremony didn't kick off soon, the guests were definitely going to start talking. Honestly, people were already starting to gossip. What's up with today? The bride hasn't even shown her face yet, someone muttered. Who knows? I heard Whitney has always had a thing for Carter. She wouldn't bail on her own wedding, would she? Another person chimed in. Whitney running away from her own wedding? Not a chance. She's here. Look, is that Whitney Moore in that dark green velvet dress? Someone shouted. Everyone's gaze snapped to the ladder as it slowly lowered from the main stage. Whitney Moore made her entrance in a dark green velvet gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up, a single pearl necklace gracing her collarbone, and a stark white bandage wrapped around her shoulder. "What kind of look is that? I've never seen a bride show up like this before," someone whispered. "Come on, I know she lost her mom when she was 3, but that's no excuse for showing up looking so out of place," another person scoffed. "Guess we're in for some real drama today," someone else snickered. Carter's face turned stormy the moment he saw Whitney, who'd been missing all morning, and that outfit she showed up in just made it worse. He rushed up to the stage and hissed under his breath. "Being late is one thing, but seriously, what's with that getup? People who know you might think you're here to get married, but anyone else would swear you're crashing a funeral." Whitney just curled her lips into a smirk. "I'll make sure to look even better at your funeral. Satisfied?" "You." Carter's eyes flashed with anger, but he knew every big shot from Raverport's elite circles was watching. He couldn't let the Harris family lose face today. "All right, enough. Be good. The ceremony's about to start. We'll talk about this later," he said, trying to sound calm. As he reached out to take her hand, Whitney subtly shifted aside, dodging his touch. "Whitney, what the hell are you trying to pull?" Carter snapped, his voice low and sharp. Whitney's lips curled into a frosty smirk. "Isn't it your precious Emily you care about?" "Look at her down there. She's about to bite her lip off," Whitney said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm open-minded, you know. Since we've had our little romance, I'm going to be the bigger person and give you a show-stopping proposal you'll never forget." Whitney's words rang out, full of mocking edge. Carter's heart skipped a beat. "What the hell are you trying to pull?" Carter snapped, his voice low and sharp. Before he could finish, the lights in the banquet hall went out, and the screen behind the main stage suddenly lit up. "My princess, my Emily, today's your 16th birthday. Happy birthday, sweetheart. I'll always be here for you." Carter's voice echoed through the hall. On the big screen, the camera focused on Emily's young, innocent face. She looked shy as she faced the candles, eyes tightly shut, silently making a wish. It took her a full minute before she finally blew out the candles. Carter's voice came through again, gentle and teasing. "Emily, sweetheart, tell me, what did you wish for?" "If I say it out loud, it won't come true," Emily replied, her voice soft and a little shy. "Come on, silly girl, if you don't tell me, how can I help make it come true?" Carter coaxed. "I wished I could be your wife. I don't want anyone else to marry you. When I'm all grown up, can I be your wife?" Emily blurted out, her voice full of innocent longing. The whole place erupted in an uproar. "Wait, what's going on? Isn't this supposed to be the Harris and Moore family's wedding? Isn't Emily the Harris family's adopted daughter? Did they seriously raise their adopted daughter just to marry her off to Carter?" George looked like he was about to explode. He snapped at the staff around him. "Why are you just standing there? Turn that damn video off now!" Embarrassingly enough, the big screen kept playing, and Carter finally showed up on camera, not just filming anymore, but actually in the shot himself. He leaned down and pressed a soft, affectionate kiss to Emily's forehead. "When you're all grown up, I'll marry you." The next scene flashed up, and it showed Carter's hidden photo album on his tablet, filled with 3,344 pictures of him and Emily that were now exposed for everyone to see. Carter's eyes burned red with fury. "Enough, Whitney, you actually snooped through my photo album?" Whitney just smiled, her tone cool and mocking. "We're just getting started." The lights snapped back on, and a bold, flashing message appeared on the big screen. "My Princess Emily, will you marry me?" Emily could feel all eyes on her, judging from every direction. Her nails dug into her palm, leaving deep crescent marks. "Is Whitney out to destroy me?" Emily thought, her heart pounding with panic. Whitney grabbed the mic, her voice dripping with provocation as she stared straight at Emily in the crowd. "Emily, are you really going to accept Carter's proposal?" Someone started clapping, and suddenly everyone joined in. "Say yes! Say yes! Say yes!" the crowd chanted, their voices echoing through the hall. Every cheer stabbed right into Carter and Emily's hearts. Neither of them wanted their secrets laid bare like this, especially not in front of a crowd like this. Whitney watched the two of them with cool, collected satisfaction, a flash of vindictive pleasure glinting in her eyes. Emily still wants to play the perfect innocent? Well, I'm going to tear down every last shred of her facade, Whitney thought, a cold smirk tugging at her lips. The doors to the banquet hall swung open. Klein Harris stepped inside, a half smirk tugging at his lips, his piercing eyes glued to Whitney's radiant face on stage, not looking away for a second. He walked closer, every step brimming with barely contained excitement. It didn't take long before people started whispering about Klein making an entrance at the wedding, his presence instantly shifting the atmosphere. Oh crap, this is a disaster! With Whitney causing such a scene, Klein's gonna go ballistic for sure, someone muttered, panic clear in their voice. Seriously, everyone knows Klein's a stickler for the Harris family's honor. He's all about keeping up appearances. God knows how this whole wedding fiasco is gonna end, another guest sighed, shaking their head. But up on stage, Klein was unexpectedly warm and gracious. His intense gaze swept across the crowd, and picking up a glass from somewhere, he raised it high. Let's raise a glass to Carter and Emily. Here's to a long, happy life together, Klein announced, his voice ringing out with ceremony. Whitney stared at Klein in surprise, her eyes catching the subtle, indifferent curve of his lips. A long, happy life? Please, Whitney thought, her mind soaked in sarcasm. A long life in hell would be more like it. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What's going on? Did this wedding just turn into a proposal? Are they switching brides now? Well, what can you do? Carter's got a crush on his own sister, huh? The Harris couple said they adopted a buddy's daughter. Well, the daughter now becomes their daughter-in-law, someone sneered. Didn't you see? Emily is only 16 in that video. Man, I can't even look at this, someone muttered. The gossip filled the air, and no matter how hushed, James caught every word. James watched the situation unfold, his head pulsing so hard that he felt short of breath. You bastard, you're driving me crazy, James shouted. Lena couldn't tell if James was yelling at Carter or Klein. She gave Whitney a mental thumbs up, and then, quick as a flash, shoved a heart pill into James' mouth. Grandpa, don't get so worked up. It's not worth risking your health. Are you feeling okay? Want me to call 911? Lena asked, sounding all concerned. But her caring words only made the veins on James' forehead pop out even more. Lena, did you know about this? James grumbled, his face red as he glared at her, pill still in his mouth. Lena hurried to defend herself. No way, Grandpa. Carter's the one who messed up. Don't blame me for it. There was no way she was taking the fall for Carter. Emily's face was drained of all color, and she bit her lip lightly, not sure what to do next. Sabrina was just a step away. Emily gave her a timid glance, eyes rimmed red. Mom, shut up, Sabrina snapped, giving her adopted daughter a harsh glare. George and Sabrina were completely blindsided by this sudden turn of events. They knew Whitney was trying to call off the wedding, but hadn't the Moore family assured them that the ceremony would go on as planned? Now, with everything blown up like this, they had no idea how to salvage the situation. Especially Klein's so-called blessing for Carter and Emily. It basically exposed the inappropriate relationship between Carter and Emily for everyone to see. The wedding that was supposed to be a grand celebration ended in a rush, the whole scene wrapping up awkwardly in just 30 minutes. Carter's eyes burned with disbelief and anger as he shot Whitney a glare. Is this what you wanted? Whitney let out a cold, mocking smile, replying, Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this mess. What, you're not? You finally popped the question to the girl you've been obsessed with all this time. Shouldn't you be celebrating? She sneered. Every word ripped the lid off their dirty little secrets, making everyone wish they could disappear. Not just the Harris family, but Whitney too. Carter just couldn't figure it out. What was Whitney really trying to prove by being so resolute and ruthless? The Harris family's reputation took a serious hit, but for Samuel, this was even harder to accept. He watched his sure thing slip away, and to make matters worse, his own daughter had embarrassed the Harris family in front of everyone, leaving them no way to save face. These two families were bound to become enemies now. Samuel's face went from red to white as he clenched his jaw and scolded. Whitney, are you out of your damn mind? Do you even get what kind of place this is? Do you know who you're pissing off right now? He snapped. Whitney turned to face the furious man, storming up to her, a half smirk on her lips. Of course I know. Wasn't it you who insisted I show up today? You even said you'd drag me here if you had to, she said. Well, here I am. Guess what? You're still not satisfied, she shot back. Samuel's eyes were cold, simmering with the fury of a volcano about to blow. He swung his hand up with real intent, but before he could bring it down, someone stopped him in midair. The cuff of Klein's shirt revealed a solid, muscular wrist, veins standing out clearly. Klein's eyes met Samuel's gaze with casual indifference. Samuel, what do you think you're doing? Samuel was 12 years older than Klein, although they were regarded as equals in their circle. But when Samuel caught the intimidating aura radiating from Klein, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Samuel pulled his hand back, his voice tinged with irritation. Can't I even deal with my own daughter? Klein's lips were icy as he spoke. Whitney's the one who's been hurt. Why would she need disciplining? Both families looked even more rattled. Klein's words basically called out the whole fiasco for what it was. George stepped up, smiling like it hurt, and looked at Samuel. Samuel, the Harris family owes you an explanation today. I'm not backing out of what I promised. George hated every second of this, but he had no other option. Soon, people online would be saying that a Harris ditched a Moore. Honestly, Whitney was the real victim here. He gave Whitney a complicated look, his eyes lingering on her straight-backed figure. Whitney, sorry you had to deal with all this mess today. Whitney looked at George, her eyes cold and distant. Mr. Harris, I'm fine. Just hope you won't blame me for any of this. I saw how much Carter was suffering over his secret relationship, so I just did him a favor. She fixed her gaze on Emily, her eyes impossible to read. Congrats, you finally got what you wanted. And thanks for dropping by to see my grandma yesterday. Even after your accident, I'll let you know as soon as she wakes up. Emily's heart skipped a beat. Wait, does she know I visited her grandma? Emily thought. Carter was confused, but he caught the unfriendly look in Whitney's eyes. Why are you being so harsh to her? He asked sharply. Emily clung to Carter, her eyes pleading. Carter, I think Whitney's got the wrong idea about me. I never went to see her grandma. You dropped me off at home yesterday, and I stayed in all night. Whitney, stop blaming everything on Emily. Maybe you should look at your own issues for a change, Carter said, his voice rising. Normally, if Carter ever dared to yell at Whitney, his parents would always step in to defend her and scold him. But after today, Whitney had shut them out herself. From now on, she'd truly become an outsider in their eyes. Whitney sneered inwardly. Just as she parted her lips to speak, she heard James' thunderous roar from across the room. Carter, you unfilial brat, shut your mouth. James? Sabrina objected, her voice sharp. Grandpa, Carter protested. Shut up. Just hearing you say that makes my skin crawl. Instead of blaming others, why don't you look at the mess you've caused? James snapped. He pointed angrily at the video on the screen. Both of you, go apologize to Whitney, now. This marriage was something James had sworn to honor for his late wife. It was her dying wish. He never imagined things would blow up like this. Grandpa, why should we be the ones apologizing? Carter protested. James glared at him, his eyes blazing with fury. What, you think my words don't mean anything anymore? Like hell, I'm apologizing, Carter thought stubbornly, refusing to back down no matter what. He grabbed Emily's delicate wrist and stormed off without another word. James clutched his chest, his anger reaching its peak. George, just look at the son you and Sabrina raised. From now on, he's not my grandson, and I don't want to see him ever again. Dad, George called out, seeing James' face flushed with anger. He and Sabrina quickly helped him sit down. It took James a long while to finally calm down. James looked at Whitney with a gentle, apologetic gaze. Whitney, I'm sorry. I let you down. Whitney felt a pang of guilt. James, she said softly, but it was gone in a flash. Her eyes darkened as she remembered her grandma still in the hospital. James, I need to get back to the hospital. My grandma had a stroke yesterday. I have to leave. James was momentarily at a loss. Patricia was doing fine. How could she suddenly have a stroke? Whitney scoffed. Beats me. Funny thing, right after Emily visited, my grandma had a stroke. As soon as she said that, everyone's faces changed again. James' sharp gaze flickered dangerously. It's always Emily, he thought, frustration bubbling up inside. Go on, Whitney. I'll visit Patricia at the hospital tomorrow, James said softly. James pointed at Klein. Go on and take Whitney to the hospital for me. Make sure she gets there safely. Klein's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, his lips quirking up. No problem. Whitney, let's get going. For a moment, Whitney felt her heart stutter. All right. Whitney nodded, trying to keep her cool. Lena blinked, pouting a little. Grandpa, how come you're not letting me take her? Whitney followed Klein into his Maybach. There was no driver in the car today. She felt a bit awkward. She wasn't sure if it was because she had just caused a scene at the wedding or something else. You're driving yourself today? She asked. Yeah, Klein said, settling into the driver's seat with a laid-back, deep voice. Marco took the day off. His wife's having a baby. Whitney mentally raised a question mark. Wait, isn't Marco like 40 or 50? Is he really having another kid at that age? She thought to herself. Oh, I see, Whitney replied, lowering her gaze. She waited for a moment, but Klein didn't make a move. Aren't you going to start driving? Whitney asked. She suddenly felt his fingers, cold to the touch, barely tracing across her stomach through the thin fabric. Whitney sucked in a breath, not daring to move. I'll drive, but you need to buckle up first, Klein said. Whitney was nervous, and when she shifted, she accidentally pulled at her wound. Does it hurt? Klein asked, his eyes locked on her bandage. Whitney nodded slightly. A little. Physical pain was nothing, Whitney thought, but if something happened to Grandma, I don't know what I'd do. Klein's face was serious. Don't go around with bare shoulders. You're still recovering. You need to keep warm. After saying that, he realized he sounded like a total dad. He sneaked a careful look at Whitney. What I'm saying is, with a fracture, you need to keep warm. Whitney didn't even think about how he knew she had a fracture. She just nodded, not really thinking about it. She wasn't in the mood for anything else right now. All she wanted was for Patricia to get better. The drive to the hospital was quiet, and when they arrived, Klein watched Whitney head upstairs, his gaze steady. She refused his company. Is she starting to regret ruining the wedding? Klein wondered to himself. Marco just took a quick stroll nearby, but when he got back, he couldn't believe his eyes. The car was gone. He called Klein in a panic. Mr. Harris, I think someone stole your car. Klein pressed his lips together. No way. I'm not kidding. I just stepped out for a minute, and when I came back, your car was gone. Mr. Harris, should I call the police right now? Marco blurted out. Marco just couldn't figure it out. Seriously, in broad daylight, right outside a fancy hotel? Who'd be bold enough to steal a car here? He thought. Klein glanced at his car and said, No one stole it. I drove it myself. Take the rest of the day off, Marco, and seriously, lay off the soap operas, Klein said. The line went dead. Marco was left dumbfounded. Samuel had barely gotten back in the car when his phone started blowing up with calls from relatives, all wanting to know what the hell had just happened at the wedding. Mom, Whit's totally lost it. How could she call off the wedding in front of everyone? And she even targeted Emily. Emily's the Harris family's precious princess, Tina gloated. Laura noticed Samuel's face darken as he talked on the phone, but she decided to pile it on. Tell me about it. Even if the Harris family says they won't come after us, getting humiliated in public like that? Who could just let that slide? Laura added, They might act all nice on the surface, but who knows what kind of dirty tricks they're pulling behind our backs. Samuel, humiliated and pissed off, slammed his fist on the steering wheel, making Laura and Tina jump in fright. Enough. Drop it already. Are you trying to make me even angrier? Samuel snapped. Tina, totally baffled by the sudden yelling, felt a wave of annoyance. Dad, you're so unfair. It's obviously Whit's fault, so why are you blaming us, she said. You should be mad at Whit, not us, Tina huffed. Where's Whit? Samuel wondered. Oh, right, she just told James she was heading to the hospital. Samuel's eyes narrowed. Enough. We're all going to the hospital. My mom is sick, and none of you have even bothered to visit her, Samuel said. Tina forced a smile, clearly not happy about it. Fine. What's so special about some old woman? Tina thought. Just a stroke? If only she died, that would have been perfect, Tina sneered inwardly. Whitney went to check on Patricia in the hospital room. Her vital signs were stable, but the doctor said she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. The doctor told Whitney to prepare 3 liquid meals a day for Patricia and reminded her to pick up some more protein supplements. Since Patricia was still unconscious, she couldn't eat normally and had to be fed through a tube. She wasn't getting enough nutrients, so they had to give her extra protein to help with nutrition. Whitney quickly jotted everything down and hurried off to get things ready. She'd already taken a week off from the law firm, planning to see how Patricia was doing. Once Patricia woke up and was stable, Whitney would bring her home and hire a caregiver to look after her. That way she could see Patricia every day when she got home. Whitney had already figured out the whole plan for Patricia's care in just one night. The ridiculous part was that Samuel had only made a brief appearance last night and then vanished. Just as Whitney was about to head back to get food ready for Patricia, Samuel, Laura, and Tina emerged from the elevator, all looking downcast. "Whit, why did you rush off so fast? Why didn't you wait for us?" Tina complained. "This is so unfair. She even hitched a free ride with Klein. She totally got away with it," Tina grumbled to herself. "I told you already. You don't need to come to the hospital. I can handle Grandma myself. Just do everyone a favor and don't make her even more upset while she's lying in that hospital bed. All right?" Whitney said, her tone icy. "What's with your attitude? I'm your father, and she's my mother. Why shouldn't I be here?" Samuel shot back. Whitney glanced at him, totally unfazed. "Oh, now you suddenly remember she's your mom? Don't give me that attitude. Talk to me properly," Samuel snapped. His yelling was so loud that it drew the head nurse over. "Sir, this is a hospital. Keep it down. Don't you know the rules?" the head nurse snapped. Whitney pressed the elevator button for them. "Just go, please." "You can't visit right now. Save it for when Grandma's awake. I'm not in the mood to fight with you." Whitney stood her ground, blocking their way. Laura tugged at Samuel's sleeve. "Fine, if Whit doesn't want us there, whatever. It's not like Patricia ever cared about anyone but her anyway. She always doted on Whit." Laura honestly couldn't care less about going into that hospital room. "Ugh, it just reeks of disinfectant in there. What's the point?" she thought. "I'll just show up when that old bat's about to croak," Laura thought with a sneer. "Humph," Samuel grunted. He looked like he might back down, but he wasn't about to let Whitney call the shots. He shot her a hard glare. "Come downstairs. We need to talk." Whitney kept her face blank, shoved them into the elevator, and stepped in herself. She had a million things to handle. Dealing with them was the last thing on her mind. Only the 4 Moores were left in the elevator. Samuel barked, "Whitney, you stirred up a mess with the Harris family today. Tomorrow, you're going to apologize to them. That's an order." Whitney raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "And what if I don't?" "Then don't even think about me paying for your grandma's medical bills," Samuel snapped. Hospital bills for something that serious weren't cheap. Let's see how long she can keep this up with her own money, Samuel thought, feeling smug. Samuel figured that just because he held the purse strings at home, he could control Whitney with threats. "All right, then I don't need your money. I'll pay for it myself," Whitney shot back. Tina sneered. "Where are you even going to get the cash for those hospital bills? With that pathetic salary of yours. And now you've pissed off Carter too. What, you going to start working the streets now?" With a sharp smack, Whitney slapped Tina right across her smug face. "Tina, when I'm talking, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If all you can do is talk shit, I'll be happy to put you in your place myself, since your mom clearly won't," Whitney snapped. Tina was shaking with rage. "Whitney, you hit me. You hit me again. Last time, you threw hot water at me, and now you're hitting me. Mom, Dad, are you just going to let her get away with this?" After Tina finished screaming her head off, the elevator doors slid open. The lobby was jam-packed, a sea of people, all waiting for the elevator. Whitney marched straight out, not even bothering to look back at the 3, leaving them totally dumbfounded behind her. Tina and Laura just stood there, totally dumbfounded. What the hell? Did I just get slapped, and there's nothing I can do about it? Tina thought, her face burning with disbelief. Sabrina and George followed James back to Harris Manor. When they left the chapel, relatives and close friends kept asking what had really happened at the wedding. Klein already made Carter and Emily's engagement public, so no matter how they tried to explain, the words just wouldn't come. All they could do was grit their teeth and keep quiet. Whitney was seriously out of line, Sabrina muttered with a scowl. Even if she was mad at Carter, she really shouldn't have pulled something like that on such an important occasion. She was scheming against her own son and daughter, and even if Emily was only their adopted daughter, she'd still been spoiled by them since she was little. Sabrina could say whatever she wanted about Emily. After all, that was her business. But why should these outsiders get to judge? And really, the whole reason everyone was gossiping about them was all thanks to Whitney. "George, you're not seriously thinking about bailing out their company, are you?" Sabrina asked, her tone full of suspicion. George shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. "I'll just toss them a bone, nothing major, just enough to smooth things over." With all those big shots showing up today, the Harris family ended up losing face in front of everyone. No wonder George was fuming. He was pissed at Whitney, but even more at her dad, Samuel. "We had a deal, and now look at this mess. How could I not be angry?" George thought to himself. James's brow furrowed into a deep scowl as he listened to George and Sabrina argue, the veins on his forehead standing out in anger. "So now you're just blaming everyone else for this?" he snapped. Lena, who'd been quietly standing by her grandfather, muttered under her breath, "Obviously, they are." Lena raised her head and spoke. "I've heard Whit say more than once that she wanted to cancel the wedding." She continued, "She told me you kept stalling, saying Grandpa wasn't well and she should wait. And just a couple of days ago, her dad even had someone drug her and drag her home, just so she'd show up at the wedding." She turned to James and said, "If Patricia hadn't gotten sick, Whit would have definitely told you herself, Grandpa. So you guys kept pushing her, and now you're acting like it's all her fault?" Lena shot back, her tone sharp. Lena was all about what was right, not just sticking up for family. No way was she letting anyone trash her best friend right in front of her. "Lena, you can't just talk like that. I get that you and Whitney are close, but we're your family, you know?" Sabrina blurted out, sounding a little desperate. Lena just pursed her lips. Her obvious look of disagreement didn't slip past James's sharp eyes. "Enough." James turned to Sabrina again, his eyes cold. "Whit wanted to cancel the wedding before. Why did you keep that from me? Did you hide it because you thought I was too sick to handle it?" he demanded. "Or did you want to make a scene today and drive me mad, knowing I wasn't well?" Any trace of dissatisfaction James felt toward Whitney completely disappeared. So she wanted to come clean from the start, but they kept hiding it and trying to gloss things over, he thought. "Do you think marriage is just a game?" James snapped. "If Whitney's already given up on Carter, do you expect me to force her to marry Carter?" he asked. "Don't tell me you actually threatened her and made Samuel kidnap Whitney back home?" Sabrina rushed to defend herself. "Seriously, we'd never do something like that. Why would you think we're that awful?" James let out a heavy snort. "Don't blame me for thinking that way. Just look at what your son's been up to." The more James stewed over it, the more pissed off he got, until he suddenly noticed someone was missing from the house. "Lena, where's Klein?" he asked. Lena blinked her wide, sparkling eyes. "Grandpa, you asked him to take Whit to the hospital. Don't you remember?" It finally clicked for James. "Tomorrow, you're coming with me to visit Patricia," James said. "She was always closest to your mother." George and Sabrina didn't dare refuse. "Yes, sure," they replied in unison. After Carter whisked Emily away from the wedding, his expression grew stormy, knuckles white on the steering wheel. The car kept speeding up, the dashboard beeping warnings that he was way over the speed limit. Emily clutched her seatbelt, her face pale as a ghost. "Carter, please, slow down." But her words just seemed to rile him up even more. With no other cars in sight, it took 10 minutes and a red light before Carter finally started to cool off. He glanced at Emily out of the corner of his eye, his gaze softening a little. "Sorry, Emily, did I scare you just now?" Emily forced a stiff smile. "No, Carter. I just knew you were upset." If Whitney were sitting next to him right now, she definitely wouldn't have said that. She'd probably just give him that gorgeous, serious look and start lecturing him about traffic laws and all the trouble he could get into for breaking them. He used to think she was so boring, but now, for some reason, he actually missed her a little. "Are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat?" Carter sounded distracted as he asked. Emily felt herself finally calming down. "Yeah, Carter, I'd love to." Even though she'd just gotten engaged to Carter after that crazy scene today, at least she didn't have to deal with those annoying family matchmaking setups anymore. She really ought to thank Whitney for this mess. She never expected Whitney to pull a stunt that blew up in everyone's faces, including her own. Sure, the socialites would gossip for a bit, but it'd all be old news once she and Carter tied the knot. No one would even care after a few days. Whitney would be totally out of their social scene from now on. Whitney was just the overlooked daughter from a second-rate family. How could she ever compare? Carter didn't catch the flash of triumph on Emily's face. Out of nowhere, he asked, "Hey, about what Whitney said today, did you go see Patricia?" Emily's heart jumped. "Carter, I honestly have no clue why Whitney would say that, but I swear to God that I never went to see Patricia," she said. "Maybe Patricia got sick, and Whitney just needed someone to take it out on," Emily said, trying to sound casual. Carter's brow furrowed. Sure, he trusted Emily, but he just couldn't believe Whitney would go out of her way to frame Emily with such an obvious lie. He couldn't figure it out, and honestly, Carter didn't want to dwell on it anymore. While everyone else was stressed out and miserable, there was one person who could barely hide how smug they were. At the Royal Crest Club, Dustin Reed could barely keep his eyes open. He'd been in surgery till the middle of the night, and it felt like he'd just blinked before Klein dragged him out here. Klein's private room was crowded with familiar faces, the place buzzing with conversation. Eric Campbell, the heir to the Campbell family, flicked his lighter absent-mindedly, his tone casual. "Klein, is this an all-male hangout tonight?" With nothing but single guys here, Eric couldn't help but think, what's even the point of a get-together like this? "Seriously, Klein, I know you never have any women around, so maybe next time just let me set things up," Dustin joked. Eric snorted. "Please, you talk like you've got women lining up for you." Dustin's face darkened. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Oliver Grant raised his brow with a smirk. "Looks like I'm the only one here who's actually got a girlfriend." Dustin and Eric might have plenty of dates, but nobody had ever seen either of them with a real girlfriend. As for Klein, he kept to himself and spent most of his time with the guys, so he never factored into the usual conversations about women. "Hey, Klein," Oliver smirked, "your nephew just got engaged, and here you are throwing a party? Shouldn't you be moping or something?" Dustin perked up, looking surprised. "Engaged? Wasn't it supposed to be Carter's wedding today?" Eric shot Dustin a dumbfounded look. "Wow, guess all those surgeries really scrambled your brain. Did you seriously miss the biggest thing online today?" Oliver took out his phone and read aloud. Here, the headline says, "Foster daughter becomes daughter-in-law in shocking twist. A forbidden romance." Oh, and here's another one. "Official fiancé dumped, bride replaced at the ceremony, high society drama." Seriously, these headlines are insane. And that Moore girl who got left at the altar? Things are only going to get worse for her from here. He had just finished gossiping when he suddenly caught a deadly glare from Klein, who was sprawled on the couch. Oliver blinked, totally confused. "Dude, what's with the look?" Klein's voice was icy as he said, "Oliver, has dating that little starlet fried your brain or something? Who told you she was left at the altar? Get your facts straight. She called off the wedding today." "I'm out," Klein said, booting the trash can out of his way. "Not wasting my time with morons." "What the fuck?" Oliver blurted out. "What the hell is wrong with him?" Oliver thought, rolling his eyes. Dustin rubbed his nose, just here to watch the show. "Ha, looks like some idiot just trashed Klein's favorite girl," he thought, smirking to himself. Oliver had no idea why Klein was suddenly pissed off. He gave Dustin a kick, for Dustin was the one who got along best with Klein. "Hey, Dustin, what's got him all riled up?" Eric asked. Dustin gave him a slow, teasing grin. "Want to know? Maybe if you beg a little, I'll consider it." Oliver snorted. "Please, even if I begged, you'd still keep your mouth shut. Forget it. Save your mystery act. Eric had a wild guess pop up in his mind, but it just felt way too messed up. He thought, nah, that's way too dirty. Come on, no way. Klein can't be that much of an asshole, right? Eric thought to himself. As soon as Klein walked out of the Royal Crest Club, he called his assistant, Ryan Ward. What's going on with the news online? Why are they twisting the truth? Klein demanded. Ryan pressed his lips together, trying to figure out what Klein meant. Mr. Harris, are you talking about the news about Carter and Miss Moore? Klein frowned, clearly annoyed. I'm asking why the news is twisting the truth. It was Whitney who called off the wedding. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. Ryan didn't miss a beat. Understood, Mr. Harris. I'll have the media fix the story right away. Klein gave a brief reply and hung up. 10 minutes later, all those bogus headlines got wiped and replaced. The new headline screamed, Moore heiress dumps fiancé at the altar. Carter's forbidden romance with his foster sister sends shockwaves through high society. Klein grinned from ear to ear as he scrolled through the updated news, absolutely thrilled. He shot Ryan a message. Nice work, you're getting double the year-end bonus. Ryan was speechless. Ryan replied with a polite smile. Thank you, sir. That's very generous of you. That night, when Emily opened the trending link Tina had sent her, she hurled her phone across the room. That bitch, she actually paid for negative press just to drag me through the mud. She's really something, Emily thought to herself. George saw the story blowing up online and tried to get someone to take it down, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't budge. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be Whitney's doing? How could she possibly have that kind of influence? Not even her dad, Samuel, would have the clout to pull this off. Shetch, Whitney had been running around all day and honestly couldn't care less about all the drama online. After that, she headed to the bank to apply for a secured loan. She could borrow up to $300,000 at an interest rate of 3.85%. Whitney figured she could handle the payments, so she didn't hesitate to have the bank manager start the paperwork. The contract wouldn't be finalized right away. The approval process would take about a week. With this money, plus what she already had in her account, covering Patricia's medical bills, nursing care, and nutrition for a whole year, shouldn't be a problem. There was no way Whitney was going to ask Samuel for money ever again. From now on, she would push harder, just her and Patricia trying to stay afloat. Whitney refused to let life corner them. But at 3 a.m, a frantic call from the hospital dragged her straight into hell. Whitney had no idea how she even made it to the hospital. Her whole body was shaking, from her hands to her feet. She watched as Patricia was wheeled into the ER again, and it felt like a black hole was opening up inside her, ready to swallow her whole. A nurse rushed out of the operating room. Miss Moore, this is your grandmother's critical condition notice. Please sign it. Whitney's hands shook as she scribbled her name. Is she going to be okay? The nurse saw how desperate Whitney was and tried to reassure her. The doctors will do everything possible to save her. With that, she dropped the paperwork off in the office and rushed back into the operating room. From 3 a.m. to 9 a.m., Whitney sat there, silent tears slipping down her cheeks the whole time. At 9:07, after what felt like an eternity, the operating room doors finally opened. I'm sorry, Miss Moore. We did everything we could, the doctor said. He glanced at Whitney and calmly announced, Your grandmother, Patricia Moore, passed away at 9:07. Cause of death, heart failure. Whitney's legs gave out, but the nurse was quick to catch her before she hit the floor. I'm so sorry for your loss, Miss Moore. There's still a lot of paperwork to handle. You should call your family now, the nurse said gently. Whitney gripped the nurse's hand tightly, her voice shaking. Please, I need to see her, she begged, desperation written all over her face. She'll be brought back to the room soon, the nurse replied softly. When Whitney saw Patricia, covered in a white sheet, being wheeled back into the room by 2 nurses, her knees buckled, and she collapsed at Patricia's bedside. She couldn't bear to lift the sheet. She couldn't even let herself think about how just days ago, Patricia was smiling at her, and now she was gone. It felt like something was clawing at her heart, ready to tear it straight out of her chest. She hurt so much that she couldn't even breathe. Granny? Whitney dropped to her knees by the bed, crying out for her. Memories flooded her mind, overwhelming her with emotion. Whit, come here. Let Grandma tell you a story, okay? Whit, don't cry. It's okay if your dad doesn't care about you. You've got me, and you're not missing out on anything. Whit, this 5% share is for you. I don't know how much it's worth, but no matter what, it's your backbone. A woman needs her own money to stand tall in this world. Whit, if you don't want to get married, then don't. As long as you're happy, I'll always have your back, no matter what you decide. Grief crashed over her like a raging tide, wrapping her up and pulling her under. She felt like she was drowning, her vision swimming, and she couldn't even catch her breath. Grandma, don't you want me anymore? Whitney sobbed, her voice shaking with heartbreak. Grandma, please come back. Without you, there's no one else who'll ever love me like you do, she cried, feeling like her whole world was falling apart. Whitney had no idea how long she'd been crying, but eventually she finally pulled herself together. She wiped her tears away and stared at Patricia lying in the hospital bed, her face now pale and gray. She looked peaceful, kind, but completely lifeless. For all these years, she'd been the only person Whitney could ever count on. The sadness in Whitney's eyes morphed into a fierce, seething hatred. If it hadn't been for Emily, if she hadn't deliberately provoked Grandma, none of this would have happened. Grandma wouldn't have gotten sick, and she wouldn't be gone. Whitney thought, her heart burning with rage. Whitney clenched her fists so tight her knuckles turned white, hatred surging through every fiber of her being. Whitney called Samuel. As soon as he picked up, Samuel snorted coldly. What, finally decided to call and grovel? Her eyes were cold as ice. Grandma's gone. Samuel straightened up at the shock. My mom's gone? When did it happen? Just now? Yeah, come to the hospital. Just you. I don't want anyone else showing up, Whitney said, her voice cold as ice. Samuel frowned. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. It was his mom, after all. Laura heard him on the phone, walked over and asked, What's wrong, Samuel? Who passed away? His voice was low. My mom. You and Tina just stay home. I'll handle everything at the hospital. By the time Samuel arrived at the hospital, Whitney's tears had already dried. She just sat there in the hospital room, looking totally out of it. Her eyes only moved a little when Samuel walked in. Mom, why did you have to leave so suddenly? Samuel cried out, dropping to his knees by the bed. He tried his best to squeeze out some tears, but not a single one came, just a lot of noise and drama. Whitney looked at him coldly, completely detached. She could tell he was just putting on a show, and inside she felt nothing but emptiness. Whit, don't be too sad. Your grandma's in a better place now. She'll be fine, Samuel said, trying to sound comforting. Leave everything else to me, he added. Samuel was Patricia's only son, and Whitney wouldn't turn him away at a time like this. It was his job to handle things and mourn for her. At the funeral home chapel, Laura finally saw Whitney again. It had only been a day, but Whitney's eyes had changed. A coldness mixed with sharpness. Her quiet stare unsettled Laura. Whitney said little, quietly handing a white rose to each visitor. Laura, always scheming, pulled Samuel aside after seeing off a group of mourners. What about Mom's 5% shares? You're not really going to give them to Whitney, are you? She whispered. Samuel hesitated. Let's talk about the shares later. How are you supposed to bring it up to her now? Just look at her eyes. They give me the chills. The Moore family knew all too well how much Patricia meant to Whitney. All right, but we need to handle this quickly after your mom's buried, Laura said. Neither Samuel nor Laura noticed the slender figure hidden in the darkness, letting out a quiet, mocking chuckle. Tina, your sister gives me the creeps. Didn't your grandma always spoil her? How come she hasn't even cried once? Someone muttered. Tina dabbed at her eyes, putting on a show. Who knows? Maybe Whit's just got a heart of steel. I'm nothing like her. Ever since Grandma passed, my eyes have been all puffy from crying. You're just too kind, Tina. Not like her, cold to the bone, the other person chimed in. Whitney heard every word, loud and clear. Whitney shot Tina a cold look. Come with me. Tina hesitated, still uneasy under Whitney's icy gaze. What do you want? Whitney scoffed, her voice cold. Scared of me? Why should I? Tina retorted, forcing herself to act tough as she followed Whitney to the back. Out of nowhere, Whitney suddenly had a dagger in her hand. Tina hadn't even seen her move. Whitney grabbed Tina by the throat with one hand, tracing the cold blade along her cheek, slow and deliberate. Her eyes were icy and ruthless. Tina had never seen her like this before. Tina was forced to lift her chin, frozen in place. Her teeth were literally chattering. "Whitney, you're insane," Tina stammered. She meant it. Tina's face turned ghostly pale, terrified. Whitney might slip and scar her for life. "Scared now?" Whitney's eyes flashed cold. "Then stop messing with me. I don't want to hear those words again. If I catch you causing drama at Grandma's funeral one more time." The blade paused right at Tina's throat. Whitney gave a cold snort. "There'll be a gap. You know what I mean, don't you?" Whitney slipped the dagger away and walked off without a glance, leaving Tina still freaking out on the floor. For a split second, Tina was sure Whitney had gone completely off the deep end. That cold glint in Whitney's eyes, Tina could feel that Whitney was actually out for her life. Tina, crying, rushed straight to her mom. She stammered out her story between sobs, leaving Laura's face pale with shock. Laura stared at her in disbelief. "Are you saying Whit just threatened you with a knife?" Tina's tears were pouring down her cheeks. "Yeah, Mom, I just want to go home. Can I leave? I really don't want to stay here anymore. What if she goes crazy on me and actually tries to kill me?" Laura never expected Patricia's death would weigh so heavily on Whitney. She handed Tina a tissue, trying to soothe her. "Tina, you can't leave today. Tons of important people are coming, and I heard Klein is coming too. Whitney was just trying to scare you. She used to cry for days when her pet hamster died. She'd never actually hurt anyone," Laura said, trying to comfort her. Laura coaxed her softly. "Be good, Tina. Later, try to get Klein to remember you. Otherwise, the Harris family will only know Whit and won't even know you exist. You're our favorite, right?" With Laura's soothing words, Tina finally calmed down. "Yeah, Whitney's all bark and no bite," Tina scoffed to herself. "I'm the real princess of the Moore family. Mom loves me and Dad backs me up. What do I have to be afraid of?" she reassured herself. Tina took the tissue and gently dabbed at the tears in the corners of her eyes. "Okay, Mom, I get it. Just keep an eye on Whitney for me, all right?" Laura patted her hand. "Don't worry." When James showed up, he couldn't help but get a little sentimental. "Patricia's gone to join her best friend. Those two were thick as thieves when they were young. Now they'll be together again on the other side," he thought. He respectfully placed a white rose for Patricia. "Whit, don't be too sad. It's just how things go. None of us can escape it, you know? Just try to accept it," James said, trying to comfort her. Whitney nodded, her face calm. When Klein showed up and saw Whitney sitting there in total silence, it just didn't sit right with him. He opened his mouth to say something, but with all these people around, he couldn't get a word out. Meanwhile, Tina, in her black mourning dress, spotted Klein's tall figure standing by Patricia's portrait. A calculating glint flashed in her eyes. Mom was right. Someone like Klein is a total catch. There's literally no one else like him in all of Raverport, Tina thought, her heart skipping a beat. Now that James clearly feels a bit guilty toward our family, if I could actually land Klein, why would I ever have to worry about Whitney again? She mused, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Whitney watched as Tina tagged along behind Klein, frowning as she wondered what Tina was scheming this time. Worried Tina might stir up trouble, Whitney followed after her. As soon as Whitney stepped into the corridor, she caught Tina's overly dramatic voice. Sorry, Klein, I tripped and spilled coffee on your suit. Here, let me wipe it off for you, Klein." As she spoke, Tina's hand moved in, itching to touch the hard lines beneath Klein's suit. Her heart was thumping like crazy. Klein's voice was cold, and there was a clear look of disgust in his eyes. "No, and for the record, we're just strangers. Call me Mr. Harris." Tina choked on her words, totally thrown off. She saw the disdain in his eyes, but she still didn't want to give up. "Please don't be mad, Klein. I swear that it was an accident," Tina said, trying her best to sound sweet and innocent. Tina tried to get closer, hoping to throw herself at him, but Klein dodged her in a split second. With a loud thud, Tina ended up flat on the floor, totally embarrassed. "Miss," Klein said, his voice flat with impatience. "It's Patricia's funeral. Try to act with some decency." He then left without another word. Klein was thinking about checking on Whitney, maybe saying something to comfort her. But as soon as he turned the corner, he caught her icy, distant stare. He licked his dry lips, meeting her eyes. They looked calm, almost empty, but Klein could sense she was barely holding it together, like she might break apart at any moment. Klein asked quietly, "Are you okay?" Whitney just nodded slightly. "I'm fine." Klein stepped closer and gently patted her head. "Don't lie to me. You're clearly not okay," he said softly. Whitney's throat tightened. "Mr. Harris," she whispered. Klein stopped and, treating her like something precious, carefully pulled her close, resting her soft hair against his shoulder. Klein's usually cold features softened with a hint of gentleness. He spoke gently. "Whitney, you don't have to act tough when you're with me anymore." From across the room, Tina watched the scene unfold, biting her lips so hard she nearly drew blood, her whole body tense with jealousy and rage. "That bitch is actually enticing Klein." As if she could ever be worthy of him, Tina fumed, her envy practically boiling. After just a minute, Whitney lifted her head again, the moisture in her eyes completely gone. "Feeling any better?" Klein asked. Whitney gave a faint smile. "A little. I'm fine, Mr. Harris. Really, I'm okay now." "Whitney, you won't marry Carter," Klein said. Whitney's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Klein's eyes narrowed for a moment. "So I'm not your elder anymore. You don't have to call me Mr. Harris. I'm 7 years older than you, so calling me by my name shouldn't be a problem, right?" Whitney didn't know what to say. Her voice was rough as she rasped, "Why?" Klein blinked, repeating, "Why what?" "Why do you want me to call you by your name?" Whitney asked. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied lazily, "Guess I like how you pronounce my name." "I'm serious. Take your time to think about it. Carter's my nephew. He owes you, and as his uncle, I can make it up for him," Klein said. Klein's gaze lingered on her face, noticing how she'd lost so much weight in just a few days. "Whatever you ask for, just say the word. I'll agree to anything," he added. "Anything?" Whitney repeated, her eyes narrowing with a hint of doubt. "That's right," Klein said, his tone unwavering. "Anything you want. Just say the word. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen." Anyone else watching would have sensed that something was off. Right now, Whitney was drowning in grief, unable to think straight. "Got it?" she managed to say, her lips barely moving. "Thank you, Klein." "No problem. Just remember what I said today. I've got something to take care of, so I'll head out now," Klein replied. Klein walked away with a spring in his step. He echoed her words in his mind, imitating her tone. "Klein," he repeated to himself. Not a bad start, he thought. Next time, he couldn't wait for her to call him honey. Tina stormed off, her mind in turmoil. Why would Klein actually go out of his way to talk to that bitch? She fumed. That look in his eyes, an undeniable gentleness, was something she'd never seen from him before. Just imagining Whitney cozying up to someone even more powerful made Tina feel physically ill. Carter and Emily were the last ones to arrive. They hadn't come with the rest of the Harris family. After placing a white rose for Patricia, Carter scanned the room but couldn't find Whitney anywhere. Emily noticed his searching gaze, her heart tightening with irritation, but she kept her cool on the surface. She acted as if it was nothing and asked, "Carter, what are you looking for?" Carter shook his head, forcing a smile. "Nothing, really." Carter turned to Emily and said, "Hey, Emily, I'm just going to hit the bathroom. Wait here for me, all right?" It wasn't just Klein who knew how much Patricia meant to Whitney. Carter, who'd been with her for 5 years, understood it just as well. Is she crying her eyes out right now? Carter wondered. Just imagining that tough, independent woman showing such a vulnerable side made him want to see her. Even if she was annoyed with him or resented him, he couldn't stand the thought of her going through all this alone today. "Carter, what are you looking for?" Tina called out from the front entrance. "Oh, Tina, have you seen Whit? Did you spot her anywhere?" Carter asked. Tina's eyes narrowed, jealousy flaring up inside. "Seriously? He's also after that bitch?" Trying to keep her voice steady, she asked, "Oh, you're looking for Whit?" "Yeah, she cared a lot about Patricia. Just wanted to have a word with Whitney," Carter said. Even though the wedding had only just been called off, it felt to Carter as if far more time had passed. "Whit's always been so tough. I just want to say a couple words to her. Maybe it'll help her feel better," he said. Carter didn't even notice how self-assured he was being. He really thought that just seeing him and hearing a few comforting words would be enough for Whitney to snap right back to her old self, like he was some kind of miracle cure. Tina couldn't help but gloat. Man, if Carter caught Whit all snuggled up to Klein, that would be a hell of a scene. Carter, you're honestly too nice. After everything she's put you through, you still care about her. Just now I saw her talking with some guy right around the corner. Want me to take you over? Tina said, feigning concern. A guy? Carter's brows knit together, looking a little thrown. What guy? Who the hell? Carter thought, his mind spinning. Tina gave him a sly, almost guilty look. Maybe just pretend I never said anything, all right? That only made Carter's frown tighten even more. Around the corner, you said? Carter's voice was icy. Yeah, Tina hesitated, looking a little nervous. Carter, just don't tell her I told you, okay? I don't want Whit to get mad at me. I won't, Carter replied. With that, Carter turned and strode off in the direction Tina had pointed. Whatever pity Carter had just felt for Whitney vanished in a flash. Now, all he could think about was figuring out who that guy was. So that's why Whitney dumped me so fast. She's been sneaking around with some other guy all along? Carter's mind was racing with suspicion. When Carter finally approached, he found Whitney crouched in the corner, alone. She seemed lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the floor. Whitney. Carter started, hesitating. He almost blurted out something about the other guy, but he stopped himself, just in time. You okay? Carter's voice was stiff, but his gaze softened with concern for her. Whitney barely looked up, giving Carter a quick glance before turning her eyes away. Thanks, I'm fine, really, Whitney said, her voice distant. Whitney, you don't have to act so tough. If you need help, just say the word, Carter said. Really? Whitney murmured, her voice barely audible. Then she stood and turned toward him. So, you'll agree to anything I ask for? Yeah, Carter said, and then quickly added, as long as it's something I can actually manage. All right then, Whitney replied. Whitney gave a barely there smirk, speaking. Carter, I want just one thing. Never let me see you again. Ever. Can you do that? That's all I ask. I never want to see you for the rest of my life, she said, her voice icy and firm. Carter, can you do that? Whitney stared straight at him. Carter had no idea how he made it back that day, but Emily could tell something was off with him. What's wrong, Carter? You look like you've got something on your mind, Emily asked, her voice full of concern. What just happened? She thought. Tina, Emily, Carter just went to see Whitney. He probably caught her with another guy. Looks like Whitney's not going to be a problem for you anymore. Emily glanced at the message that popped up on her phone and immediately understood what was going on. Even though she couldn't stand it, Emily knew Whitney still held a place in Carter's heart. Tina didn't mention Klein to Emily. Deep down, Emily subconsciously saw Klein as hers already. A man like him, practically a god, was destined to be hers. As for what happened today, it was just Whitney acting all pitiful to get a bit of comfort. Emily wasn't going to lose sleep over it. If she was going to be mad at anyone, it'd be Whitney. Emily put her phone away and heard Carter reply with a nonchalant tone, It's nothing. I guess I'm just tired from getting up too early. Emily didn't press him. All right, you should head home and get some rest. Carter was too distracted to notice the way Emily was looking at him. Lena didn't leave. She stayed by Whitney's side. Whit, if you need to cry, just let it out. Whitney shook her head. Lena, I don't want to cry. Like she could really not want to cry, Lena thought. Everyone knew just how much she loved Patricia. Lena, you should go. I just want to be alone with her for a bit, Whitney said softly. Lena just gave her a hug, hoping it would help, even if just a little. Whitney hadn't slept at all during the days of the funeral, and when Patricia was finally laid to rest, the weight in her chest only tightened. After leaving the cemetery, Whitney said she wanted to head out on her own, but Samuel called her back and asked her to come home for dinner. Whitney didn't really want to go back at first, but then she realized there were still a lot of things she and Samuel needed to sort out. Whit, I know losing your grandma was a huge blow, but I have to remind you that you really should go apologize to the Harris family. Especially to George. Even though James is on your side, George is the one running most of the company now, Samuel said. If he decides to make things tough for me, we won't be able to handle it, Samuel added. Whitney lifted her eyelids. Isn't Klein the one in charge of the Harris group? What's wrong with you? Show some respect and call him Mr. Harris, Samuel snapped. Whitney didn't have the energy to argue. She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. If you have something to say, we can talk about it when we get home, she said. Laura and Samuel exchanged a look and fell silent. 2 hours later, they finally made it back. With everything that had happened, Whitney decided to stay here for a while. She needed a different environment to help her clear her head. Whitney didn't even hesitate. I'm going back to my room. Wait a second, Samuel called out. Whit, you've been acting up more and more lately? Is it really that hard for you to just have a conversation with me? Samuel said, sounding frustrated. Whitney flopped back onto the couch. Just say whatever you need to, Dad. I'm exhausted. Laura tried to smooth things over. Whit, your dad doesn't really have anything major to talk about. It's just that your grandma used to hold 5% of the shares. Your dad gave them to her as a way to make sure she'd be taken care of in her old age. So that's what they've been trying to say, Whitney thought, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Whitney let out a cold laugh. And? You want those shares? Well, you're not having them. Grandma already had them legally transferred to me before she passed. If you really want some, why don't you ask my dad to give you a bit more? He still owns 59% anyway, Whitney said, her tone icy. Laura was so mad that her jaw clenched on its own. If I could get anything out of Samuel, would I even bother going after that tiny 5% Whitney's holding? Laura fumed to herself. I've stuck with Samuel all these years and haven't gotten a single share. Of course I'm furious. Who wouldn't be in my position? Laura thought, her anger flaring up. Samuel said coolly, You think I can just give away my shares like candy? I need them to keep the other big shareholders in line. Don't make this a hassle. Just transfer the shares to Laura. Whit, be reasonable. Don't get your dad worked up, Samuel added. Whitney scoffed, her voice tinged with disbelief. You can't be serious. Why should I give away what my grandma left me? That's mine. Seeing Whitney stand her ground, Laura looked frustrated and tugged at Samuel's sleeve. Samuel, come on. Samuel was at a complete loss when it came to Whitney. Whitney gave a faint smile. If that's all, I'm heading upstairs to get some rest. Don't bother calling me for dinner. I couldn't eat a thing even if I tried. Just being around them killed her appetite. Once Whitney was out of sight, Laura finally let her anger show. Seriously? You promised me those 5% shares after your mom was gone, and now they're all in Whitney's hands? What about me and Tina? Are we just not your family? Laura snapped. Samuel rubbed his temples, exasperated. You saw how stubborn she is. Give it a few days, and I'll find someone suitable for her. Once she's married off, those shares will come right back to us. Laura's eyes lit up. I've actually got a nephew who's pretty decent. He graduated from a top university, and he's got a solid career. Sure, he's 38, but older men know how to treat a woman, don't they? Samuel just grunted. What does his family do? They run a business in medical equipment, and it makes good money. He even has his own place. It's not on the Harris family's level, but I think he'd suit Whit just fine, Laura said. Once she marries my nephew, those shares will be his, Laura thought, already planning ahead. Tina overheard her parents scheming and scoffed inwardly. I can't wait to see how smug Whitney looks once she loses the Harris family. Her eyes glinted with mockery. And when she ends up married to some old guy, she won't even be able to show her face in our circle again, Tina sneered to herself. Oh, and Samuel, Tina's at just the right age to settle down. You've always hoped she could land a family like the Harris family, haven't you? Why not let her spend more time around James' youngest son? Who knows? Something might develop, Laura suggested. Samuel pursed his lips. You mean Klein? He's super picky, you know. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single now. He was 33, but even James couldn't get him to tie the knot. What if we just leave him with no choice? Laura said, her voice low and scheming. Samuel felt a rush of excitement. You mean? Tina's cheeks turned bright red as she listened to her parents plotting, just picturing Klein's broad shoulders, The trim line of his waist and those long, clean-cut legs was enough to make Tina's pulse quicken. He was every bit the kind of man women turned their heads for. Imagining herself wrapped up in his arms made Tina blush even harder, her mind spinning with girlish fantasies. She glanced over at Whitney's room, a smug smile on her lips. Just wait. When Klein marries me, we'll see who ends up crying. Whitney took a week off from work. A week after Patricia's passing, Whitney finally found the strength to step into the kitchen and cook the dishes her grandmother used to love. She let the soup simmer all afternoon, filling the house with the familiar warmth she had been avoiding for days. April watched with a gentle smile. "Whitney, she must be so proud of you." When everything was ready, she set the meal on the dining table out of habit, the silence pressing in around her. After a long moment, she walked to Patricia's portrait and rested her fingertips lightly against the frame. "Grandma, I made your favorites today," she whispered. "I just wanted you to know." She stood there quietly, trying to steady herself. Then she turned back toward the kitchen, letting the stillness settle around her. Laura sat stiffly on the couch, watching Whitney in the kitchen. The smell of food drifted through the house, and Laura felt her patience thinning. She was tired of the gloom lingering over everything. Tina, slouched beside her, rolled her eyes. "Mom, she's been like this all week. Who's even in the mood to eat now?" Tina muttered under her breath. Whitney came back to the table and, without looking at them, said quietly, "I didn't make this for either of you. It's for my grandmother. If it bothers you, then don't eat." Tina opened her mouth to snap back, but nothing came out. Laura shot her a warning glance before turning to Whitney with a forced gentleness. "Whit, it's enough that you remember her. She'd appreciate the thought." She had no desire to turn dinner into another shouting match. Whitney sat down and took a couple of small bites, more out of habit than appetite. "Whitney, there's an auction tomorrow. Why don't you come with me?" Laura said. Whitney shot her a cold look. "My grandma just passed away. I'm really not up for that right now." Laura smiled softly. "That's not what I meant, Whit. There's a bracelet up for auction that I think Patricia would have loved. When we go to the cemetery next time, you can buy it and bring it for her. She'd love it," Laura explained. Whitney narrowed her eyes slightly. "All right." Laura felt a surge of satisfaction. Smart as she thinks she is, so what? She still fell right into my trap. She's so easy to manipulate. As long as I know her soft spots, she's mine every time. Back in her room, Whitney grabbed her laptop and looked up info on the auction. She shot a message to her friend Lena. "Whitney, are you going to the auction tomorrow? I want to bid on a bracelet for my grandma." "Whit, I'm not in Ravaport right now, but I think I heard Uncle Klein mention he's going. He's interested in some painting, said he wanted to give it to someone." Whitney remembered what Klein had told her that day. He'd said he'd agree to anything she asked. "All right, Lena, no worries. I got it." On auction day, Whitney showed up in understated black, her sunglasses hiding the exhaustion around her eyes. Tina couldn't stop rolling her eyes at the way Whitney looked. "If you don't want to wear black, whatever. But what I wear isn't your problem," Whitney snapped. Whitney shot Tina a cold glare and then strolled right into the auction room like she didn't have a care in the world. Once Laura was inside, she quickly texted her nephew, Travis Boone. "Laura, you in 806 yet?" "Yeah, I'm here. Just waiting for your word, Aunt Laura." Laura curved her lips into a sly smile, brimming with confidence. But just then, the man who stole the spotlight walked into the auction hall. "Mom, look," Tina blurted out, gawking. Laura drew in a sharp breath. No one said he'd be here. She cursed under her breath. If I'd known, I could have made sure Tina dressed up today. Without a plan, Laura wasn't about to risk it. She gave Tina a look that said, "Be patient." "Tina, don't rush. The timing has to be right," Laura told her. Tina let out a sigh, looking a bit let down. "All right." Whitney didn't take her eyes off the auctioneer for a second. Finally, he pulled out the bracelet she'd been waiting for. Starting bid, $30,000. Since she was here with Laura, the Moore family would be picking up the tab. Letting my dad cough up some cash to buy a bracelet for Grandma isn't asking too much, right? Whitney thought. Whitney raised her paddle for the first time. The auctioneer called out, All right, the lady over there bids $45,000. Someone nearby clearly had their eye on the bracelet too. $60,000 going once. Whitney raised her paddle again. The auctioneer's voice rose with excitement. $75,000 going once. The other bidder wasn't backing down. This gentleman raises it to $160,000. $160,000 going once. Mom, aren't you going to stop her? She's spending $160,000 on a stupid bracelet for a dead person. Is she out of her mind? Tina snapped. Laura had her eye on a diamond necklace too. If Whitney kept fighting for the bracelet, the price would easily shoot up to $300,000, and then Laura might not be able to get her necklace. The Moore family wasn't exactly loaded. They couldn't just throw money around at auctions like this. Whitney couldn't care less what Laura thought. Since Laura dragged her here, Whitney was dead set on getting that bracelet, no matter what it took. All right, the lady bumps it up to $180,000. $180,000, going once, the auctioneer called, voice rising with excitement. $300,000. The gentleman bids $300,000. Anyone else want to jump in? $300,000, going once, the auctioneer shouted, stirring up the crowd. Laura grabbed Whitney's wrist just as she was about to raise her paddle again. Whit, your dad didn't give us that kind of budget. $300,000 is way too much. Let's just wait for the next one, okay? $5 million. The man in the front row raised his paddle, his voice low and unhurried. $5 million? Mr. Klein Harris just dropped $1.5 million, the auctioneer shouted, his voice booming through the hall. It was Klein. As soon as Klein made his move, the whole room went dead silent. Nobody dared to raise their paddle after that. $1.5 million was way too much for Whitney. She knew she didn't stand a chance at that price. $5 million, third and final call. Sold, the auctioneer shouted. Congratulations, Mr. Harris. This lot is yours, the auctioneer announced. Whitney picked up the glass of water beside her and took a small sip, irritation simmering under her skin. Klein had said he'd give her anything she wanted. Am I really about to use it to get a bracelet? Whitney thought, frowning to herself. Laura watched as Whitney took a sip of water, then smiled and sent a message to her contact. It's done. In 5 minutes, take her away. Whitney finished her water, still feeling dry-mouthed. She set the glass down and stood. I'm heading out. She stood up and walked toward the exit. Just as she left the auction hall and turned toward the restroom, hoping to clear her head with some cold water, her legs suddenly went weak. Something's off, Whitney thought, her senses on high alert. Whitney's guard shot up. That water was definitely spiked, Whitney thought, her heart pounding as she realized what was happening. She'd messed up. She usually checked her glass before taking a sip, but losing the bracelet had rattled her so badly that the habit slipped her mind. Whitney bit down hard on her tongue, forcing herself to stay alert as she stumbled into the restroom and locked the door behind her. Her vision blurred, and she fumbled for her phone, desperate to send a message. Damn it, no signal, she cursed, frustration rising as she realized she couldn't reach anyone. Should I call 911? Whitney thought, panic rising as her thoughts spun out of control. Right as she hesitated, the doorknob rattled from the other side. Someone got in, Whitney realized, her heart leaping into her throat. Whitney reached for the dagger in her pocket. Ever since she'd threatened Tina with it, she always kept it in her bag. She gripped the dagger with both hands, on guard as the footsteps got closer and closer. She ran through the rules for self-defense in her mind, trying to stay calm. Just go for his arm. That's enough. If I go overboard, it's excessive force. I just need to hit the right spot, Whitney reminded herself, heart pounding. Just as Whitney's senses were on high alert, ready to defend herself, there was a loud bang outside, followed by a man's agonized scream. What the hell is going on, Whitney thought. Hurried footsteps stopped right outside the bathroom door. It's me, Klein. Open up. Let me get you out of here, Klein called out, his voice urgent. Whitney finally dropped her guard, the dagger hitting the floor with a loud clang. She twisted the doorknob, her cheeks burning. Klein, you're here. You came for me, Whitney breathed, relief flooding her voice. Klein's chest tightened. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Klein asked, worry etched all over his face. He touched her forehead with cool fingers, only to find his palm instantly slick with sweat. Do you have a fever? Whitney shook her head, her breathing ragged. We need to get to the hospital. Klein, I think someone drugged me. Klein's breath hitched as his eyes turned cold as ice. Without a second thought, he swept Whitney up into his arms. You're safe now. I'm here. Nothing's going to happen to you. Let's get you to the hospital. Why is it that every time I'm in danger, he just appears out of nowhere? How does he always know when I need him most? Whitney thought, her heart racing. Whitney's mind was growing fuzzy. All she could feel was a burning heat, a restless urge that made her just want to pull at her clothes. Warm hands wrapped around hers, the palms gently squeezing her delicate fingers. Whitney. She frowned, feeling annoyed. Let go. It's burning. Klein's voice was husky, and his warm breath brushed against her ear. Just hold on. It'll cool down soon. Come on, be good. Once we get to the hospital, you won't feel burning anymore. Whitney struggled to sit up, her fair face stopping so close to Klein's that barely a sheet of paper could fit between them. Mr. Harris, she murmured. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Call me Klein. Oh, but I don't want to, she pouted. Klein steadied her shoulders, keeping her from swaying. Why, Whit? Why won't you call me by my name? Whitney's eyes were hazy as she poked his nose with her finger. Because of you. Your nephew and niece. I hate them. Whitney pouted. Klein was speechless, knowing she was not in her right mind. He cleared his throat, not bothering to argue. All right, maybe it's not a good time, he said softly. Whitney wriggled unsteadily, but Klein's arm kept her firmly in his embrace. Suddenly, she pouted, and all the tears she'd been holding back finally spilled over. I'm sorry, Grandma. I couldn't get the bracelet, she choked out. Her voice was thick with sobs, barely intelligible. Grandma, you won't blame me, right? Klein gently brushed his palm over her soft, fair cheek, and before Whitney even realized, he pulled a sparkling bracelet from his pocket and slipped it onto her wrist. Don't cry, sweetheart. I won this for you at the auction, he murmured. Whitney dazedly lifted her wrist, her eyes staring blankly at the bracelet, totally spaced out. Where did you even get this? You know this counts as theft, right? People get hit with charges for this. Best case, it's a fine, and worst case, it's probation or a record that never goes away, she blurted, all flustered. Her fingers fumbled as she tried to pull the bracelet off. I don't want it. Take it back. I'm not getting dragged into this. You stole it, so you deal with it. Klein thought, if people knew she was drugged, they'd get it. Otherwise, they'd just think she's drunk out of her mind. I didn't steal it. I bought it, Klein said, feeling a rush of heat in his gut as he managed a wry smile. He warned sharply, keep it up, and you'll regret it. Whitney suddenly sat up straight, her head drooping. That obedient look made Klein's heart flutter with longing. He took a deep breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and fought to push away all the thoughts he shouldn't be having. Finally, Marco pulled the car up to the hospital. Dustin was just settling into his office after a long day of seeing patients when the door was suddenly slammed open. Seriously, who the hell is it now? Dustin grumbled to himself. He looked up, irritation written all over his face, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Klein, seriously, what are you doing here? Oh, look at that. He's got a girl in his arms, Dustin thought, rolling his eyes. Dustin glanced down and finally realized. Wait a sec, isn't this the Moore girl? Cut the crap. She's been dosed. Get a female doctor over here now, Klein snapped. Dustin just stared, lost for words. You know exactly what to do, don't you? So why'd you drag her here? He said with a look of disdain. Klein's eyes flashed cold. Do you think I'm some kind of beast? Usually they'd joke around with Klein, but everyone knew that if they ever crossed the line with him, they'd regret it. Dustin rubbed his nose, trying to play it cool. Hey, I was just joking. If I'm not laughing, it's not a joke, Klein shot back. Realizing he'd crossed the line, Dustin hurried off to find a female doctor from the ER to check on Whitney. As soon as the female doctor arrived, she glanced at Whitney lying on the bed and saw she was totally out of it. This drug is really strong. She's bitten her tongue in several places, the doctor said, frowning. The doctor checked her more carefully. Her thighs, too. She's pinched herself so hard. Behind the curtain, Klein's face turned grim, and his chiseled features looked even colder and sharper. Dustin felt the icy aura coming from Klein and instinctively stepped aside. Right now, Klein was definitely not someone anyone wanted to mess with. "I'll start her on an IV. Are you her family? Here's the bill," the doctor said, handing over the slip. Dustin was about to say it was fine, just to let her get treated first. But before he could, Klein's long, pale fingers took the bill. "Yeah, I'm her family. Thanks, doctor." Dustin was speechless. "Hey, Aunt Laura, she got away," Travis said. Laura gasped. "What? How did she get away? How could she just vanish like that?" "I found her in the bathroom, but then someone came out of nowhere and kicked me down. I got knocked out for a second, and when I looked up, she was gone." "Someone actually came and saved her?" Laura thought, fuming. "Was it a guy? Did you see his face at all?" Laura pressed. Travis shook his head. "No, Aunt Laura." Laura rolled her eyes inwardly. "Ugh, what a moron." "All right, just go home," she snapped. Tina noticed her mom's serious expression and leaned in to ask, "Mom, what's wrong? Did Whitney get away?" "Yeah," Laura replied. "Damn, it'll be way harder to pull something on her next time," Laura thought, frustrated. It was an hour later when Whitney finally came to. She felt weak all over and suddenly rubbed her eyes. Then a pair of deep eyes met hers. "Klein?" she murmured. Klein gave a slight nod. "Yeah, it's me." Whitney suddenly remembered that Laura had drugged her, and she'd run to the bathroom to hide. Klein Harris was the one who came and saved her. "Thank you," she said softly. Klein's lips curved into a faint smile. He was about to tease her, but when he saw her red, teary eyes, he swallowed the words back. "The doctor said you'll be fine once you finish this IV drip, but your tongue's pretty messed up. It might take a few days to heal. Try to stick to mild, liquid foods for now, so you don't make it hurt more," he said gently. Whitney smiled. "Thanks, Klein." So now she's saying my name in that soft tone. Klein thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He lounged back in his chair, 2 buttons undone on his crisp white shirt, his collarbone peeking out in a way that was almost unfairly sexy. His long legs were crossed, taking up more space than necessary. "Do you know who did this?" Klein asked. Whitney lowered her gaze, her bangs hiding her eyes. "Yeah, I know." "Do you want me to help?" Klein asked. Whitney shook her head. "I can handle this myself, but Klein, does what you said last time still count?" she asked. Klein's deep eyes narrowed slightly beneath his long lashes. "What did I say?" You said you'd make it up to me for what Carter did," Whitney said, her voice a little hesitant. "Can I really ask for anything?" Whitney asked softly. Klein gave a barely there smile. "Yes, anything at all." He suddenly leaned in, his voice low. "Do you want to say it now?" Whitney murmured, her voice soft as a feather, sending a shiver through Klein's heart. It was warm, and it made Klein's heart tingle in the sweetest way. "But before I ask, I have a question," Whitney said softly. Klein raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead." Whitney's cheeks flushed, her hands gripping the sheets tightly. "I just want to know, are you single?" Klein looked straight at her, raising an eyebrow. "Am I single?" He gave a short, mocking laugh, then his face quickly returned to its usual calm. "I don't have a girlfriend. Does this have anything to do with the terms you're about to bring up?" he asked. Whitney's fingers twisted the sheets, bunching them up. She was silent for a long moment before finally speaking in a low voice. "Yeah, it has." Klein watched her, unhurried, not pressuring her at all. His voice even softened a little. "Go ahead, it's fine. Whatever you ask, I'll agree. I promised you that." Whitney wondered if she was imagining it, but his words sounded almost encouraging. Whitney met his eyes, swallowing nervously. I was wondering, do you need a girlfriend? I need someone to help me handle my family for a while. Would you be my boyfriend for 3 months?" Whitney wasn't some clueless kid anymore. The way Klein had been looking out for her lately went far beyond simple courtesy. And she had called off the wedding, after all. With Carter and Emily in the picture, she knew she ought to stay far away from Klein. But if he was actually interested, Whitney was ready to go all in. Klein's eyes were as dark and silent as the sea before a storm. "I don't need a girlfriend," he said, lips curling into a faint smile. "But I am missing a wife." "Want the job?" he asked. Whitney felt like she'd just been blown to pieces. Does he even know what he's saying? She thought, her brain short-circuited. It's fine, Klein said, his voice steady. You're still dealing with your family situation, so there's no rush to answer. Once you're my wife, none of this will fall on you anymore. As Mrs. Harris, my name alone will be enough to shut down anyone who gives you trouble. So do you want the job? Whitney felt like she'd been hit with a freeze spell, just standing there, totally shell-shocked. Klein gave a low, amused laugh. What, did I blow your mind or something? She shook her head like crazy. No, just still wrapping my head around it. Honestly, anyone would be left speechless by that, she thought. Whitney really did want to ride his coattails. 3 months was just enough time for her to take care of those troublemakers. But she never thought he'd actually ask her to marry him. Whitney muttered, James would never go for this. Klein raised an eyebrow. Whether he agrees or not is my problem to handle. My wife doesn't need to worry about any of that. He was so confident that it bordered on arrogance. That was Klein, the only man who could carry himself with that kind of unshakable confidence. Whitney bit her lip. I need to think about it. She looked up at him. Is this a contract marriage? She wasn't ready for this, and with Patricia having just passed away, she felt she should stay in mourning for at least a year. Klein's response totally caught Whitney off guard. Whitney Moore, he said, calling her by her full name, in my world, divorce isn't even an option. Whitney's heart sank. So he wasn't going to accept a contract marriage after all, she thought. I need to think it over, Whitney said. Marriage isn't a joke. I'm not about to play games with it, Whitney thought to herself. The curve of Klein's lips deepened. Take your time, no rush. You've got all the time you need. After Whitney finished her IV drip, she didn't let Klein drive her home. Seeing how insistent she was, Klein just let her go. Marriage is a huge deal. She needs time to think it over, he thought. After saying goodbye to him, Whitney took a cab straight to the auction house. By this hour, the auction house had already cleared out. Whitney presented her attorney ID card and asked to speak to the building manager. Once she explained the situation and signed the request form, she was taken to the security office to review the hallway footage from that time. Everything went smoothly. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Whitney headed straight to the police station to file a report, holding her hospital records. Whitney always made sure she came out on top. With the case number slip in hand, she headed back to her apartment, feeling steadier than before. It was only then that she noticed the bracelet on her wrist. Wait, isn't this the bracelet I wanted to buy for Grandma at the auction? She thought. But Klein was the one who won the bid, and he was the one who put it on her wrist. Why would he do that? Whitney wondered. Everything Klein was doing for her lately was just so good. It was so perfect that she almost couldn't believe it was real. 3 days later, Laura was getting really worked up. Samuel, Whitney's gone crazy. I just wanted her to meet my nephew the other day, and now she's trying to accuse him of sexual harassment, Laura ranted. My family owns a company too. Even if she's not into him, she can't just go around making false accusations, she complained. Samuel was furious. Is she crazy? She actually went to the cops? She doesn't have any proof. The police won't even pay attention to her. Laura stomped her foot. Don't forget that she's a lawyer. She could spin anything. Samuel tried to calm her down. All right, I get it. She'll be back in a few days. I'll talk to her then. Whitney was back to work at Prime Bridge Law Firm after her break. Frank saw she'd lost weight and asked, concerned, Whitney, you all right? The Harris Group's acquisition case is paused until next week. Why not take a few more days off and rest up? Whitney gave a wry smile. I've already been gone a week. I can't leave everything hanging forever. She had a lot on her plate. She couldn't just keep moping around. Ivan called her and Frank into his office. Whitney, you doing all right? How's your headspace? Whitney replied, I'm good. I'm ready to go. Great. You and Frank are heading to Nextsphere Electronics this afternoon for due diligence, Ivan said. Whitney and Frank replied in unison. Got it. Nextsphere Electronics was a family-run business that had been in the electronics game for 10 years, and now things had finally reached the point where a full due diligence review was on the table. Their office politics were a tangled mess, so due diligence here was anything but easy. For instance, the head of finance was actually the CEO's uncle. As soon as Whitney walked in, the man made it clear he wasn't planning to play nice. "Mr. Reese, Miss Moore, here are the company's financial statements for the past 5 years. As for those contracts you asked for, they're all archived. We're not allowed to give those out," he said, sounding deliberately unhelpful. Whitney didn't get flustered. "Your business department should have copies on file. Would you mind asking your colleagues to send us a copy?" "The business department is swamped. They really don't have time to dig up contracts for you. Honestly, you won't get through all these statements today anyway. Just come back tomorrow when they're less busy," he replied, brushing her off. The biggest headache during due diligence was when the other side refused to cooperate and hand over the documents. Frank reassured her, saying, "Let's just start with what we've got for now." By 4 p.m, after wrapping up their work, Whitney showed up at the business department with 10 cups of coffee. The business director, Mara Ellison, happened to be there. "Miss Ellison, we're from Prime Bridge Law Firm, handling the Harris Group's acquisition process involving your company. Could your business assistant help us organize the contracts for your top 10 clients by sales over the past 5 years?" Whitney asked. Mara was super cooperative and didn't put on any airs. Everything was digital now, so they always had the sales data backed up. Less than an hour later, the data was already in Whitney's inbox. She thanked her with a smile and then left Nextsphere Electronics with Frank. Frank gave her a thumbs up. "Nice work. You got the info so fast." Whitney gave a faint smile. "I know. And guess what I found out?" "What is it?" Frank asked. "Turns out the finance director and the business director were actually married. They split up 2 years ago, and now their departments can't stand each other," Whitney said. Frank suddenly got it. No wonder he didn't want to help us chase down those contracts from the business team. As they walked out of the office building, Whitney checked her phone and saw Samuel's name pop up. "Not going to answer?" Frank asked, raising an eyebrow after watching her decline the call. "Just some spam call. Not worth my time," Whitney replied with a shrug. "Come on, let's head back for today. We'll swing by again the day after tomorrow," she said. Once Whitney got in the car, she checked her phone and saw a text from Samuel. "Whit, don't be so hard-headed. Go withdraw your case at the station." Whitney just gave the message a cold glance and deleted it right away. "Bet they didn't think about this when they spiked my drink," she thought.